Two. Bam. 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 Cozies! Good, 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 good. Good shit, good shit. Bam. Okay, awesome. Let's get going. Where was I? Oh, yes. I need to check to see, has it been long enough that they're not free yet? Fuck! What the fuck? I made the mistake of... Once again, I made the mistake of not having a fucking fork when I cook my steak. Where the fuck are my forks? I don't know. I also left it on a little bit too long because I got distracted doing something else while it was cooking. Bam. Okay. How much longer do you have before... Oh, not long. Okay, good, 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 good. One minute, 37 seconds. Awesome. I gotta come back for this. Okay. I got a bunch of Lulus with eggs. Let me go check over here. Are these hatched? Or at least the Braloha one should be hatched by now. I'm still getting closer and closer. My breeding farm is almost up to snuff. My breeding farm is almost up to snuff. All I need is a few, fucking, what am I trying to say? A few, Bralohas, and I think everything else is good. I mean, that's what happens when you work nights, man. You need to change your entire job and day around so it's easier for you to watch me. That's what I think. Oh, I'm the problem? Okay. There. The Bralohas should... I would need to do... Well, I only really need the one, because this is the... Right now, this is the secondary breeding base. So I only really need the one. Max tier Braloha, but 2 would make this one a little bit better. For sure. I was about to go look something up, and I can't remember what it is. Now I'm just kind of staring at Stream Manager. Trying to remember what I was about to Google. Yes, Leggy? Yes, sweetheart? What the fuck was I about to Google? Yes, princess? Oh, let me go check our food real quick. She's got a lot of food. I think she's looking for Dez. I've been working overnight for 10 years. I'm not stopping now. I always kind of figured, especially when I worked, like, my military job was predominantly like an office job for the most part. And when I was on night shift for that, I kind of loved it because I didn't have there was no one watching me. I didn't have anyone, looking over my shoulder and checking me. I didn't have to, worry about what I said because I might piss off one of my bosses or whatever. I could kind of relax. I didn't have to always look like I was doing something because one of the big rules was like always have some piece of work on one of your computer screens because we had multiple computer screens. And it was always have some piece of work on one of your computer screens so that like if anyone was nearby and like started looking at you, could quickly, pretend to be doing that even if there was no work to do. Because sometimes there was just nothing to do. Sometimes you had gotten all of the stuff you needed done, and there was just nothing left to do, but you were still expected to be working and pretending to work, which was frustrating. So, one of the big things you told to do, the advice you were given was always have something on the screen. But when I was on night shifts for like the short periods of time that I was on night shifts, I didn't have to worry about that. There was no one, micromanaging me. There's no one that was like, oh, well, I know there's nothing to do right now, but why aren't you doing something? It was great. Square root of pi? I mean, maybe. That might have been what I was about to Google. Who knows? It's gone. There's a level of peace if you can adjust to... Hold on. Oh, no, I don't have to worry about that. I get told what I'm doing at the start of the 9-hour shift, and the managers avoid me like the plague afterwards. There's the thing. If you got workers that you can trust, there's no reason to fucking micromanage them. Absolutely no reason to micromanage them. Just let them do what they're going to do, and everything will be fine. Okay, I got the Vixies going. I have plenty of spheres. I'm going to go back. These eggs aren't done, so I'm not going to bother grabbing more eggs. I'm going to go back here, gather the stuff from the expedition. And that even if it wasn't like an office job, I feel like there's still part of me that would prefer the night shift for the sake of like the ease sometimes you get with it. Because just being able to not deal with other people and just focus on your job's got to be great. The closest I ever had to that was when I worked at like a gas station, and it was a gas station that was 24/7, so it never closed. But the very start of the morning shift and I never worked night shift, but there were times that I had to stay late because night shift people were coming in late. Like, for whatever reason, we get the message like, oh, we're going to be late. We forgot we had to work today. So there were times that we had that. And, like, those first, 2 hours of night shift sometimes were great, depending on, the time of year it was. Because we had, a local summer camp near us that during the summer, night shift fucking sucked at that first, 2 hours. That first 2 hours afterwards. Because the summer camp would... they'd close down all activities and the counselors would leave, and the camp members, I guess, were old enough to leave the camp unsupervised, would leave at about 9:30, and my shift ended at 10. So I also had to stay late oftentimes because of this. But they'd get off at 9:30, my shift would end at 10. What the fuck? How's there all of a sudden not enough? And, they would all come. It was really, really close to where I worked. And they would all come down by 9:45 and just be flooding the place. And for some reason, they all wanted the pre-made milkshakes, the semi-pre-made milkshakes. You had to put them in the machine, but it would mix it for you right there. So I would have to make sure before that happened that that was completely stocked up, and then would kind of be on standby to go run back to the freezer to grab more of them because they would drain that fucking thing quick. And it was just Jesus Christ, that was a nightmare. But other than that, during the school year, the first like hour or two of night shift was not bad. It was kind of like no one was coming in. You can kind of just catch up on cleaning or stock or whatever else you needed to do. I did hear the night shift got robbed at some point after I left. Like someone came in with a gun and robbed him at gunpoint. But other than that, it was fun. It was also like we gave free coffee to cops in uniform, so like we always had like a cop nearby. It was very rare for us not to. So I was honestly like surprised that it did get robbed. Because it seemed like there was almost always a cop in that store. But how's everyone doing today? Yeah, I feel that, man. I mean, probably not as bad as you right now, but like I did not sleep Saturday into Sunday, and I went to bed early on Sunday. I did not sleep Saturday into Sunday, and then I had D&D on Sunday, so I was at D&D just tired as shit. Which did make me a little bit more murder hobo-y than I was intending on being, but it worked out because the people I was murder hoboing needed to be dead. And then I got back and was like, okay, I'm going to try to stay awake until, like, somewhere between 8 to 10, and then go to bed, because normally I'm not in bed until, like, midnight or whatever. I'm going to try to stay awake until, like, 8 to 10, and then just sleep extra long, so that I can, get a good bit of sleep, but not like fuck up my sleep cycle by waking up too early, kind of thing. And I got back from D&D at about like 5:30ish, and I got on Power World for a short bit just to keep my mind active. And then I was too tired to focus on Power World, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go sit down and like lay down on my bed and just get on my phone for a little bit, and then I'm gonna get up and try to do stuff. But I just need to relax. And then next thing I know, it was 1 in the fucking morning, and I woke up. And I was like, oh, okay, and then I went back to sleep. But yeah, no, but then I still woke up at like 7. So I got like, I guess 12 hours of sleep, sort of, but yeah. What's up, Christo? Couple of sleep strategies. I can tell it does not work. Just go to sleep if you're tired enough. So here's the problem, and you're new, so you haven't heard me rant about this too much. I have effectively, I'm just gonna say it. I have insomnia, but I have like neurological problems. It's not bad sleep hygiene shit that causes my insomnia. I have like a neurological problem that makes it so that I need medication to sleep. And the only way I can generally sleep without some sort of medication or sedative to get me to sleep is if I've gone a day without sleeping. But then if I do that, and sometimes I have to go 2 days without sleeping before I can fall asleep. But sometimes if I do that, I end up, and then I go to sleep too early, I end up like severely fucking up my entire sleep cycle. Oh, I've done tests about sleep too. One, I need to get back. I have not finished my degree yet. I need to get back to it. But my focus in my degree I'm working on is in biology, and my focus is neurobiology and neuroanatomy. My goal is to get, a degree in biomedical engineering with a focus on neurology and neurobiology. I want to focus on neuroregeneration is the end-all goal. And then I've had so many sleep studies done and shit. What are you talking about? Oh, it's multiple things. I do get really, really bad, like, anxiety when I try to go to sleep. But that did not start as much at first. Initially, so here's kind of what happened. Initially, while I was still in the military, my girlfriend was complaining about the fact that I was snoring. So I went to get. Eventually, I talked to my chiefs. And I talked to people like, hey, if I go get a sleep study done and blah blah blah, is this going to affect my career? Blah blah blah. No, you're fine. You're fine. Even if you have sleep apnea, you're fine. Cool. I go get a sleep study done. My doctor, the neurologist or whatever that was doing the sleep study, after I wake up, pulls me aside in the morning. Was like, okay, so here's the thing. You definitely have sleep apnea, but because I was getting such poor quality sleep at the time that I was falling asleep. Like, I fell asleep in the middle of a conversation with my girlfriend at the time. Just like we were talking, I'd just gotten home from work, and she was telling me about her day, and I'm just sitting on the couch looking at her, and next thing I know, to my mind, what it was like was I blinked, and then next thing I know, she's in the other room doing dishes. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? She's like, well, you fell asleep, so I just decided to start doing dishes. Because that's how bad my sleep was. But I didn't want to go to get to medical about it because I didn't want it to affect my career. But eventually I go to medical about it. And the doctor, and I mentioned that, like, I'm falling asleep randomly. Like, if I'm not actively doing something, I am falling asleep. Like, not narcolepsy, but, like, if I'm in a, like, just sitting on my couch, I will just randomly fall asleep. So that was written down on my thing. So the doctor that pulls me aside after the sleep study says, hey, so you definitely seem like you have sleep apnea, but you did not technically reach this scale, this level that allows me to diagnose you with sleep apnea. So we're going to try to treat you for these sleep issues and blah, blah, blah as much as we can, but you didn't meet this qualifier. I have a follow-up a month later. The doctor that I had initially had retired, and I had a new doctor. And this doctor saw that I didn't qualify for sleep apnea, but I had written down that I was falling asleep randomly during the day. Yeah, I do now have diagnosed sleep apnea. Now I do have diagnosed sleep apnea. But saw that I was falling asleep randomly during the day and diagnosed me with narcolepsy. So treated me for narcolepsy, which seemed to have created a situation where being treated for narcolepsy when I didn't have narcolepsy gave me insomnia. So basically now if I don't have the medication that they were giving me, or I don't have some sort of sedative, because they put me on like a bunch of different medications at first. But now basically if I don't have some sort of sedative, I really can't get to sleep unless I'm already a full day sleep deprived, if not two. But I do also have panic attacks if I lay down to go to sleep a lot of times, unless I am somehow using medicine that stops me from having those panic attacks. So, like, a lot of times, even when I take that medication to help me sleep, I still have to, like, wait until I am ready to pass out to go to bed to sleep, or I will have a panic attack. Because if I take any step in the direction of trying to get to sleep, I will have a panic attack. I will either have a panic attack or I'll start getting really, really bad and dark thoughts. It's just a bad time for me altogether, which makes it really hard to use my CPAP machine, because when I put the mask on for my CPAP machine, I start to have a panic attack. And I'm not claustrophobic. I'm a diver. I go underwater with a respirator on. I don't mind that at all. I have no sense of claustrophobia, because I try to bring that up to the fucking the neurologist that prescribed the CPAP machine, and he was just like, "Oh, well, do you have like claustrophobia?" I'm like, "No, man. I'm a fucking diver. I go underwater 100 feet underwater with the fucking respirator on and a limited amount of air. I'm fine." So I'm going to go, and this is something me and Grim have actually talked about before. I appreciate what you were trying to do, but I'm not looking for solutions. I have solutions that work for me now, and oftentimes it can come off when people start, this is why I don't like to talk about it a lot of times, because oftentimes when I say, oh, I have insomnia and I have trouble sleeping, it is a neurological condition. Like, my brain chemistry is fucked up permanently. So a lot of times when people start giving all this advice about like, oh well, have you tried that? Like the number one, I remember one day I went like 3 days without sleeping because I just could not get to sleep. I ran out of my sleep medication, and I couldn't get a refill because my psychiatry's office was being shitty. So I was waiting to get my refill on my sleep medication. I went 3 days without sleeping, and I posted something on Facebook bitching about how I couldn't sleep. And the comments were inundated. And I even say in there, like, I have a fucking neurological condition. I can't sleep. I'm so like, I mentioned that's a neurological condition. My brain chemistry is fucked up. And I got so many comments that were like, well, you know what I like to do is I like to, you know, have a glass of warm milk, and then like 30 minutes before bed I turn off all electronic devices and I read a book, and oh, I do yoga and I do this and blah 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 and all this different shit. And it's like I don't want to be mad at it because I get that it comes from a place of caring. I get that it comes from a place of people, at least sometimes some people it's just them wanting to be smarter than you kind of thing. But a lot of times it comes from a place of caring, of people trying to be helpful, of people having their own lived experience and trying to use that to help guide me. And then, but it can come off as super condescending because it's like, man, I'm 30 now. So it's like people saying, oh, you went 30 years of your life and you never learned how to fucking go to sleep, you fucking idiot. Or just annoying because imagine the situation where there was someone who was severely diabetic and they were complaining about their diabetes. Like they had insulin-resistant diabetes. They had you know, juvenile diabetes. And they were mentioning something about it, and people were like, well, you know what I like to do is I don't eat as much sugar during the day, and, you know, I make sure to exercise and live a healthy lifestyle, and I just process fucking sugar properly. It comes off as like that. There's nothing that can be done right now aside from the medication route or some sort of sedative route kind of thing. So it's a source of frustration for me sometimes. Yes, you understand there's nothing to about, hence people trying to find something. How you doing, Emperor? I'm doing all right. I did say once, have you tried melatonin, but it's definitely way deeper than that. Yeah, I mean, melatonin basically doesn't do shit for me. Because it's not really to do with that. It's probably, honestly, more of a cortisol thing and some other shit. Like, I have not had a proper brain scan done while I was sleeping, I guess. That might help. Or check my biochemistry and my fucking whatever to know exactly what's fucked up. But when you throw in the fact that I have severe panic attacks sometimes when I try to go to sleep unless I'm some way sedated, there's probably a cortisol issue there. There might be some sort of melatonin imbalance, but dietary melatonin doesn't really help as anything more than a placebo. There's a bunch of factors going in there. And I was on a very, very powerful medication for a while. They put me on Seroquel for a while, which in higher they put me on a very low dosage of Seroquel, but in higher doses, it's an antipsychotic. But in low dosages, it just knocks you the fuck out. But what was happening with the Seroquel was my throat was getting so relaxed from this. After a while, it worked fine for a while, and then suddenly it just decided to stop working, or it still worked to knock me out, but it didn't help. It caused worse problems because randomly it just started, like, my throat would start closing up, so I'd fall asleep feeling like I was suffocating to death, and then I'd have nightmares about it being in a plane crash or drowning or getting murdered and shit like that. And I had a fight with my psychiatrist to take me off of Seroquel, so they would bump me between clonidine and prazosin. Definitely better. Did some more SCP gaming and found out if I continue on the path I'm currently playing, I'm going to play it forever. Hey, there you go. I need to check out the game. I have it on my list over here. How are you when you're laying in bed with Dez? Because me and Sarah, I fall asleep so quick. I mean, definitely, because there have been two partners I had that I could sleep in bed next to them. Where, like, I had a level of comfort that it helped me sleeping in bed with them. And Dez is definitely one of them. Like, I sleep more in bed now that I'm in a relationship with Dez than I ever have before. Because it used to be a situation where I would have to wait until the medication was so strong and so far affecting me that I was just about to pass out because the thought of going to bed would put me into a panic attack, and then my adrenaline would spike, and then I'd have trouble going back to sleep. So I ended up sleeping on my couch more than anything. But now that being in a relationship with Des, I sleep in bed with her more often than not. And then I had like one ex that like I also slept in bed with them a lot. So it helps with that a little bit, but like still, I need some sort of medication or sedative to help me sleep. Unfortunately, so far I found what seemed like bottled lightning. I haven't played the game, so you're gonna need to go in more detail. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I have. Oh, because it's the vending machine game, so you got like something just called bottled lightning. And yes, I'm once again eating steak with a spoon because I need to buy more forks. Oh. It's just giving you the vibe of bottled lightning. Fair enough. So I'm probably only going to be on Power World for an amount of time today, because right now I'm in the stage of needing, like, I'm starting to breed things that require a lot of hatching time. And then I'll either switch over to, I don't know what I'm going to switch over to. At some point, probably like Bronze Beard or Repo. Let's check. Oh, okay. Yeah, that definitely looks like bottled lightning. Volcano new? Yeah, I would definitely call that bottled lightning. That is an accurate description. What? Oh, more. There you go. Bam. 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 So I'm probably going to be on here for about an hour. She was queen for about an hour. Something, something. Hot shower. Took all that I ever had. No sign of guilt, no feelings of bad. Ugh! It just reminds me of that Key and Peele sketch about the guy bottling lightning. The guy like not understanding all the analogies because they're just real for him. Oh my god, burping. Burping McBurp burp. Okay, let me check some real quick. Bam. The sign of guilt, the feeling of bad now. Good. Good. God damn it, hold on. I need to do something real quick. Okay, good. Fixed. She was queen for about an hour. Da da da. Shit got sour. Okay. Hey, what's up, Repexer? Yeah, man, it's been a minute. You've been busy. I'm also going to be out of town this weekend, so I'm streaming off day today because I didn't stream yesterday. But then I'm probably going to stream again, obviously tomorrow, because tomorrow's the day I normally stream. And then I might stream again on Thursday, at least for a little bit, because I'm not going to be here Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. There's a route where you'd eat nothing but apple seeds. The ending should be very dope. Okay. You turn into an apple tree? That'd be neat. Yeah, we're going to visit my parents in Pennsylvania. So, gonna be out of town. Hey, what's up, Triana? How you doing? Probably gonna be popping on to some Repo in like an hour or two if you want to join for that, Triana. Their character's going to die by cyanide poisoning or something. It would take so many apples to effectively do that. And since this is an SCP game, I have a feeling it's gonna be you're gonna be a fucking apple tree. Guilt, no feelings are bad, no. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I was living one big lie. She fucking hates me. I don't know why that song's stuck in my head. I'm sorry. It's my vocal stem for the day. Hydrate. Also, Wrath, Brian, you mentioned something about redeeming it for like you get to choose. What do you mean by that when you redeem it? But eh. I need to grind out cores or the ancient civilization cores so that I can start getting the large incubators, but they are a pain in the ass to grind out. You want me to concentration curl 220 pounds? That's what you want? You want me to concentration curl 220 pounds single-handed? Sure. I have a feeling that that's... What is the world record for concentration curl? The world record is 122 kilograms. Which is honestly higher than I anticipated. Frustrated trying tried installing my HDD since I got the HDD sliders today with the rest of my they fit, but I can't put back the panel on. Like, why couldn't CyberPower PC just include the extra hardware? I mean, hey, if he's that fucking strong, hell yeah, man, that's awesome. My bench tops out at 365, and I haven't pushed that in a while, so it might be a little bit lower. I pushed 345 within like the last few months at one point just to see if I could, and that was a struggle. But my highest ever bench was 365. I don't really push a weight with my legs anymore. Like, I don't go for weight anymore just because I hurt my back, and I don't want to do that again. Like, I'll barbell curl like 145, 155 pounds sometimes. You fucking hates me. Trust, she fucking hates me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ah. Yeah, I wish cases came with more of the extra hardware, honestly, because having to order extra shit like that's a pain. Whoop. Almost dropped my steak there. That would have been bad. Let's see. I'm going to need to grind out some more fucking, more points here, too. Need to get that. I'll buy that for now. Whee! Oh, yes, I need to go here, sell some shit. What would have been sad? Oh, if I dropped the steak? Yeah, no, that would have been really sad. Really? I would be really worried being one of those, like, streamers or YouTubers that does, like, a lot of, like, IRL streams. It seems so incredibly risky. There you are. Bam. You know what? Might as well sell this, too, just because it's weighing me down. Bam. Bam. I need a fuck ton of electric organs. Bam. How much do I need for this? I need 200-pound metal ingot. I should have that now. Johnny Somali is a prank YouTuber and a prank streamer that is currently in jail in Korea. and might end up serving a lot of time in jail because his pranks aren't harmless little jokes. His pranks are oftentimes crimes. He's a piece of shit. And then apparently, like, during this trial that he's in, he's still, like, making an ass out of himself and disrespecting the court. And it's like, that's not the move, dude. Yeah, that guy. On the plus, my Fly Digi Dune Fox controller, my VGA to HDMI work after awesome sauce. Good shit. None, and just the way she was queen for about an hour. After that, shit got sour. Took all that I ever had. No sign of guilt. No feeling of bad. No. Actually, hold on. I think I already moved it all there. But then what do I need for the crude extractors? I'm going to need a lot of POW metal for that too. Fuck. Is it 250 a piece? Yep. Okay. So I'm going to take this. And then I'm going to... How much POW metal do I currently have in there? I have 134. So I need 366. Can I make that much? Nope. But they do make a little bit extra. They do make a little bit extra now because of the thing I got. Bam. Bam. In the meantime, I'll take this. I'll get the whatchamacallit started up. Bam. Yeah, no, fucking Johnny Somali needs to just be in jail for a long time. Both because he's committed crimes, a good bit of crimes, and two, because set a fucking example that shit's not okay. Stop encouraging these prank tubers to keep doing it because they're not getting in trouble for it. Yeah, one of those situations, Triana, where like no one technically has ownership of it, so no one's going to solve the problem. Just a whole bunch of bullshit. Wait, hold on. Gonna need this right here. Okay, so I do have a bunch of extra here, so I won't need all of... No, that's just the stuff I have on me right now. Cool. It's going to take you 24 minutes to complete this. What the holy actual fuck? Let's see. Do I have a splatterina I can grab real quick? No sign of guilt, no feeling of bad, no. Da 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 da. Then I started to realize I was living one big lie. She fucking hates me. Yeah, no. It's one thing. It'd be one thing like being a content creator. Like if I decided to do a prank video that was just like a light prank on one of my friends. That's one thing. But being a prank channel and doing pranks on strangers and shit, that's just fucked up. It's one of my vocal tics, man. It's legitimately just a vocal tick for me to just kind of sing a little bit. It's or not a vocal tick, but like a vocal stem. A vocal stem. Man, I haven't checked on my pals in a while. LOL. How are you doing, big guy? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Gonna be getting on Repo here soon because like I'm about to just have to fucking have a bunch of like 6-hour eggs hatching. So Repo soon. Just fucking finish. Jesus Christ. Repo, the game Repo? What? Have you not seen the game Repo? I mean, stick around for an hour and you'll see the game Repo. It's fun. Also, my Bronzebeard plushie is out today for shipping. So I'm gonna go check real quick in a second here to see if it's gotten shipped. Okay, let's see here. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Who do I want to hatch first? Vixie's a good one to hatch to have because honestly, Vixie is a much more efficient way to make money than fucking Mal. Oh, I'm fucking listen. I'm not always all there. But no, Vixie's a lot better a lot of times to have than if it's like a 5 or a 4-star Vixie, a max tier Vixie, than fucking than Mal. Because if you take the extra step to sell all the extra shit that Vixie is making, you make a lot more fucking money. I need to go back here. Almost dropped the stick again, but I caught it on the plate. I need to repair my armor, Jesus. You come with me real quick. Yeah. I'm not always smart. I'm dumb a lot. Trust, she fucking hates me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go here real quick. Well, first I'm going to sort by remarkable craftsmanship. I want to save at least 2 that are perfect. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. There you go. Might try to save more real quick. That way, if I need to, for some reason, make more, I can really easily. Bam. Male, male. Female, female. Perfect. Let's see if any of them have nocturnal on them, because that would be lovely to add. Where are you at? Nope, none of them have nocturnal. Bam. Grind some guys down into you real quick. Whee! Grass. Yep. Oh, gonna butcher you guys. Bam. Okay, and then I might as well. Yeah, I want to take the diet lover as my extra. Whoops. Nope. Again, you guys are gonna get butchered. Bam. 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 Coolsies. With the Braloha, it will now only take 50 minutes for each one of my breeding farms that... Whoopsie daisies. Each one of my breeding farms that a Braloha is at to get a full set of 20 eggs. So that's good. And then if they have Philanthropist, if I'm breeding both with Philanthropist because I'm just trying to get some to grind down, oh, it'll be so fucking quick. Good. Okay, what is the next thing that I'm breeding? Hold on. I have the Lulus. Oh, the Yormantides, yeah. Now it is time for Yormantide. Do it, man. Play it. I've been thinking about redoing the story mode, too. Okay, let's get these Lulu eggs going. Bam. Okay. Okay. I'm going to get these Lulu eggs going. They're going to take 50 minutes to hatch. And that's enough time for the Yormantide eggs to finish. And then I'll get the Yormantide started. Because that will take... They'll take 16 hours-ish. Minus whatever the deduction I'm getting for having the thing fully upgraded. Which means if I stop playing when I get on tomorrow, they'll be done. And then I will have a good set of Yormantides. Because if I can get 2 good Yormantides maxed out level with Remarkable Craftsmanship, Artisan, Serious, and Nocturnal on them, I can just be producing cake in fucking mass. It'll be great. Excuse me. Oopsie days, what am I doing? Bam. 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 I currently have 240 egg hatcheries. It's what makes them want to breed, man. You give them cake, they fuck. That's just how it works. A bunch of eggs saved up right now. I don't know why. I don't claim to understand PAL biology. I don't get it. But hey, if it works, it works. There. Bam. He was living one big... Miles, you gonna be down for some repo in a bit? In about, like, an hour-ish. Shit. Bam. 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 She fucking hates me. Trust, she fucking hates me. Yeah, 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 yeah. What have you been thinking about? There you go, man. Got the decision down? Go with it. Roll with it. If it works for you, do it. Easy peasy. Look forward to seeing it one day. In waiting room? Coolsies, 1 second. What is uppeth? Mascaroni. If icebergs are made out of ice and called bergs because of their different color at top and bottom, does that mean that clouds are airbergs?
I was like wondering, I'm like, I think so. Yeah.
Maybe?
I hear you. Yeah. It was just my Discord didn't switch over.
You have not, Emperor. Your yeah, I hate that. I hate that Discord will randomly do that to me too, where it's just like, hey, we decided that all your output's going to be through something entirely different. You haven't changed anything, but we have.
Yeah.
But how you doing, brother?
Discord's very big. Doing good. How about yourself, man?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good.
Yeah, I was like having some writer's block a bit, and then now I feel like I finally got out of my funk, so
good, man.
that's good.
Oh yeah. I know I've talked about my my one creative writing project that I've been wanting to do and start a channel for. Whenever you're done with your shit, if you wanna collab on that, I think that'd be fun.
I just finished weapons last night. I'm starting on the armor. The cool part is I have all the artworks. I'm just making all the design, like the pages and everything.
Yeah.
And like explaining what abilities they do and
Yeah.
different things, because I was thinking, oh, it'd be because the typical game would just be like, oh, the armor counteracts, kind of what the weapons would do. That feels boring. I want some more thematic, kind of like,
Yeah.
oh, like, this armor allows you to go into the shadows and you disappear because it's all edgelordy.
Yeah.
I should just make that a class, the edgelord.
So that's how I'm playing my divorce lock right now. So, because like I played my divorce lock for the first time Sunday, and the DM rolled the first. He opened up as a warlock, and I said, "Listen, when he's a warlock, I'm going to play him as a super high school edgelord type dude." And then one of the other characters introduced their new character, who's a big titty vampire. I was like, "I just want you to know. I want you to know. My character is, if he's a warlock on any given day, he's going to be a 16-year-old edgelord type person. So he is going to be really fucking obnoxious to you. One, their character is a big titty vampire.
Is that literally the description of their character? Like, is there no personality?
No. It's there's more personality.
There was such hesitation there for a moment, just like, yeah, I guess.
No, there's more personality to it, but the look of their character is big titty vampire, and mixed Asian, so half Chinese, half Japanese. It's like, okay, I want you to know. When they said that, I was like, okay, so my character is going to be, if he's in warlock mode, he's going to be obsessed with you, but he's also going to try to explain Asian culture to you like you don't understand it, because he's just going to be that guy.
I have the perfect nickname that your character could use to talking to them.
What's that?
Blood bags.
Oh my god. No, my character's not the vampire. My character.
But
yeah,
your character talking to the vampire could say, "Hey, what's up, blood bags?"
Oh, yeah. No, I gotcha. But no, big titty vampire, mixed Asian. So, when their character got introduced, because we all meet at a tavern kind of thing before any mission, we meet at this interdimensional guild hall. That's how it rolls out. So when their character got introduced, I was like, "Hey, hello, annyeonghaseyo, annyeonghaseyo," which is Korean, not Japanese or Chinese, because he just vaguely understands Asian culture to an extent, but is going to do that weeb thing of thinking that since he watches anime, he understands Asian culture better than you do, kind of thing.
God, he sounds so annoying.
Yeah, he's awful. So then after the first, because specifically for this joke, after the first long rest, because after every long rest, the DM will roll, and on odds he's a warlock again. The stepmom has custody, and on evens he's a cleric. The stepdad has custody. So after the first long rest, he rolled cleric. So I was like, I got up. I was like, okay, everyone wake up. What are you doing? Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day in our Lord's world. How is everyone doing? Does anyone want breakfast? I can cook for all of you. And one of the guys was like, you seem different. It's like, well, we all wake up different, sometimes. Like, yeah, you seem a lot better than yesterday. I was like, well, we all have bad days sometimes. And played him just really super Mormon trying to convert you behavior.
Oh God, no.
But also my cleric is spec'd for two things: buffing, not healing really. He has one healing spell. I gave him healing word, but buffing and doing just a fuck ton of damage. I play all my characters tricksy, so he's a trickster domain cleric. But he has Scarlet Dawn. But he's also part of a cult that just kind of accepts self-sacrifice. So at one point, we're getting attacked by a bunch of spiders. So I just drop Scarlet Dawn on myself, knowing it's going to hit all the spiders. And Scarlet Dawn is 4d10 in a 20-foot radius. It's a 15 con save.
So you hit everybody as well?
Well, one of the guys was in a hole, so he was fine. But I hit Big Titty Vampire, and I hit myself. And one of the guys wasn't there because we were going on a stealth mission, and he wasn't stealthy at all. So we were going on a hunt, and we came to get food, and we came back and got jumped by a bunch of spiders. But he wasn't stealthy at all, and basically had declared that he wasn't going to be stealthy. So I was like, okay, so you stay back at camp because we're trying to hunt deer and not get caught. So I dropped Scarlet Dawn on myself twice because I passed the first con save and didn't take nearly enough damage to hurt me that much. I didn't get a single kill, but I significantly weakened everything, so everyone else got the kills. And then it was a mission where we were the end goal was us fighting another adventuring party. And
man, those fights take a while.
It took a fucking while. But I got to play it tricksy the whole time because I used the Channel Divinity Trickster domain to have a mirror image go forward and cast all my spells while I was like 90 feet away from everybody. It was great. It was a really good fight. But yeah, no, I played him. I made the Warlock super edgy for the purpose of making the Cleric super like just good boy, just for the juxtaposition.
Yeah, they probably just think you're like schizophrenic or like have multiple personalities.
No, they know that he's a child of divorce. Like they know,
okay,
they know his backstory, at least vaguely enough,
Okay.
because I introduced him in the last session that I led, and which was basically entirely based off of Beauty and the Beast, except for instead of the Beast, it was Shrek, and just a bunch of other weird shit going on. But my character Bo, not Belle, Bo, was staying at the Beast castle, and the Beast just wanted to get rid of him because he just showed up because he was mad at his stepmom. So I was doing that to introduce them, but then they decided they wanted to fight the CR11 Horn Devil, a party of level 5s and 6s. Decided they wanted to fight the CR11 Horn fucking Devil, and I was like, this is going to go really bad for you guys. So I already decided, like, listen, I'm not going to kill them. I'm going to knock them all the fuck out if they lose this fight, because they should not be fighting this. And then Dan managed to roll, because the Horn Devil is my character's stepmom. Dan managed to roll really high on his persuasion check to allow, because Bo was going to be introduced anyways, because Bo was just going to run away from home because he was so pissed at his stepmom for embarrassing him. But managed to roll really high on the persuasion check to convince, and the stepmom's a doting stepmom, like really loves Bo. Rolled really high on the persuasion check to convince the stepmom, who's a Horn Devil named Jennifer, that it was in Bo's best interest for him to come adventuring and come along with the party, because, you know, he would be there to, you know, correct him and make sure he was working hard and, you know, getting a little bit of experience but not getting hurt and blah, blah, blah. Rolled really high on their persuasion check, so not only did I allow that to happen, but I gave him an artifact. Like, I basically said, I rip out my eye and I cast a spell and I crystallize it, so now you have a crystallized version of my eye, so Jennifer can keep an eye on Bo through you. But also, since he rolled, like, he got like high 30 or 40s or something like that, and I'd set the DC at like 30 because he rolled a nat 20 on his first and got guidance. That he now, whenever Bo is a warlock and Dan is playing and not DMing, his character has one cantrip that he's getting from Jennifer as just a thank you for taking care of her stepson. So he's a little bit of a warlock because he just rolled so high. I had to give him something for that. So
That's cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun little one. Also, one of the other characters is it got possessed. Not really possessed. I implanted like basically the seed of a fiend in him because he fucked up a roll. So now he has a growing non-sentient devil in him.
Well, that's like straight up incubus or succubus status.
Yeah, he fucked around with the succubus. Well, he fucked around with an incubus. He fucked around with an incubus, lost a roll, got invited back to a party with him, and he did not roll high enough to remember what happened to him on his history check.
No.
So what happened to him was they basically implanted a seed. He didn't get possessed. He got basically a growing fiend like intelligence planted in him. So it's not going to be a separate spirit trying to control him. It's going to be just become a part of him kind of thing.
For those who are just joining the stream, this is a weird part to join in on.
Yeah. And then Stack got turned into a cabinet because they met Bo's father. Because I a lot of times when I give them a quest, I give them basically two options, and there's the good guy option and the bad guy option, but it's not super clear which one is which. So they ended up inadvertently kind of helping out the bad guys, but they don't know that yet. But they met Bo's father, who is not a good person. He works for the bad guys in my universe, in my series of whatever I DM kind of thing. He works for the bad guys. But Bo's father was a carpenter because Belle's father was an inventor. So Bo's father is a carpenter. And the first thing he asked them when they met him was, "What's your favorite type of furniture?" Because I already planned out if they fucked up, I set up a situation where they were basically going to have to take a long rest. And there was a hunter's cabin near them that they can go into. And they chose to sleep in the hunter's cabin. So the witch from the Beauty and the Beast story that cursed Prince Adam is Jennifer, is Bo's stepmom. And she showed up at their hunter's cabin while they were there, asked them to be let in. They were very aggressive about not letting them in, and Stack was the one that made the decision to slam the door in her face. So they had all asked, they had been asked what their favorite piece of furniture was, and effectively whoever was the one, if they said no, whoever was the one that said no was going to get turned into their favorite piece of furniture. And you were correct, Emperor. Stack's favorite piece of furniture was a wardrobe. So he got turned into a wardrobe as an artificer. So I ruled that he didn't have fingers, so he couldn't do anything that would require any sort of manual dexterity, but he had all the same stats that he used to and everything. He had access to the same weapons. It just had to be used really weird. But his movement speed was slowed to like 10 feet, per round, because he's a walking wardrobe. But they did build him because one of the other characters is an artificer, and one of the other characters has proficiency in carpentry tools. So they built him a cart that he can roll himself along with, so he's basically in a wheelchair. But then he made the decision to, when they finally got to the castle, because there's all this other animated, living, sentient furniture there. They're like, "Oh, you're one of us. Come back with us. We'll take care of you." Blah blah. And back and forth argument over whether or not they were going to do that. And I was trying to avoid getting them into a fight that I knew they would lose. So I kind of okay, I'm going to let them do this. But then Stack was like, "Well, I can't eat, so just lacquer me up." I was like, "Okay, you want to be lacquered up? You're an artificer that uses a flamethrower. This isn't going to go well." So he gets lacquered up. The lacquer is incredibly flammable. Bunch of shit goes on. He at one point decides he wants to try to intimidate who is effectively Prince Adam, but I described him as looking like Shrek. So he tries to intimidate him by lighting the pilot light on his flamethrower, but he is a wooden wardrobe that is covered in lacquer. So he set himself on fire.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of steps there that could have avoided this outcome.
There were a lot of steps that could have avoided this outcome. Also, they have this tendency to always just try to solve both quest problems, and it's like, oh, this is just going to be bad for you guys. But yeah, a whole bunch of shit happened. They tried to leave. They went to kidnap Bo. They tried to, instead of, because Shrek wanted, in this case, both of the missions were kind of the same, but it was a matter of whether or not they were going to kill Prince Adam. Prince Adam Shrek wanted Bo out of his house because Bo just went to his house and just decided to live there, but Shrek was too awkward to tell him to leave. So they beat up Bo and they started dragging him out. But since Jennifer keeps an eye on Bo, realized that Bo was attacked, and then met them at the door and started threatening them and basically say, "Give me my son back, give me my stepson back," blah blah blah. That's where that whole thing happened, and then they're like, "Okay, well, what do we need to do to get blah, blah, blah?" And they got a persuasion roll. I was like, "Tell you what, if you go punish that rude boy, Prince Adam, Shrek, because he was mean to me when I was younger and blah, blah, blah. But I even played it up like Shrek was like, I was a 6-year-old kid and this old witch came to my house and demanded I let her in. No, I wasn't going to let her in. It was a whole thing, man. It was a lot of craziness. But yeah, Stack set himself on fire. He got turned into a cabinet. Alex is currently possessed by a demon spirit, and Dan somehow managed to befriend a fiend. I fucking don't know. Big titty Venom. Big titty. I hate when people do this. Usually, it's even when they say that they like realistic way of playing. Hate when they do what? Thank you, Dragonfly. I can listen. We can share some more funny D&D stories. Mask here is a professional DM, so he's probably got a lot.
Oh my! I don't know. That's pretty crazy. I don't think I've had someone get turned into a wardrobe and light themselves on fire. Straight up Tiananmen Square themselves.
Stack has a tendency to make really bad decisions. The first session I DM'd was, I think I might have told you about it. It was a session where they basically had to choose between helping out a village where the leader of the village was described as a Karen and she was the head of the HOA. And I forgot what
You told me this last time.
Yeah, it was something obstructing assimilation, because it wasn't like a homeowners association. It was to prevent parasitic infections of villages. There's also Asshole, which is the association suppressing supernatural housing. I can't remember. I have it all written down in a notebook somewhere. But yeah, so they had an option: either side with the HOA or side with this village of mimics. But the village of mimics weren't evil. They were just mimics. They were, true neutral mimics that were just trying to live their whole life. They had sentience. They were like a homebrew mimic that had sentience.
Did you run them like Dungeon Meshi, where they're like slugs or whatever?
No. They were house hunters. They were just, D&D house hunters, and the smaller ones were just regular mimics. But, hold on, I'm going to get the mails first.
Oh, shit, I set off the alarm.
Stack just kept getting bad rolls or making not wise decisions that entire time. And I felt really bad for him, because shit just kept going wrong for him. And then, the way we have... Dan has a book of 1,000 random magical items. Like, they're not in-game magical items, they're custom magical items. They're really fun. So Stack goes through this, has this horrible experience of things just keep going wrong for him. He decided this poison that they were using against the tendrils that were rooting the mimics into the ground, because I had that kind of as a setup, because it's a homebrew house hunter, essentially. He set it on fire, so the poison didn't permanently soak in, so the fight was a little bit harder for the end, and he just kept making these wrong decisions the whole time. And then he goes to roll his item. You roll a D1000, and that's your item in the book. And he rolls the skull candy. And every item in this book has a description, a history, and a description of what it looks like, a history of the item, and what it does. The skull candy, everyone else rolled great items. They all liked their items. The skull candy was just regular candy. That's what it was. It was the one item in the book that does nothing. It is just candy. And after this whole time of Stack just making horrible decisions and having bad rolls and shit just going wrong for him, I felt so bad for him I had to let him roll again to get a different item. Which is like, God,
on that one.
It was just like, goddamn, like, you were having a miserable time through, like, your fault to an extent, and also just bad dice rolls. Like, that was one of the days where we're like, okay, his dice are just cursed. Like, he made a few bad decisions, but also he just kept getting horrible dice rolls, to the point where we're like, you are not allowed to touch dice. So Dan got a red solo cup for him, and he had to scoop up the dice that he was going to roll in the red solo cup without touching them and roll that way. Like, shake it up in the cup and roll that way. And he started getting slightly better rolls, because he was just cursing every dice he got. It was great. When they want to hunt a deer and then saying they're not going to be sneaky. Yeah, no, it's... we were going on. I don't know why, because I cast pass without a trace. So if they stayed within 30 feet of me, they got a +10 to their stealth, and he just didn't want to do that. He wanted to hunt deer in the least stealthy way possible. I was like, I don't get what you're doing. And then we set up. We see this party coming along. We see this party that's going to come along that has the item that we realize that, like, metagaming, we realize we're going to end up fighting this party, and they likely have this item that we're looking for the session. This is the session, the most recent session. And I'm like, okay, one of our guys has an item that allows him to turn into a swarm of bees. So he's our primary cleric. He turned into a swarm of bees to spy on this group. And then I say to our gunslinger, who's the big titty vampire, hey, I say to the rest of the party, hey, I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace. These people are half a mile down from us. We have plenty of time to get to them. Let's go to the forest edge along this road they're passing on and sneak up to them. That way we can figure out what they're doing. And worst case scenario, there's 4 people in that party that are all really close together. I can cast Scarlet Dawn on them and get us a good... Scarlet Dawn has a 120-foot range, so I could get us 2 good... I could use it twice. I could get us 2 good, massive amounts of damage to their party before we even engage in combat. Sounds like a smart decision, right? Sneak attack, massive amount of damage, then start combat? Stack decides he doesn't want to sneak with us. He wants to walk straight down the path and talk to them. And then mention, because he's a kobold, his character's a kobold, mention to their kobold that we are looking for this very specific item, that lo and behold, to recover it for someone, that lo and behold, this was the party that was paid to steal it. So, roll for initiative, but now, because they rolled higher on initiative than I did, they had enough time, because Dan realized what I was going to do, they had enough time to, like, surround the teammates, my 2 teammates that were up front. 1, we split the party, which we shouldn't have done. And 2, surround the 2 teammates that we had that were up front. So now, best case scenario, I can only hit 2 of them with Scarlet Dawn without hitting my teammates. It's like, God damn it. I could have gotten, potentially, if I rolled 2 perfect rolls, 80 necrotic damage done to them before they had a chance to engage us. It's like, God damn it. But I played cleric really well that session. I was kind of really proud of how I played cleric, because like I'm a tricksy player. When I play D&D, I play tricksy. I like to play tricksy. I like to use the environment. I like to do sneaky things. I don't want to just do roll combat type shit. And I ended up, once our primary cleric went down, I cast my mirror image. Because before that, I was just casting Guiding Bolt from so far away, and they were so distracted by the 2 people they were fighting that they didn't know where I was coming from. But then I get my my mirror image up there. The cleric is down. Stack is stuck in combat, surrounded by 4 people. The entire enemy party. I managed to get my mirror image up there. Cast spare, Stack goes down, cast Spare to the Dying on him, healing word on our cleric so he can get back up and heal. And like I was playing cleric for the first time I've ever played cleric in D&D. I was playing it pretty fucking well. I was pretty happy with myself.
First time playing cleric?
That was my first time. And the weird thing is I play healer in MMORPGs all the fucking time, but that was my first time playing cleric.
Cleric in D&D is a very strong class. To be honest, I think it's.
I have an AC 17 as a fucking cleric. My ranger has AC 15.
Yeah, no, well, ranger unfortunately is probably about what, like B minus C plus best. Times.
Yeah, but it's still a semi-martial class.
Yeah.
Speaking of candy, a friend and I made a candy shop where the candy has magic. Nice.
That sounds like drugging people with extra steps.
I have a friend who once was a DM for groups. One player wanted to go down the stairs fast. My friend made him roll for whatever. I never played probably with an athletic check. Critical fail, the character stumbled all the way and broke a leg. Yeah, anytime I want to climb something, I have to make an athletics check. Except for with my rogue who has the boots of wall walking or whatever, that I can just walk straight up buildings. Which has been super fucking convenient. Being able to just, like, walk up shit without having to do an athletics check and, like, not being slowed down at all is so fucking convenient.
Yeah, I usually don't do checks for things that are simple, like going up and down stairs, or...
Well, he said he wanted to race down the stairs.
Oh, race?
He wanted to go down the stairs really fast, so probably, like, he's dashing down the stairs. Okay.
Oh, okay.
in that case, I can see doing like a single athletics check to see, and basically making it. Yeah, if he critical fails, he doesn't do it successfully. He falls down and hurts himself. But that's like because there's a few times you'll have someone roll just to like see if they critically fail, and it's a success unless it's a 1 kind of thing. Or conversely, you have them roll to see if it's a critical success because it's gonna if it's something that would succeed but it succeeds critically well, then something special happens, kind of thing. But it is, I'll agree. It's kind of weird to have it like roll for walking downstairs, even if it is fast, because that's taking your dash action. That's just what that is. That's taking your dash action.
Exactly. And stairs are literally designed to be walked on. It's not like a cliffside or like. I mean, you're supposed to be a somewhat experienced adventurer, or if you were in like level 1, maybe I'd be like. But then again, like, you're not a toddler. You're not like a child learning their first steps. Even like when players like specifically choose like, oh, I want to play an old man, or I want to have a peg leg.
I mean, I like to work things like that in a little bit, like, oh, you have this special trait, then sure. Oh, you want to play an old man, sure. I'll give you a bonus to wisdom, but disadvantage on athletics checks or something like that. Cool.
Yeah, something like that. That makes sense. If there's like lore behind it or like a story for why you should have a check here, then that makes more sense to me.
Or if like, oh, you got injured during combat at some point during this mission, or there's something that happens. I like when stuff that like either character background or stuff that happens gets worked in, because I've had times where I'm like, okay, my ranger's an interdimensional mercenary or interdimensional pest control, so I will often say, like, when I'm doing a roll on like an insight check or a history check, I'll be like, based on the fact, like we're investigating some monster, some pest, based on the fact that my character is an interdimensional pest control guy and has a lot of experience with monsters from different dimensions, do I get any sort of advantage on this insight or whatever? And usually, like, he doesn't give me advantage, but like he might lower my the DC of that check kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a slippery slope because then once you start enabling it, sometimes some people get carried away with it.
Oh yeah, you definitely get those. Well, my character is the smartest person in the world, Jimmy Neutron, blah blah blah. So I should be allowed to do this, but that's up to the DM to rein it in. And like personally, if I was a DM, and this is me being a little bit of a shit, but if I was DMing and I had a player that kept trying to do that, well, like my background is this and my background is that. Like I try to jokingly be like, hey, when we started like looking like we might lose that fight, I was like, well, canonically, my stepdad and my stepmom keep a strong eye on me, and my stepdad's a very powerful celestial. So can I like pray for help? And DM is just like, no, you can't pray for help. Or he's like, yeah, you ask for help and nothing happens. He's letting you solve this problem on your own. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, I usually tell them, I'll just be straight up and be like, look, you can have this crazy cool backstory, whatever you want, but like, I can't give you an unfair advantage over other players just because you're, you're making some of this up as you go. You can tell because I didn't get the sheet that said all of this ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, like Stack tried to make, and this is like we have to have a DM that's willing to rein people in. Stack tried to make one of his characters, like his most recent character. He wanted him, and it's going to start at level 5. He wanted him to be in charge of an incredibly powerful interdimensional mercenary guild. And Dan was like, you're level 5. You wouldn't be in charge. You'd be like a henchman in that guild. You'd be a member of that guild. You would not be in charge of that guild. Like a level 20 might be in charge of an interdimensional, because our universe is all based off of interdimensionality anyways, interdimensional, mercenary guild, but you would not be. And that's something you kind of have to like rein the players in on like, you can't just throw in your background that, oh, I spent my entire life hunting dragons, so I know I do extra damage to dragons because my character's a dragon hunter. You're level 3, bro. You've never hunted a single fucking dragon.
Yeah.
Chill the fuck out.
But I like to have fun. Like I have a cousin And she's like, "Oh, my mom's a dragon," and I'm like, "Oh God, okay." Can I pray or ask her for help? I'm like, "Sure, you can, but doesn't mean that
It's
something's
not gonna do
happen."
shit. And yeah, there's a
Yeah,
certain point where I'm kind of like if I had someone that was gonna keep doing that and keep being up, especially if they were really obnoxious about it, or if they were this is what my player would do, and it's to the detriment of the party constantly, then I'm gonna find ways to punish them for it.
yeah. I usually will just say something, especially because they're younger and they don't understand.
Well, yeah, you have a different situation where you are the paid DM and some of your customers are younger people.
Yeah, I run that game I ran was like Christmas for my cousins, and so I didn't get paid for that one. Should have, but because one of my cousins is just so unhinged sometimes. I'm just like, why?
Yeah.
Why are you like this? And why am I related to you? But yeah, it was fun. I think one of the funniest things is I ran them Dungeons and Doggies, so they were all like awakened pets. So they all got to be dogs, cats, or whatever they wanted.
That's
kind of
cool.
Like, magically awakened. Yeah, it's a you can find it on Steam Forge Games. They have a whole bundle for it and everything.
Okay.
I even have the little miniatures.
Nice.
They're really well made too.
Yeah.
And it has all the rules for it. So either way, they were all, and I pretty much said you all wake up in a wooded area.
You wake up in a pet shop. Your first mission is to escape.
Yeah, that could be one too, right?
Yeah.
But no, I said you all wake up. You don't know how you got here, but you see that there's smoke coming from it. Looks like something in the distance. Looks like some form of civilization. I don't know what, but you need to go check it if you want to check it out, or if you want to look around your environment, investigate. So eventually, they all meet each other, right?
Yeah.
Well, my cousin Harrison, his sister Haley, he doesn't know it's her. So she got walked through a mud puddle at one point, and she was a cat. So she was cleaning herself outside the tent.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know what that is. It pulls out his crossbow and instantly chooses to shoot at it. Gets a nat 20.
Going a straight murder hobo?
Oh, man. I mean, I was like, are you sure about this? You want to do this? Because your sister's going to hate you forever.
There's a certain point, too. Your character might do it, metagame a little bit to not fuck your party over.
Yeah. I'm like, all right. And he said, yeah, I'll do it. I was like... Hell. I was like, my family's mess. And I was like, all right, so he does it and he drops her. Luckily, it wasn't beyond her, negative beyond her at max HP.
Yeah.
So she's on death saves. And he runs over and heals and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, you're sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
It was funny at the moment, but at the same time, it was just like, oh my god.
I will say I hate, because I played a lot of at cons and stuff, and they have, this group is setting up and you can join a random table of people to play a one-shot in D&D or whatever, and I've done that a few times, and I played one-shots with random people. There's a part of me that really, really hates playing with people that have, and I'm not super experienced in D&D, I'm still always learning new rules and shit, and new things. I don't know how I didn't know. I guess it's because I didn't play a lot of casters that used a lot of leveled spells constantly. I did not realize that because I did almost fuck over stack a little bit. I did not realize that I could not cast 2 leveled spells in the same round, even if one was an action and one was a bonus action.
Yeah,
didn't know that.
Critical Role, and that's probably where a lot of misinformation from that is that they'll allow you to cast 2 first level spells or low second level or lower spells in one turn. So
originally what I was going to do was I was going to use I can't remember. I was going to use Revivify as an action. No, I was going to use Revivify as an action. No. Here's what I did. Here's what it was, because I ended up using Spare the Dying. My goal was, stack went down when I did the Scarlet Dawn again on this group of people when he was surrounded by people. I was going to use Scarlet Dawn on the people surrounding him to do a lot of damage, and then use Healing Word to bring him back to life. Healing Word is a bonus action, Scarlet Dawn is an action, but they're both leveled spells.
Yeah.
So that was my initial plan, and realized I couldn't do that because I did not know I could not do 2 leveled spells in the same round if one was an action and one was a bonus action. So then that's like, okay, that took away one of his death saving throws, but he had just went down, so he only had the one, so I knew the next round I was going to be able to spare the dying on him, healing word on the cleric kind of thing. So
healing word is just busted. The fact it's a bonus action,
yeah,
and you only need healing a little bit to get back up from 0.
You need 1 health, yeah.
Is very strong.
Yeah, I mean, it allowed me to do that where I was able to spare the dying and healing word, so I brought basically 2 people, 1 person back and 1 person stabilized in the same round.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. And then I have Channel Divinity that I can also use to heal, but that's also an action, but that's not a leveled spell. So if I wanted to, I could have used Channel Divinity and Healing Word, but I was saving my Channel Divinity.
Yeah, I played I think it's called an Order Cleric at one time, and it came out with the Ravanica set. And when you healed someone, they could then use their reaction to make another attack. So you could bonus healing word somebody, do your attacks, bonus healing word somebody, and then they could get attack again. Or you could technically target, I don't think you might even be able to target yourself with that class, and then just use your reaction right there and then, and not even wait to get an extra attack as well as healing. That's wild.
Yeah. I mean, there's also Silvery Barbs, which is so fucking OP, man.
Yeah, I pretty much rule Silvery Barbs as the Portent. I think there's another wizard class that gets something that's it's literally almost exactly the same thing, just not written as brokenly.
Yeah.
And so I just rule it like that.
The number, like the fact that when I DM, I have to plan around Silvery Barbs now is annoying. Because a number of times, like, okay, re-roll. Yeah, I don't want that to go through. Re-roll it. Also, by the way, you get to do an attack. What the fuck?
Yeah, the fact that not only forces a re-roll, but gives someone else advantage.
It gives, it allows someone to immediately attack and gives them advantage on that attack. It's like, okay, don't make me be a meaner DM. Don't make me make things harder for you because I don't want the fights. I want them to feel like punishing in the fact that you feel like you earned something by winning that fight, but I don't want them to be punishing in the fact that you're having a bad time. But if the players start doing all this crazy shit, then it's like I'm gonna have to make you have a bad time to make this like challenging at all.
Yeah, the way like I said, I take care of Silvery Barbs is that you force a re-roll.
Yeah.
And whatever you re-roll, you have to take it. So it's not like they get advantage or they get to pick whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then they give advantage to another player. I don't think they make another attack with it unless they have an ability that allows them to.
It might be an ability they have that allows it.
Oh god, that would be broken as hell. Yeah, no, I could see why you have to plan around that.
Yeah.
The action economy there is just one spell, you get 3 different things.
Yeah. I mean, what I've been kind of doing to balance my fights a little bit more is I've been making the fights technically harder than what their level is, but I've not been taking every action that my NPCs can do. Like, the first fight I gave them, they were all level 5s, and I gave them, like, 3... I gave them 2... CR5s and then some skin kites and some like CR1s and CR2s. And basically I just didn't take the multi-attacks, or I didn't take the more punishing attacks. I react to how they're playing. But since they are technically fighting this thing that can do this, if they start playing super tricksy and super like, meta or super shitty, I can adjust my playstyle by sending them monsters that have the capability to do more. I can react if I have to, but I don't have to make them do it. So I prefer giving them like monsters that have like, oh, this has like a potential to multi-attack for 3 or to double attack or do these extra things, rather than give them ones like it is always going to have 1 attack, but that attack does like 5d8 damage or some shit like that, because that 5d8, that's just the damage unless I fudge the roll, and I prefer not to have to. I've fudged rolls a few times to not kill players.
I don't.
I've done it once or twice when they were having a really bad time kind of thing, when it was just a little bit harder for them. And part of that's me too recognizing the fact that like I'm still kind of fresh to DMing, so I might have made my encounter too hard. But I prefer not to have to fudge rolls to put them in situations where it's like, okay, they're playing a lot better, or they had access to something that I didn't realize, or they're just, you know, being super tricksy or kind of super shitty and, aha, well, what about this kind of about it? Then I will start, okay, cool. You realize this character, this NPC technically has 3 attacks, and I've only been doing 1 or 2. I'm going to start adding that third attack in kind of thing. Or this one, I could have charmed you. I could have done this. I could have done all this extra shit that would have made it harder for you. But I was making it easy, and now you are being kind of meta or shitty or whatever, so I'm going to make it hard again kind of thing. So I try to set encounters up in a way that I can adjust on the fly without having to, like, pull some bullshit.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, I show my rolls. Like, so when they die or some death happens, they know how it happened.
Yeah.
Or, you know, there's no... I don't have that. I know other DMs probably do just to be more dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, usually at the beginning of a session or, like, some point in a session, I'll do, like, a trivia round or something. And, like, whoever gets my randomized trivia right, I give, like, an inspiration point to. So they have ways to earn it. And then usually I'll add, like, a caveat, like, if you use this trivia, it'll trigger wild magic or something. Just something fun.
Yeah.
Just to throw, like, a monkey wrench in there once in a while.
Something a little goofy. Just to goof around a little bit.
Well, especially with some of the younger players, they love that. Usually, if they had a birthday, I'll give birthday inspiration.
Aww.
And actually, that's how we saved a player's life. Was birthday inspiration, wild magic table rolled. It was like color spray, but instead of colors that blinded, it healed. And so the person was literally on death's door after fighting a augmented tank that was designed to kill Zeus and taking a full blast of it in the back. And they were literally going to die. Like everyone's sitting around watching them die, and they're crying and like freaking out. And then all of a sudden, this burst of like iridescent color, like rain, comes out and starts to heal because of one of the players' birthday inspiration was randomly rolled on a D100 table and rolled a healing spell. Nice. And they had no idea. You know, they're literally saved by inspiration, which is just a really cool moment.
Yeah. I mean, we've gotten inspiration for random stuff too. A lot of times it's like, oh, you came up with something super clever or whatever. But one, like on the showing your roll things, I like to not. I like when the rolls aren't showed when the DM's not a dick kind of thing, because I've definitely had those times when the DM's a dick, and it's like, okay, there's no way you rolled, you know, perfectly. There's like the AC is so high, there's no way you rolled to get this that many times. You're bullshitting because you're just pissed off or something like that. One of my past DMs, their thing was you have to show your roll on a 1 or a 20. So he would roll the dice, and then if he got a 20 or he got a 1, his hands were off, and he'd have someone confirm that it was a 20 or a 1 kind of thing. But one of the things we do at the table I'm at now is a DM's displeasure. So if you show up late, you get the DM's displeasure, and it's up to the DM to decide what that is based on like how late you are. So usually like what I do with that is you're either going to fail a roll, or you fail your first roll, your first attack roll or something like that, or more often than not what it is if you're a little bit late, then you're just bottom of the initiative on the first combat. If you're really late, it's you skip your first turn. You skip the first round of combat kind of thing.
That's brutal.
That's usually like if the person's like really late. But usually it's just like, okay, don't bother rolling initiative. You're bottom of the initiative roll on the first one. And it's not like, oh, you're 5 minutes late. It's like if you're like 20, 30 minutes late, then it's like, okay, you got the DM's displeasure. You fail your first initiative roll. You're bottom of the roll. And then if it's like there was a time that 2 times that one of the players was like 2 hours late. And a lot of times if the person's like incredibly late and we have enough people at the table, then we just start without them. But this time it was like, okay, there were 3 players and he was going to be one of them.
Oh, that makes it a lot harder.
So we couldn't really start without him. So it was just, yeah, you failed your first initiative roll, and you failed so hard you missed your first round of combat. Because that's kind of how, like, I would do if you roll a 1 on initiative, critical failure on initiative, you fucked up, you tripped and stumbled, you miss your first turn, kind of thing. But I like when DMs like work in that you did something clever, you get inspiration, you get this, you did inspiration, or let you be Trixie, because I like to play Trixie. Like, one of the things I'm kind of wanting to see how they react to me doing it is I took Moment to Think. And Moment to Think isn't, like, super useful, because you have to spend an action to do Moment to Think, but it does freeze time. And in the wording of Moment to Think, anything that leaves your hands gets frozen in time. Right there. So what I'm waiting for is I'm checking to see if any of the people I'm at the table with are in chat right now, and they're not, so... yeah.
Gotta make sure.
Yeah. But what I want to do is wait for a moment where an enemy is charging me and is just out of range of attacking me before my turn. I'm going to cast Moment to Think, and I'm going to take like a spear or something, and I'm going to wedge it into the ground. I'm going to take that 6 seconds of frozen time to wedge it into the ground so that they are at a dead charge and run right into the spear. Just because I want to see how they react to that. Because it works with the rules of the fucking the spell. Moment to Think freezes time for everyone but yourself. If an object leaves your hand, it's frozen where it is. So if I position it right, I can position it so they're running face first into a spear.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Because you can't use it to do an attack, but you can use it to do surge, utilize, and a few other things, but... It feels like an almost useless spell unless you're willing to get tricksy with it. And I like getting tricksy.
Wow, that's going to be interesting to see. I don't know. I mean, are you just doing it for the shits and giggles?
I'm kind of just doing it for the shits and giggles, and because I want to see like how they react to it. And it's probably going to depend on who's DMing. Because Dan might let me get away with it and have it be like, okay, it's going to be, 1d4 of damage because you're not thrusting the spear kind of thing. That tends to be like what a lot of it defaults to when I do something tricksy or like that, and it's nothing like major. Like if I pushed a boulder onto someone, that's going to do more damage. But a lot of times when I do the tricksy things, it's like, okay, you get a d4 of damage onto them kind of thing. But I like to do the tricksy stuff. And I like to set myself up to do the tricksy stuff.
I've never played Trixie or Trix Cleric. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have the Cleric has so many options.
Well, we already have a dedicated cleric in the group. That's our healing cleric. So I figured, I was like, I'm going to play this fun. And that's just how I play. I just tend to play Trixie with whatever class I am. I like to do tricksy stuff and see what happens.
Cool.
Yeah. It's more fun for me that way.
Let's see here.
Your stepdad's DMing a one-shot this Sunday? Cool, Z's.
That's nice.
Yeah. We do rotating DM in theory. It was supposed to be just every session a different person was going to be DMing in a circle, but what's ended up being is me and Dan DMing more often than not. Because he has just a series of one-shots ready to go, and I take more planning than that, because I'm not as good as a DM.
Every DM has their own style. Doesn't mean you're any better or worse.
Well, I'm just not as experienced.
Oh, fair.
I had never DM'd an actual session until fairly recently. So I'm still getting experience DMing and planning and shit like that. And I just kind of like to have stuff planned out more. Yeah, we got a decent group. We got a pretty good group.
That makes it a lot better.
Yeah, the group. I did a one shot at GalaxyCon one time. That was just a fucking nightmare because we had this girl that had never played D&D before, but her boyfriend wanted to get her into it, so like brought her to this thing, and one, she became the main character. She got hardcore main character syndrome. Everything had to be about her. When I was going to take my action, she'd be like, at one point, she literally said, "No, don't do that. You're not doing that." And I just looked at her because this has been after like a few hours. I'd looked at her as like, "You're not going to tell me what the fuck I'm going to do. This is my round. I'm going to play it the way I fucking want to." And she's like, "Well," and she got like super like upset and looked at the DM, and he's like, "It's his turn. He's going to do what he wants." So then she like, and what I was doing was I was going to interrogate someone, and I was getting into this interrogation, and I role played it as I was getting really angry about this, and I was threatening the guy, and I said I'm threatening him, and I'm getting in his face and yelling at him and blah blah blah, and she's like, "I cast Pacify Person on him." I was like, "Okay, cool." I calmly, very very calmly and passively tell this person that I'm going to skin him alive if he doesn't give us the information we want. And she's like, "Well, this bullshit." It's like, you're trying to counter your fellow, like you're casting spells to control your team. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? And then it was like every round or every situation that came up, she wanted to try to roll every single possible stat in the book, like every single possible skill that she could to do something, not realizing that what the DM was basically saying is there's nothing to be done. Like, "Oh, I want to do a survival check to see if we see tracks." No, it's a survival check. "Oh, I want to do an insight check to see if I can intuit tracks." So I want to do this. I want to do like I want to do an arcana. Like every single thing we came across was her wanting to roll every possible, and she had never played D&D before. It was like, bro, like stop. Just fucking everything we do is taking 20 minutes longer because of you. Stop it.
Yeah, I feel like at that point the DM needs to step up and just be like, "Hey, I know this is your first time. Let's
be better.
Take a back
just be a better person. Just stop. Just be a better person. I know this is your
Yeah.
first time doing this, but you're awful. Stop it."
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I'm gonna grab a soda real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. How's chat? How's everyone in chat doing? I'm deep in the dune sands. I'm gonna go check my. Hold on, I'm gonna go check, see if my thing got delivered yet.
All right. Oh, it looks like he just stepped out. Trying to figure out what game to play. Let's see here. Well, I don't know what type of game you like, Triana. Palworld did have this huge update and it's been doing good. Carfest. Oh yeah, the heat wave that's been going on has been insane. There's actually quite a few good games. If you're looking for something more calm, relaxing, let's see here. I've been enjoying a game called Nine Kings. It's kind of still like getting patched. Another cool game, and actually I don't know if Renegun might be interested in it, is used car or car dealer simulator. It's been getting a lot of patches. Like every day they have updates, it feels like. And so at first it had a little jank to it. It had that kind of jank to it that like is I kind of enjoy. I like when games are just slightly broken and like you experience some strange things every once in a blue moon.
Hold on,
But of course,
I stepped away. I'm back. What's up?
oh, welcome back. Oh no, they're just trying to figure out what game to play. And I was talking about I don't know if you've heard it. It's called Car Dealer Simulator.
I have not.
So you are like a used car dealer,
Okay.
and you go around and buy cars, fix them up, and then resell them to make profit, and then upgrade, of course, your car dealership and all this stuff. Well, they've been making patches on it like every single day. They've been working on it since I think it finally released. But it had a couple of bugs in it, so I understand why. But it's the same people who did Gas Station Simulator.
Oh yeah.
It's a strange game, but it's got like some kind of jank to it. You know, we talking about like with the other game, Monster Breeder, we were looking at.
Yeah.
That you didn't want to look up online.
No.
It has a little jank to it, but it doesn't look like PS2 graphics. Probably like PS3 or 4. It's not bad though. It's actually kind of enjoyable because you'll like fix up the car's paint. You'll get to like rebuild the engine, and I mean you're not going into like crazy detail, but yeah, Canadian heat is something else. I bet it's humid as hell. That's what it's like here. I live in Virginia, and it's just humid.
Yeah, it's hot all the time. It's fucking miserable.
Yeah. Like it's nothing as bad as Miami was.
No,
so
God, no,
I'll
but it's
take
different
it.
though. And
Yeah,
I would
it
say
is.
the bugs are almost worse here sometimes.
If you're in the swamp, yep.
Yeah,
If
the
you're
bugs
near
here
the
are
bog,
worse.
yeah, I will say that at least Miami had the sea breeze,
Yeah,
but then it rusted everything.
Miami had the sea breeze, and Miami was built for that. Whereas Virginia doesn't seem to act like it's built for it being as hot as it is.
Yeah, UK heat is worse.
I disagree.
can't
Fuck you.
Yeah, how are you gonna compare?
Never been to the UK. You've also never been to Virginia. So, have you heard this phrase? I know, Mammoth, you might not have heard this phrase. It might be brand new to you, but eat a dick.
I think they call it a knob over in the UK.
Hob a knob, I guess.
Yeah, they would hob a knob, I guess.
Shimu or Chicken
Like
Police is
hop-
what I'm leaning towards. What the fuck is Chicken Police?
Chicken police. That sounds funny.
Once my Euromantide eggs are done being laid, I'm going to probably switch over to something else because that's going to take 12 hours to hatch.
Yeah, my eggs are gonna take a while. I'm just happy I got the incubator.
Yeah. We got the large incubator?
Yeah, it's the best thing ever. Just because I hate how much space and
How
going
much
one by one.
egg does that hold?
Did you just say a hobnob? It holds 10.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I would need 24 of those to match the amount of incubator capacity I have right now.
I mean,
I have
yeah.
240 incubators because I want to be able to do. It takes 116 to bring something to 4-star, and I want to be able to do 2 at a time. And I might try to grind out and get 360 so I can do 3 at a time.
Yeah.
So the amount of like cores I would need to be able to do that would be incredibly hard because like, oh, you do a Bella Noir raid, you get 1 fucking core. You raid the oil rig, you get 1 fucking core.
I've built quite a few actually. I don't have 23 of them.
How do you get that many cores?
If you do the expeditions after you beat the person at Syndicate facility, the what's the guy with the shadow beak?
Oh, okay. He's the next in my line, the one in the ice area.
Yeah, if you beat him, you unlock an expedition that gives cores. It gives 1 core each time most of the time.
Okay, that might be a good one. And you can have a expedition thing at each base, can't you?
Yeah, so I would get 3 every hour or something.
Okay,
like that.
yeah, no, then I might go ahead and do that real quick then.
Yeah, that's the way. And you also get good amount of spheres too from that.
Hold on.
I say I have only crafted spheres maybe once since I started doing that.
Shadowbeak is weak against dark or against dragon type attacks. I can do that. I got some strong dragons.
But Shadowbeak runs ice moves to counter just dragon typing. So what you want to do is you want a pal that is ice that has dragon moves or has ice dragon, which is
Chillet.
Chillet. Chillet, and there's another one, but I don't know if you run into it, so I'm not going to spoil. Find out.
I'm gonna see about beating it. I'm gonna give it a shot.
I think you should be able to do it. I was able to do it when I had rocket launcher.
Yeah, I have rocket launcher.
Yeah, you might need to upgrade your armor if you don't have like. I think I was at Plasteel or right below Plasteel.
I'm not at Plasteel, but I can get dodgy. Well, I have.
Okay.
I'm at the level where I can get Plasteel. I just don't have Plasteel. Hobnob is an oat cookie, as you would call it. Okay. UK heat is hot because it's always raining, it's always humid. You mix that with the heat and you get a deadly combo. I'm right next to a beach. You play as a chicken who's a detective in a world where animals have humanoid bodies, basically. So you're a detective in Beastars.
Sounds like Duck Detective.
And our buildings are designed to keep heat in, so it's impossible to get rid of.
That's true. They actually use like masonry and not wood.
Yeah.
But then again, when we lived in Miami,
yeah,
like,
everything there was adobe and masonry.
Cement.
Yeah. It was all cement. Everything is cement. You'd get like the more Hispanic buildings that were like adobe or whatever. It seemed like, or at least they looked.
Terracotta roofs.
Yeah.
They had the terracotta roof. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those shingles, man, if they came off, they were just flying hockey pucks of death.
Yeah, but the fucking I mean, the way the houses were laid out and the way the AC systems worked, you can keep your house cool for pretty like cost effectively too.
Yeah, they were called like Florida homes, where they have like a wide open floor plan on the first floor with a bunch of windows for cross breezes.
Yeah, it's.
But yeah, you're right. You UK people, you design your houses like brick mortar style, so you don't need to do much maintenance. But then, yeah, I imagine it sucks when it's hot. Well, also, I've also find it surprising that a lot of people in the UK some people don't have air conditioning.
Yeah,
like,
I've heard
like
that.
A central air unit.
Same thing in Japan, apparently. Like, I don't get that. Like, do you not care about being comfortable? Is it because you lost the war and you're punishing yourself? What the fuck?
Oh God, no, no. That's what anime was. That's why they made anime.
Yeah. But it's only used in Super Rare. Because why though? Like,
yeah, see,
why don't you have AC? Explain that to me, mammoth.
Right now, he's a very sweaty mammoth, or they are a very sweaty mammoth.
Oh, because it's only hot 5 weeks of the year. Go fuck yourself. It's hot like half the year here. The UK heat is worse. Yeah, you don't have to deal with it for half as long. Go fuck yourself. Also, where I'm at in Virginia, it'll randomly be hot in the middle of January. We'll get like 2 days of snow and then 80 degrees. So fuck
I like
you.
80 degrees, but I hate.
I'm from the north, so I like 75 and below is where I want it to be at.
That's why I feel like the AC should be set somewhere.
Oh, I keep my AC at 67.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I like it cold.
That's where I would like fall asleep.
You notice in their paper house? Hey, fuck you, Venom.
Hey,
fuck you.
Say what you say, but we build houses a lot cheaper. We build more houses. It's a lot more efficient.
And we win wars.
I mean,
you want to know why we have paper houses? So more people lose their houses and then have to join the military to recover. And that keeps our military strong. Bitch. I need to grind out some levels so I can at least try to get plasteel armor. Because I can make plasteel now. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna see what I can do about trying this without.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've gotten tech points from fishing.
Yeah, you can get them from a lot of random stuff. It's just like early on you get more than enough tech points to carry over into the next level, and then as it goes on you don't get nearly enough. So like you have to actually start grinding them out. But I've been focusing so much just on breeding that it's there. You go. Hold on. Here's all this. I'm gonna go ahead and hatch these guys real quick. What, do I have the space to put them? No, I don't. I'm gonna need to grind some guys down real quick. Okay, let's get Prunelia down. Let's figure out which ones I'm keeping. You had all 4 seasons in the same 4 hours before? I mean, we'll get like hot and then cold. I don't know how to call it all 4 seasons. It's just, it'll be really cold in the morning, then it'll be really hot all of a sudden.
Yeah. I mean, when I used to hike, I was out in New Mexico, it'd be like frigid in the morning, and then by the time the sun comes up, because you're on a mountain or high elevation.
I mean, that's just kind of how the desert
up.
is.
Yeah. And to be honest, I don't mind that. You just tough it out through the cold, and then you
keep some layers on and then strip some layers later.
I didn't think it was that bad. The thing is, though, I like the desert because no humidity. You go outside, but the thing is, then you have to chug water like crazy because you don't realize how much you're actually losing water.
Yeah, but that lack of humidity is a godsend. I can do a dry heat, but a wet heat is just fucking miserable.
Venom says, "My country never lost a war, nor did we ever give up, bitch."
Hey, weren't you owned by Britain for quite a long time?
What? I don't know Venom.
He's Canadian.
Oh.
I love that immediate ow. Ow. Fucking gross.
Historically, they did hold on to their area, but I mean...
And so much as Britain allowed them to.
I think they got backup, didn't they? I don't know a lot about Canadian history, but I think they did get some support. I don't know if it was French or who was it that supported them back in their founding.
There was French traders, yeah. Like tradesmen. When did Canada gain independence from Britain?
Yeah, that reminds me of like beaver pelt traders.
Canada's path to independence from Britain was a gradual process, with the country becoming a self-governing dominion of Britain in 1867, but not achieving full legal autonomy until 1931. Finally, in 1982, the Constitution Act patriated the British North America Act, formally ending Canada's reliance on the British Parliament. You guys didn't fully gain your independence until 1982.
Wow, that's not long ago at all.
Yeah. So that's what you get when you let your heart win.
Baby country. Oh.
You're basically not a country.
I mean...
It did not take long after America was founded, after colonies were founded, for us to say, you know what? Fuck you. Yeah, you only had to ask because we set the groundwork for you. You asked when Britain was already so weak that they basically couldn't say no. That was basically face saving for Britain because, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
America, we fought Britain at their prime.
I'm trying to think. Was that their prime?
I mean, I'd say that was like the peak of the British Empire. That's before they started losing a lot of like colonies and shit. Because after that, they were kind of on a downward slope of like just constantly losing colonies.
I mean, they held on to quite a few of them.
They're losing more and more. There's literally enough independent countries that have declared independence from Britain that I think you can have an Independence Day like every day in the world.
Yeah, that's probably accurate. I mean, literally like three-fourths of India.
Yeah. Are you talking about a Nemo dragonfly? Because there's a few that are getting kind of like it that are coming out. Fuck. Ugh. Okay, let's see. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
It's I'm not gonna be honest though. I can't say a whole lot of bad about Canada because that's where Unleash the Archers come from, and
Oh my
they're like
god!
one of my
Every
favorite
fucking
bands ever.
UTA fan I know is obsessed with them.
Dude,
Like,
they're great.
get something new to talk about.
Dude, I have a personality. You know that. I am not a robot.
It's a fucking every UTA fan though. Like it's like UTA though. Like that is their favorite thing ever is UTA.
I do. Really
They're not
like
bad.
them,
They're
not
good.
great. Yeah.
I couldn't
I
like
mean,
name a song of theirs offhand, but like I've had a lot of people like listen to this song, and I'm like, yeah, I like it. It's a decent song. They're all right.
There's actually it's interesting though. There actually are quite a few bands that come from Canada. What?
Nickelback,
Yeah.
Avril Lavigne. You ain't gonna talk shit about the Avril Lavigne.
But no, man, she's doing great, and she's still on tour. She's
Yeah.
rocking it. I mean, I can't say anything bad about her.
No.
I will
I'm gonna
say
marry
that, like,
her one day.
I mean, good luck. Is Des aware of that?
I don't know. I mean, it's gonna happen. She'll find out when she gets the wedding invitation. Hand delivered as I go to bed.
She's like, hold up. Does that mean I'm also married to Avril Lavigne?
I'm sure she'd be okay with that.
Avril Lasagna?
April lasagna.
Yeah, man. I was just thinking the reason why I say that is because I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been crazy impressed with a lot of all the American new bands that are always been coming.
Yeah, there's always so many.
Good, but yeah, I don't know. It's interesting that like there's a strange, strong music scene coming out of Canada of all things.
They have nothing better to do.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They're
It's just
stuck
like,
inside avoiding moose, so they gotta occupy their time somehow.
I will admit though, I've heard moose are terrifying.
Yeah, I
I've
wouldn't want to
never
fuck with
been in
one.
a death. No.
I remember, I think I asked you, Venom, about whether or not, because I saw something that it was a law that you had to leave your cars unlocked in Canada in case someone needs to hide from a moose.
Is that true?
Yeah, I can't remember what you said about that, but I think it was you that I asked. It was either you or like Staley, because Staley's also Canadian.
That's wild. If that was here in the U.S., that shit would be stolen so fast.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be gone.
Yeah.
It would lower carbon emissions because people would just stop buying cars.
I mean, you don't need an Uber anymore. You just say,
Yeah.
"Hey, Steve, I'm gonna borrow your car." It's like, what?
Have you ever seen fucking Land of the Dead?
I don't think I have. No.
There's a scene in it. It's like, you know, zombie apocalypse movie and whatnot. There's a scene in it where there's a Samoan dude and some girl from Detroit, and they're arguing about who's had a rougher upbringing or whatever. And they're like, you know, it's something about stealing cars. It's like, you know, in Samoa, you know, 50,000 cars stolen every day. It's like in Detroit, 50,000 cars stolen every year. It's like, God, in Detroit, 50,000 cars are stolen every day. It's like Detroit, million of cars. American Samoa, 50,000 cars, all stolen. It's like, okay. It'd play better if I showed you the clip, but I'm not going to look for it.
I mean, I wouldn't want to live in Detroit either.
No, God, no.
So,
I mean, when I was told I was going to be sent down to Miami, I was afraid to fucking go to Miami because I was like, oh no, it's scary. Miami.
oh, so you were stationed there? You didn't have a choice.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice. I was stationed in Florida. Yeah, I was stationed in South Florida.
Yeah, because that's where we first, I guess,
Yeah,
got acquainted.
at the choreography class, the lightsaber choreography class. That's why I was in Miami. When I got BAH, I got an apartment in Miami. So
Cool.
yeah, I don't like commutes.
South Miami, of all things.
Not South
they
Beach.
sent
No,
you-
God no.
No, South Miami. So wait, were you like? I think I know. I've talked to someone else, and they were like, Tamiami Park or something like that, or some of that area, Homestead maybe. No, not Homestead.
I got my apartment in Doral.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, that's not as bad. That's not like downtown Miami.
No,
though.
it wasn't. But I didn't know shit. I came from a small
Yeah,
town.
fair.
I came from a small town with 10,000 people, and I was being told, "Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're going to be in South Florida, right near with Miami, and blah blah blah." And then it's the same thing too. Like when people are like, "Oh, I'm from New York." Like if you're from New York, you don't say you're from New York. You say you're from Brooklyn or Manhattan or whatever. If you're from Miami, like you don't say you're from Miami. You say you're from like Hialeah or Doral or Homestead or what's the fancy one? It starts with a K. The
Kendall.
Yeah, the rich people place.
And that's Coral Gables usually.
Coral Gables is rich. Yeah, Coral Gables is rich. Kendall is like upper middle class.
Yeah, Kendall's like upper middle.
Yeah, Hialeah is bars on every window.
Yeah.
Doral, I would say, is fairly like middle class, upper middle class a lot of times.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely like a nicer area, but it's not like Coral Gables, and it's not as city as Kendall is. If I remember correctly, I feel like Kendall was a lot more city-like. Like, it was a lot more built up. I mean, saying any part of Miami is not built up is a lie, but it was more built up in Kendall than Doral, really.
I'm curious, what was your first impression when you got, I guess, down here? Got down to Miami when you did.
I didn't go out and do much, honestly. Like I didn't know. Like I was from a small town. I wasn't really into party scene. I didn't really want to go to clubs, so I just kind of stayed in. My very first impression was I made the mistake of going to the Walmart in Doral, which apparently is one of the most active Walmarts in the world. Because I needed to get I was like, I'm going to get a TV for my room. I'm going to get I'm going to change the sheets because I'm not going to use the sheets that they're providing me, kind of thing, because they're always bad. So I went to go get myself some stuff, and I wore, because I wasn't checking in until the next day, so I didn't have to be in uniform at all. So like I put on, tan pants and a blue polo shirt that I had. For some fucking reason, I decided to wear that. Went to Walmart, had people walk up to me thinking I worked at Walmart because that's how they fucking dress, and start speaking to me in Spanish. And I didn't speak fucking Spanish, but I didn't find out until years later that I didn't know how to say I don't speak Spanish in Spanish, because what I had been saying was you don't speak Spanish in Spanish. So they would repeat what they were saying in Spanish slower. I also got there on August 5th. August 4th was the day I got there. August 5th was the day I checked into my command. So it was near all the back-to-school sales stuff. So I went to Walmart, in one of the most busy Walmarts in the world, during back-to-school sales. And that was my first impression of Miami. It was a fucking nightmare. So then I just kind of stayed inside a lot. For a very long time. I didn't go out much. I wasn't into the party scene.
Fill of people.
I wasn't into the party scene. I was a small town kid. I didn't want to deal with it.
I don't blame you. I was always the odd man. I didn't like doing the party scene or the drugs or whatever. Or
yeah, it wasn't for me.
Yeah, those scenes kind of collide together. They all kind of intertwine. Now, there's times where I went out to they used to have this gathering on the beach called Drum Circle. I don't know if they still do it, but they usually I think they got busted up from cops because they had too many complaints. But people would just show up, do fire spinning, play saxophone on the beach in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It was pretty wild, but you usually just go see the craziness and then leave. But
yeah.
I remember my now fiance, she came to Miami to visit, and I took her to Crandon Park. And we went to see the lighthouse, and then afterwards she's like, "Oh, I want to go see the water," and I point down from the lighthouse, and it was like, I don't know if it was Labor Day weekend or something. It was spring break, and you could just see that you could barely find any space on the beach to stand, to let alone get to the beach.
You Uber to the beach because it's just, you don't want to find parking. Also, depending on the beach you go to, because there's like 700 fucking beaches down there. Some of them smell really bad.
Oh, yeah, no, South Beach sucks. Don't go to South Beach.
No, go to North Beach. Go to North Beach.
Yeah.
That's the family-friendly beach. Yeah, South Beach, if you want to do the partying and the illicit substances and stuff, yeah, you go to South Beach. But if you're just looking to have a good beach day, cook out with friends and shit, go to North Beach.
Don't go to South Beach. That is.
And then there's a lot of the
awful.
other beaches that are just like people will go to because this is lesser known. But then you also find like needles in the sand and broken glass, and that smells like rotten fish, and it's just bad.
Yeah, I would usually, if I really wanted to go and I had that urge to go to the beach, I would plan a trip to the Keys. You're just better off going to the Keys.
If you're willing to make a weekend out of it, then yeah, the Keys are great. I did not go to the Keys at all during my time there, but then when my parents came, when I was PCSing, my parents came down to visit for a few days. We took a trip to the Keys, and we've gone back a few times. I wish I had beforehand, because I would have spent a lot of my time in the Keys. I also wish I had started diving sooner, because I got my diving certs like my last few weeks in Miami, and I love diving. There's a lot of great diving down there. But the Keys can also be a little bit like party sceney, but it's also old people party sceney, so it's not as bad.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, because then you also have like they have festivals and events like Spurgis and like Fantasy Fest.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of crazy stuff that goes on down there. But yeah, usually it's definitely a tourist trap. Key West specifically.
Yeah.
Very tourist trap. But before you get to Key West, there's plenty of places you can stop and enjoy the water and not have to deal with the craziness.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's a lot to do. One of the things I like to say about living like in South Florida was, as long as it's not a snow sport, you can do pretty much everything down there. Like, there anything that you might be interested in or want to do, there is a place to do it in South Florida. But because like the way that I went into it was understanding Miami as just this party scene, and I wasn't into that, I didn't have a great time.
I could see that. Yeah, I wasn't really into it either. I did it. I went a couple times to clubs, and then man, this shit's so expensive too.
It's like a $50 fucking
service.
cover charge to get in to begin with, and then every drink is like $25.
Yeah, it's just a flex for people who are rich and they want to just go crazy. I remember the reason why I went there was like one of the. I was working at a summer camp at University of Miami, and it was one of the guys' birthday, and so he wanted to go to a club. And I could tell it was like all these wannabe yacht boys.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like they wear
everyone
the
that goes to
Dockers.
FIU.
Yeah, they wear the khaki shorts, the Dockers, and the white shirts, and they all like are dressed like they're about to go on a boat at any moment, but they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. It reminds me of people who think ultimate frisbee is a sport. Breakdancing made it to the Olympics. I can't say a whole lot.
Yeah,
right now.
look how well that went. Like they straight up said, "We're not doing this again. That was stupid. We're sorry. Why did we do this?" Oh God, no. I remember when I started dating this Colombian chick, and like I didn't know how to dress. I didn't know how to do anything. Everyone I dated one girl through high school. And I came from a small town. I asked my buddy Suarez. He was from Puerto Rico, and he grew up in Miami a lot. So he like knew the style and how people down there dressed and shit. And I was like, "Hey, Suarez, help me. Let's go to the mall." We went to Dolphin Mall, which I actually did really enjoy. Dolphin Mall. Dolphin Mall was like what I like in malls, because Dolphin Mall was just an experience.
It's massive.
Yeah, it's a massive. And it is just an experience. I really like Dolphin Mall. You go to International Mall if you're just trying to get some shopping done. You go to Dolphin Mall if you're looking for the experience. But I go to Suarez and like, "Hey, let's go to the mall. Help me pick out an outfit, because I want to really impress this girl on our first date." We go into some store. I can't remember what it is, and he's like, "Okay, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna get these pants and like this shirt right here." It was just a plain black V-neck shirt. And mind you, I was like an E3 at the time. I was an E3 in the Navy. I wasn't making shit. It's like it's plain black shirt, and then I go and look, and I was like, "Okay, yeah, I get it." It's like, I shouldn't wear something with a little bit more style. It's like, "No, keep it simple. Keep it simple." It's like, okay. And I look at the shirt, and the plain black V-neck shirt costs $90. I was like, "Suarez, this is a plain black shirt. Why does it cost $90? Like, why would I wear this?" It's like, because it shows off that you have money. I was like, "I'm an E3, Suarez. I make like $1,400 a month. I don't have money." It's like, no, it'd be great. It's like, nope. I can't remember what I ended up wearing, but it wasn't that.
$90 for a dress shirt.
And I'm definitely not gonna. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna convince the fucking. It wasn't even a dress shirt. It was just a V-neck. It was just a plain black V-neck. I'm definitely.
Wasn't it a button down?
No, it was just a plain black V-neck. Yep. And it's like, one, I don't have that money, and two, I don't want to convince my Miami girlfriend that I have that money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a quick way to fucking go broke.
Yeah, that's true too. The hard part is a lot of down there dating is miserable.
Oh yeah, it's money and it's like party scene. Like the reason me and Ashley ended up breaking up was because I did not want to go to parties constantly. Because that's all she wanted to do. Like I was like, we got to a party. It's like, bro, I just had a long week. I don't want to go to a party first thing on a Friday, kind of thing. And we just weren't compatible because of that. It was dating down there's a nightmare. Dating down there's about money, having money. Oh, yeah. It was bad. It was just bad time.
Yeah, it was brutal. I'm glad I no longer have to deal with that, and that I have found someone who understands me.
Don't forget the boat shoes. Yeah, I mean the one.
Yeah, the Dockers. Oh my goodness.
I dated Ashley for like 2 months before we realized it just did not work out. She also like thought she was hot shit, and she was fun and whatnot, but she thought she was, you know, a lot better than she was. And we ended up not working out fucking at all. And then I didn't date anyone again until like a girl I knew from my hometown. We started dating distance, and then she moved down there with me.
What happened? She just didn't lift?
Who? Ashley?
Yeah, you said it didn't work out.
No, she just fucking, she wanted to party all the time, and I didn't want to do that. Wait, is there a joke I'm missing here? Oh, God, fuck you. Why did that take me so long? Fuck you. You absolute cock nozzle.
No, it's a hobnob. Get it right.
I'm so sorry. You're right. It's a hobnob. You absolute hobnob.
Wait, does that mean a hobgoblin is a goblin that likes dick? Hold up. Erase that thought. Editor.
No, Ed, I'm clipping that right now. Cockbumble. No, taking down there was just a nightmare, and it was just, you know, it was about money. It was about like putting on this false presentation of yourself, and it just was not for me.
It is. It's extremely shallow, and I say that as someone that used to go to Vegas. Miami, 500% is more shallow and.
Well, because I think in Vegas, everyone is self-aware of the fact that it's a fake. It's all fake. Whereas Miami, it's, you know, that is just who they are. Everything's about appearance.
It's a facade.
You'll see someone walking out of Walmart at their job at Walmart and like going to spend $100 to get into a club kind of thing.
It's bizarre.
Yeah,
it's a very strange situation because then you have like suburbia, and then you have
like Kendall is suburbia, and Kendall they have money, and Doral is kind of like suburbia-ish. And then you have like Hialeah that is just the ghetto, and Hialeah Gardens, which is like the ghetto but not as bad. Then you have South Beach, which I don't think there's a single house in South Beach. I think there's just fucking hotels and shit. Hotels and condos, yeah. North Beach, I would say, is Miami suburbia. North Beach is definitely like Miami suburbia.
Yeah, Doral. What else? There's also like a super wealthy area. There's like Star Island.
Kendall is like the upper class white collar worker suburbia. Doral is like middle class white collar and maybe, you know, higher up blue collar suburbia. North Beach is kind of like retired suburbia, or I don't know how best to describe it, but North Beach gives me the most small town vibe in all of Miami.
Yeah. It's a 70,000 car right next to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you'd be surprised, Venom. Most things in Miami, what you normally see, and I think this is actually just maybe a cultural difference, especially in Hispanic family households, is there'll be like 7 or 6 cars for one home. They'll have like an entire 2 family generations living under one house.
Well, because you have to afford fucking Miami. Yeah, you got. Yeah, exactly. Kind of have to.
Yeah, and they'll pave the entire front lawn more or less to do that, to have all the cars for all the family members.
And then I mean, a lot of like where I was apartment areas. Like there weren't too there. I don't think I ever saw a single house in what would be called Doral. I think it's all apartments. I'm probably wrong there. There's probably some areas where it is housing instead of apartments, but it's mostly apartments.
Yeah.
But then you get all the FIU students, in which no one gives a shit to go to FIU unless they're from Miami. So you get a lot of Miami people that are out of their parents' house for the first time at FIU, and they're just the worst people in the world. But then you also get like there's a lot of like construction. There's a lot of like blue collar workers in Doral, despite the fact that like my apartment when I got BAH cost like $2,000 a month for a 2-bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly expensive. I mean, my family, we have 6 cars in our driveway. And we are 4. Yeah, but you're a car guy.
Oh yeah, if you're working on cars, that makes sense.
You're like you like cars. That is just like that is normal in Miami in that area, just because it is 17 people living in a fucking house. Not because, you know, you got 4 people, but they like cars, so they have extra cars.
Yeah, no, they'll have like up to sometimes 8, 9 cars, and there's people for each one of those.
Yeah.
People under one house, which probably only has 3 or 4 bedrooms tops, maybe even less. So they double up in the bedrooms and everything just to everyone has a roof over their head.
Yeah, because it is
and
so expensive to live down there.
That's 100%, and it's getting worse and worse. It's the problem is not getting better.
No, it's not all. It is an insane place to live and an insane place to try to raise a family. That is for certain. But also, like I don't know how much I knew like fast food workers that, and this was like in 2013, 2014, that were making like $18 an hour. But
yeah, that's pretty good for fast food.
Yeah,
I mean the standard medium wage was like if you weren't making $20 an hour, you were kind of screwed.
Yeah.
That's just to get by.
Yeah, it is not a great place. What I say is like if I were ever going to go back to, if I were going to have like a situation where I was going to be living in Miami for any amount of bit, it'd be because I was so wealthy that I bought like a summer house in Miami. I went there in like spring and fall kind of thing for like 2 months at a time. Because I can enjoy it for like 2 months at a time, but then it's just too much.
There's the winter and the summer car.
I mean, that's fair in Canada, I guess. You have like your sedan, and then you have your SUV.
Yeah, but don't you just have tires that you could just swap to?
Nah.
Like, no, you're not just to swap tires. To snow. I mean, I get tires that are usually 3 peak ratings, anyways, that are seasonal, all season tires.
I've never had to like change my tires between seasons, but like I've driven a truck and an SUV basically the entire time. When I was down in Florida, I had a Chevy Cruze, but that's fine because you don't need winter tires in Miami. I remember going to like a workout class at one point thinking, wow, the weather's really nice because it was like 75 degrees outside, and the guy was going to have us go on a run. He's like, I was going to have you guys go on a run, but it's kind of cold outside, so I'm worried about you guys getting sick. And I started laughing because I thought he was joking. He's like, no, I'm serious. Like, it's too cold for y'all because it was 75 fucking degrees outside.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah,
I love January. That's the time to be down there. December, January.
If I was going to be going down there, it'd be like in like either February, January, or like maybe November, October.
Yeah, that's a good time to go, and that's also when like sailfish and see. I was big into fishing because I was a local.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's crazy though to me that Venom you have 2 cars for winter and summer.
Yeah, no, that's. I guess I can kind of see that though, is because like okay, the cars that are going to do really well in the winter are kind of not gas efficient.
Yeah, it's fairly true.
Now, there's like you bought 2 brand new cars. That's a huge note on both of them. That's a little bit crazy. I mean, that's you know, you got money type shit. But if it's like, hey, I got a used car and you know they're cost effective, and you know one of them's great for when it's snowing and crazy out, and the other one's great for when it's, you know, not snowing and crazy out, then yeah, I get that. I mean, I can't talk too much shit. I'm not driving a Miata in the snow. Yeah.
Well, first off, the problem was, why'd you buy a Miata?
Yeah. Gotcha, motherfucker.
What? I mean, I heard they have a good transmission system, or but that's about it. That's about the only thing I've heard good things about them.
Hold on.
That's wild. You have a Miata in Canada.
I'll be right back. Des got a package. He just texted me. I received a package. Open it. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm scared.
Watch out, it's a bomb. Can't believe you have a Miata in Canada. That is wild. Like I said, you must get people must know when it's your car coming through town if you live in a smaller town area.
Okay, guys, hold on. Getting my headphones back on. What is this?
To be fair, the UK sucks when it's too hot or too cold, because if it hits like -2 Celsius or less, the school gets called off. Fucking red weather warnings come out. It's crazy. Because it's fairly cheap and I wanted a Miata.
That's fair.
You know, fair enough. Cheap is a good enough reason for me.
And there is just a level of like, hey, I like this car and I recognize it's not the best thing, but there's something about it that I like. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, no. And if it's cheap, go for it. And also, is your Miata a convertible? Because that would be pretty sweet in the summer. I've heard though, I don't know if this was studied by, but I've heard this is like one of those like rumors you hear and you don't think they're true. That if you have a convertible, it actually progresses baldness. Like it helps like your hairline go away.
Yeah, there is a level of that. Well, no, it could also be the opposite too, I can see. So like wearing hats all the time can cause tension alopecia over time.
Okay, so yeah, I've heard that too.
But then, like, but the other
be
reason that they say like wearing hats all the time can cause you to lose hair is because you're not getting vitamin D on your head, and that can slow hair growth. So I can see the getting wind bitten causing you to lose hair, but I can also see having more access to sunlight on your hair causing more vitamin D production to counter that. So I don't know.
I had a really good joke, but I don't think it's appropriate. Let's nobody gives a shit, and that's what I want. Hell yeah, man. That's crazy, Mammoth. You guys just need to get air conditioning.
Why do you not have air conditioning? That's the big thing, man. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like you got heat pumps, you got heaters. There's ones that do both. All Miatas are convertibles, except for like tuners or a coupe. Well, I hope you got a convertible one. That's pretty sweet. That sounds like a nice ride through the like probably national parks you got up there, around the lakes.
My goal is still I want to destroy restore early 60s, or not early 60s, the early model Camaro 60s. Like 67 was the first year for the Camaro.
Yeah, that's a beautiful car. I got my fiance into checking out cars, and she wants a hot rod. And I'm like, hell yeah.
Part of me wants to build a hot rod from the ground up, like just as a project, just because kind of thing.
Yeah, they're kind of like the intro into car build world, right? Because you could just slam it together. You don't have to care a whole lot. Put a big-ass engine on it. Make sure it's got a cover and a T-top, or cut it down, and there you go. I don't know, if I could fix up any car. When I was a kid, I loved Challengers, and then they brought them back out. And it's kind of like, do you just get the new one, or do you go back to the old? I'm like, there's versions of the new one with a Hellcat motor in it. Holy shit, Hellcats are like one of the best V8s ever designed, or probably best V8 ever designed. But now there's cars that you can get a 60 grand Super Sport Corvette now. Start at the beginning price, which is wild.
Wait, what'd you say? So what about the Corvette?
That they have come out with a super sport version of their vehicle. That starting price is 60 grand. Like without any fancy bells and whistles.
That's fairly cheap because they're normally like 75 to 90.
Yeah, they're usually around 90 to 100,000. And so when they came out, it kind of like disrupted the market some.
Well, there's a thing that I love because my dad's a Corvette guy. My dad's a Chevy guy. I grew up going to car shows with him all the time. He loves Corvettes, and he would get pissed because like every year, the Corvette is America's sports car. That is just a fact. The Corvette's America's sports car.
I would like to say Mustang, but yikes.
Well, the Mustang competes with the Camaro.
Yeah.
The Mustang competes with the Camaro and the Challenger.
Let me let you finish. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, I do it all the time. Don't fucking worry about it. Like, I'm real bad about that. You know that. But the Mustang is a muscle car. It competes with the Camaro. It competes with the Challenger, or the Charger. But was it the Cobra that the Corvette was competing with for a while and eventually just won that war? So when
Cobra,
yeah,
super sport car, but the cool part with the Cobra was it was like one of the few ones that was rear wheel drive only.
Yeah, which it's got its advantages. But so whenever the rankings would come out every year of the new cars and whatnot, it was the Corvette that would be put up against like the European sports cars. And my dad would get pissed so often. Like we'd just be at a car show or we'd be looking at something or be at a shop or something and he'd be looking at the magazine and he'd be furious because you'd have these ratings coming out and it would be like, what's better on gas mileage? The Corvette. What's better on handling? The Corvette. What's got a better 0 to 60? The Corvette. What's got a better this? The Corvette. But then they would still rank one of the European cars as the number one car because the aesthetic of the Corvette. The Corvette still looks almost like it's a muscle car. It looks like a cheaper option kind of thing and less fancy because it's got that American muscle feel to it in a way. So that's why the C8 Corvettes look like they do, because they were trying to make it look more like the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris and shit like that. So I'm not surprised that they're starting to make the cheaper models of them, because it is America's sports car. So being able to get that into more people's hands for cheaper, because one of the big things the Corvette's always had on the European ones is it's similar quality, but cheaper. Now they started with the C8s, they started making them even more expensive because they started making them look more like these futuristic European style cars. And that rose the price a lot with like the C8. So
I think they're doing great work over at Chevy, and I think Corvette has always been one of those brands that have stuck with putting a quality product out.
Mm-hmm.
I think there were times where, I think it was like in the GT times back, but people still love those cars, even though they're probably the ugliest Corvette. They soup them up and they go drag racing with them because they'll just because they're light and they're small, and they throw a huge engine in it with a blower, and they just haul ass, and they don't care.
Yeah, my dad used to street race his Corvette. He's got a '69 Stingray that he had it souped up for racing until very recently. It still required like special fuel and shit for it because it was souped up entirely for racing, and he had to get the engine reboard and shit to get it to accept regular fuel.
Oh, I totally realized I was talking about my brain was thinking Corvette, and I was talking about Mustang. I am disappointed with what happened with the Mustang.
I am too.
I mean, I've never really liked Mustangs crazy to begin with, but like Ford supposed to be like one of the Americans' brands for cars, and the Ford Mustang was the sport car for Ford, and now it's an SUV. What?
Yeah, it's. Well, I wonder how much that too has to go with like regulations being put in and shit like that, and tax purposes and blah blah blah.
Yeah, but now what? They have no sport car model. That's it. You want a sport car from Ford? Well, you hope you like an SUV.
I mean, even before that, they were muscle cars. Like they hit within the muscle car, which is slightly different because sports car is inherently just meant to be fast, but a muscle car is a family car that has the capability to be souped up to this and blah 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 and all the different whatever fucking. I don't know. I like cars. I don't know that much about them.
I wish there was a sport package like big engine, nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised. There was a lot of concept cars that did get nixed though because of permits and restrictions. But yeah, I think Corvette's a great car. I think when I ever think of European cars, forget well, except for I think the Huracan is probably one of the best cars designed currently for super sport. I would say the first thing that comes to mind is Porsche.
I mean, Porsche is like a luxury car, man. Porsches.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would feel like if you were reading that magazine where it's like, oh, Corvette won every single one, but we're rating Porsche above it, I feel like that it would be Porsche. Because BMW, they're nice cars, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I feel like the saying applies here that German engineering is usually over-engineering.
Yeah.
They have something for everything, but also for things you don't need.
And that also makes like the cost of working on them higher. That makes like the price higher. It makes it a lot of times you can't like, you know, backyard mechanic a fucking German car. Like you can't backyard mechanic a Volkswagen. It's I tried to change the oil in my girlfriend's VW Bug at one point, one of my ex-girlfriend's VW Bugs, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. And I said, just take it to a fucking. I didn't want to figure it out.
Damn.
It was like behind like 2 or 3 plates. I was like, I'm not taking this much shit off and then having to put it back on because I'm going to do something wrong.
Yeah, that's obnoxious.
Yeah. When I next get a house, I really want a garage, not because of storing cars, just so I can have a bunch of manly stuff. I want home forge to play with, woodworking tools. Yeah, my garage is mostly just a workshop at this point. That's what it is.
Ah, man, you're lucky. I want a garage. I miss having one. I have like a pretty big shed. Yeah, the Mach-E abomination. That's right, Venom. Yeah, it would have been fine if they called it anything but a Mustang. And Mammoth. I just get a car from point A to point B, cost money. Yeah, then you get a Honda or a Toyota, right? Because those things are reliable. Parts are cheap. That's perfect.
I like cars. But I'm not in a position in my life where I want to spend like part of my disposable income on car. So I have a truck because I have enough times when I have to go to the store. I have enough times when I'm hauling off ship from here. I have enough reason to have a truck that I have a truck. But I'm not like in a place where it's like, okay, well now I have X number of disposable income. I want to buy a project car or anything because it's just not. Like it was at some point, sure, but not right now. I would like to one day ground up restore a Camaro, but it's just not worth the money to me right now.
They're beautiful cars.
Oh yeah.
The Camaros, the older ones, are very pretty.
My first car was a 2002 Z28, midnight blue.
Venom says, get a Toyota because Toyota won't go bankrupt in 10 years? Oh, wait, are you insinuating that Honda might go bankrupt in 10 years? No way. Impossible.
Well, Toyota's busy selling to terrorist organizations, so they're good.
I mean, we would want to look into the corporate backstory of most of these companies.
The model Porsche car for ISIS.
Yeah. I mean...
First car was a 2000 Peugeot?
I think it's Peugeot.
Peugeot? What the fuck?
I think it's a French car.
That's... How dare you?
I've heard they're not that great.
I mean, it just looks like a hatchback.
Yeah.
It just looks like a traditional hatchback.
If it was a Volvo, I could say otherwise, Mammoth. It was like 400 pounds. Hey, man, that's not bad. For that price, hell yeah. Did it work? Did it not break on you?
Okay. From what I'm saying, first car, 2004 Peugeot, 2007. It says it wasn't released in 2007. It was released in 2006. Are you fucking lying to me?
Dude, we all have the memory of a goldfish. Don't be mad at me.
How dare you?
Across the pond. What? You're not going to remember anything I say?
No. I already forgot.
Nissan and Honda were about to merge. Hey, you know what? That would have been an interesting company. Nissan's not bad either. But their CVT transmission, the CVT, the belt, I know that insurance companies after 100,000 miles, they don't like Nissan because the belts have to be changed out usually. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know, man. I think Honda's great. I think they make everything in-house. Toyota doesn't. So I know a lot of Honda parts end up in Toyota vehicles.
I do love that when it's kind of the same thing. Like Samsung makes a lot of the parts that Apple uses, but then you get people being like, "Oh, Apple's so much better." It's like, bro, they're just using Samsung shit.
Oh my god, yeah. Apple is like the cornerstone story of how much can I steal and get away with things.
Yeah, it's Nintendo. They're Nintendo. Apple's Nintendo.
I mean, are you gonna make a clip of that? I feel like you were like waging war against Nintendo.
It wasn't my plan, man. But then we just did that one video, and then it sparked this. Okay, now I'm gonna do, and now it's just like that. I'm the guy that shits on Nintendo. That's it. To be fair, the ones that are just about Nintendo don't do as well as the ones that are about the Power Word lawsuit. Yeah. Specifically.
I mean, I think people right now are currently upset with Nintendo with the new Mario Kart. Apparently, there's some thing where they have to, because in the new Mario Kart world, you have to drive between different races, right?
Uh-huh.
Because that's the whole point. It's like a world that you're traveling through as you're racing, kind of like doing like a tour.
Yeah.
And the intermission races apparently are like just something's wrong with them, and like they're all pretty boring, and you're kind of forced into doing them constantly. And so people are just now setting up private parties to just run the races to not have any of the intermissions to subvent Nintendo and what their fuck up was with these intermission races.
And that's probably going to get all their Switches bricked, because how dare they do something like that?
Yeah, right? That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because Nintendo would be mad if you started preventing them.
I mean, they're literally. Oh god, I was going to do a video on it and I didn't do it. They're bricking Switches right now because using third-party docking stations.
That's insane, because they even made custom cameras and stuff, and custom docking stations are like they're just skins usually. Yeah. They're not even like anything particularly, just a plug-in.
And that is in the EU at the very least. That's incredibly illegal, because Apple tried to do the same shit. Because basically they created a proprietary version of USB-C that works for their docking stations, and if you use the wrong docking station that doesn't have whatever fucking thing in it, it will register as a third-party thing and it'll break your Switch.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make any sense either, because what happens if your Nintendo docking, your certified docking station, a lightning storm comes by and it gets a short? Or,
you buy a new one from Nintendo for a premium.
Yeah, but what happens if you don't know it's been damaged or anything's happened to it? God forbid a mouse chewed on the cable, and now your Nintendo Switch is bricked. You have to go
eat
to
a
the
dick
store?
And you buy a new Nintendo Switch.
Oh my god, no, not Nintendo. What are you doing? These are children.
What you do...
Your target audience is children.
What you do is you go fuck yourself. That's what you do. And no, their target audience at this point is not children. Their target audience is fucking Nintendo stands. I've been playing Nintendo games for the last 30 years and refuse. Their target audience is everyone that dislikes my videos and leaves a mean comment. That's because I get so many Nintendo stands that are just like, fuck you! Nintendo's God! They can do nothing wrong! I know this should be illegal, but it's not, so you can go fuck yourself! And it's like, bro, chill out. It's not that serious.
How dare you attack Toad and Mario?
It's not that serious, man.
How dare you backstab Yoshi?
Mr. Nintendo is going to adopt me and be my dad, and he cares about me personally, and I know that. Stop making fun of my dad.
That's the thing though, is they advertise the game for family and for everyone. So in essence, it's ads targeting toward family gamer, people of all ages, but also ages of younger players. You can't just tell a younger player, so sad, too bad, go get a new Switch, you dick. Like, what the fuck?
Womp womp, buy a new one. Fuck you.
Yeah, like, even Minecraft, like, they don't do that. You could play Minecraft on I think they even now have a preloaded. No, Stardew Valley is now preloaded on Teslas. What the hell? It's like, yeah, they have Stardew Valley, I think, preloaded on Teslas in certain ones. But like, you could play like Minecraft no problem, and you don't get they mod the fuck out of that, And I'm sure there's adult modding and there's family. You know, they have Dungeons and Dragons on there. Like, they don't brick people. Roblox don't brick people.
Okay, but here's the thing you haven't considered. Okay, there's the important thing that you haven't considered. Eat a dick, buy a new one.
No. Sorry, I just that's why I ain't gonna buy. Fuck that. Hell no. I don't care about. I will go back to my Switch with Nintendo Wii Sports. I will bowl my way to victory instead of buying a new Switch.
Oh, I have not heard of Wildbound. Wow, man, you are super late on the reply there. Jesus Christ. I just thought you disappeared. And we could break your console. Last time I checked, Nintendo could stop making stuff today and they would only go bankrupt in 53 years. Yeah, I mean, I jokingly put forward as my theory in one of the videos that I think they're just tired of making video games and they're trying to destroy themselves from the within so they don't have to anymore, but they don't want to give up because that would feel like a loss.
I think Nintendo could stop if they wanted to.
Nintendo could stop making consoles and just license their games to the other consoles and make more money, probably. They would probably make more money if they just started putting their stuff on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox.
I haven't told you this, Zach, but I'm actually a Nintendo sleeper agent.
Okay.
I don't know this, but the trigger word, I don't know what the trigger word is.
Mario Party.
Nah, if that was it, I would have been screwed at like 9 or whatever the first Mario Party came out, and they had that OR game where you had to like hit the N64 like thing in the circle.
Wait, hold on. The trigger phrases are usually something you would never hear someone say. So, Bowsette is not all that sexy.
I mean, I think she's got unrealistic expectations. I agree with you.
Guess that's not the trigger word. I don't want to fuck a toadstool.
I mean, that's your choice. I'm not gonna judge you for that.
Princess Daisy is better than Peach.
Yeah, actually, I agree with that one. Okay, I can see that. I mean, she has a better choice than men. She likes Luigi.
Okay. Well, how about Rosalina is not mommy.
But I mean, yeah, I guess she's the mom to all the Lumas. I don't know, man. I feel like
Luigi
really
is better than Mario.
Luigi's better than Mario?
Yeah.
Ooh, I mean, I kind of agree with that. He can jump higher. He's kind of he's a crybaby. But I will say, Luigi's Mansion was fire. Those games look great. I haven't finished them, but I've heard really good things about them.
Okay, so none of those are the trigger phrase. Nintendo did nothing wrong.
I can't believe you would fucking say that.
Someone's gonna clip that and fucking... It's gonna be, this guy thinks Nintendo... And they're not gonna look at any of the other content I made and just start shitting on me for siding with Nintendo.
No, you gotta say... It would be something like, Pokemon Red and Blue was mid. It'd be like, oh
God!
Oh, my heart, I can't... Pokemon Yellow was low tier. Okay.
Pokemon Sword and Shield was super original.
Yeah. Oh God! Just cover the entire country of Scotland. I love the. They have a
fucking Pokemon that's literally just the shard from Britain. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Oh yeah, I mean, come on. At some point, you gotta realize that like. Part of it is the fun of creating something, and part of it is the fact of making a joke, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
look at Lavander.
Yeah,
in this
Power
game,
World
right?
is making the joke. Pokemon's trying to take itself seriously.
Yeah, Pokemon's like, no, we're targeted for family, so we have to include children, so we can't
and
just.
And Power World has the sexy yandere titty dragon at PAL number 69.
Yeah, but Pokemon will disguise it as Vaporeon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
but they'll fight tooth and nail, admitting that Vaporeon's the most fuckable Pokemon.
Yeah, did you hear that there was oh you know this, we talked about it, I think, where there was a story that was leaked about Typhlosion, the ghost version of Typhlosion, like luring a girl into the woods or something?
I don't remember that.
What? There was like some media thing where they found like on one of the people who worked at Pokemon's computer wrote some fanfic, and of course they probably get that off the internet now, and like went out, make sure that
That's
was gone.
super upsetting. Jesus Christ, Typhlosion?
Oh, yeah, the ghost version of Typhlosion would lure girls out to the woods. Apparently, it was some fanfic nonsense
From someone that worked at Pokemon.
Well, I'm not anymore. I don't even know
someone
if
that did.
That person
They
may
got
not
fucking
even still
killed.
be alive.
They got fucking killed.
They may
Pokemon
not
was like,
even
nah,
exist
you're done.
anymore.
You're fucking done.
They're like, are you serious? You put this on your work computer?
You absolute piece of shit. How fucking dare you?
Oh, yeah. Everyone knows it's Lopunny. Oh, okay. We see what type of furry you are, Venom. It's cool.
Lopunny and Gardevoir is my ideal threesome.
I mean, is that one of them Ditto? Sorry.
No, but they're both male version.
Oh, damn.
Oh my
There
god.
won't be any eggs after that.
There's nothing illegal about Pokemon, Batman. Oh my god.
There's no rules about the pal world. The
The
pals.
rules about pals, Batman. Lovander wants it, Batman.
Yeah.
I mean, Lovander does canonically like want it and does not care what you think about it. Like
Yeah,
it's literally
but they're upfront about it.
even
and that's
humans
something-
have become the target of its debauchery. It's the one doing it. Seeking a night of love, it is always chasing someone around. At first, it only showed interest in other pals, but in recent years, even humans have become the target of its debauchery. It's just a straight up yandere chick, and I'm here for it.
Oh, damn, Mammoth's trying to break your fantasy threesome.
Hey,
actually,
Mammoth, you chill the fuck out.
There's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman.
You chill
No, Joker.
all
No.
the way the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I can't say Pokemon was a part of my childhood, a key cornerstone. You know, I remember trading cards
Yeah, going to the
for like
playground, trading
real
cards.
life property.
Not having any idea how to like play the game, but definitely pretending you do.
I mean, I actually was that nerd that snuck the Game Boy to school.
Oh no, I did too.
Yeah.
I definitely brought my Game Boy to school and tried to play it when people weren't looking. But the card
First
game,
off,
had no idea how to play it. But I definitely would just kind of like with my buddies, just I'm gonna put my Charizard in attack mode, and yeah, I didn't know what I was fucking doing, but I was having fun, having a good time.
Yeah. You can't get a male Gardevoir, but not a female Glade. I think he's saying that your Gardevoir needs a strap on for your thing.
Either way, I'm good with it. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's fucking do it.
In Miami, that means something else. It means a gun.
Yeah. I got that strap on. You mean a gun, right? You mean a gun, right?
Is this a Wendy's drive-thru? Why are you telling me this?
God damn.
You just imagine just like rolling up to Wendy's like, yo, got a strap on. Do you want your fucking nuggies or what, man?
Call the cops. He was threatening to shoot me. Oh, that's not what I was saying. Ugh. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with you? Get your shit together.
Loud out in public spaces, to be honest.
You shouldn't be. You should not be allowed in public spaces. I honestly think that you should just get good.
Well, now Nintendo has an assassin after me after we said the sleeper word.
Bro, if they're not fucking trying to kill me yet, my God. I'm clearly the most popular person talking shit about Nintendo right now. Yeah, with my 4,000 subscribers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, man, that's good, though. Good on you giving 4,000.
Yeah, man, I'm happy about it. I'm pretty happy about it.
Yeah, man, that's hell yeah.
What is it at right now? Give me a second.
Here, what else should we could trash talk more, right? I mean, there's literally a trash Pokemon that makes it easy.
Rubbish? Trubbish?
They're making it too easy. Nintendo, what are you doing? You're making it too easy to talk crap.
Yeah, motherfuckers. 4,240 subscribers.
Also, let me say this. Scarlet and Violet storyline sucked.
Also, your mom's a hoe.
That, she did have a Mr. Mime with her and Professor Oak, but we won't tell Ash.
Yeah, you don't want to know what freaky shit was going on there.
Yeah, there's...
Let's
don't
just
Google
say
that.
it was nasty. But in all the right ways. Yeah. Oh shit! It does extra damage. Wait, no, hold on. Wait, no. Dark type moves don't do extra damage to dragon.
No, it's to normal.
Yeah. So dragon's good against Shadowbeak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lied to me.
No, yeah, I'm not lying. They are good. It's just that Shadowbeak also has ice moves.
Oh,
to
that's right.
counter dragon type.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. But I need to get rid of these Selines because they are going to be a problem for me.
Yeah, they'll be neutral damage. I mean, your level's good, dude. You're 52. Holy crap, you've been catching up.
Yeah, I spent a lot of the last few days just hardcore playing this. I'm gonna see how well this fight just goes for me with just what I have right now, and if it doesn't go well for me, I'm just gonna try to capture like a few Chillets and get them all high level. Because I have a Yakumo right now that has it's 4-star Yakumo with Diamond Body.
Legend of Arceus was okay.
Hoo-yeah!
Actually, I think Legend of Arceus. The funny part was when it came out, everyone's like, "It's an isekai! It's an isekai! We're getting sucked back into the past!" And I'm like, "And at least the title's only 4 lines."
Yeah. At least it was the first time they did anything new ever.
Or something. Oh, okay. Venom is tired of the Power World.
Yeah, I'm gonna be switching to Repo here soon, but I wanted
Shield
to.
Suck, Scarlet and Violet suck. Legend of Arceus is okay. Make Pokemon great again.
I wanted to try to fight this thing real quick.
Pokemon make a game that I literally couldn't complain about. Shut me up, Pokemon.
Yeah. Yes, Shenny, how you been, man? I wanted to try to fight this thing real quick because I need it for something.
Was okay until you got to the end game, in my opinion, where they had like the Ultra Beast and crap. What? Like the rival was kind of too happy-go-lucky. Dude, nothing affected that guy. A bomb could drop on one of the islands, and he'd be happy as could be.
You know, it just happens sometimes.
Same thing in Sword and Shield was that rival. Everything, he was just living in his brother's shadow, so who gives a shit about that?
Former Marks on WoW.
Let's see, Scarlet and Violet. The only good storyline I can say in Scarlet and Violet was in a DLC where there was a character who's upset about the main character, the protagonist, always being the one to do everything. Like they're like, you always win every fight, you always have to beat everybody.
This is bullshit.
And I'm tired of it. I want to be strong. And they're just stuck as an NPC, more or less. Like they're this background character, and no matter how hard they try, it doesn't work out for them, and they get really bitter and upset. We actually see some emotion. And that's probably the best storyline that had any real depth in it. And I know people are gonna argue, they make, what about the dog? What the dog doing in Scarlet and Violet? And yeah, but like also, you kind of like railroaded into that quest. Someone who designs quest, like, I shouldn't have to save the dog. What happens if I don't save the dog? The dog die?
Probably.
Did we just kill the Pokemon dog?
Okay, that did about 2,000 damage.
Hyper focus mode right now.
Yeah, I play this like a fucking Dark Souls game, man. I gotta do a lot of jukes and shit. Yeah, no, a lot of, I mean, the early Pokemon games, like, yeah, the request and you were told stuff, but you weren't really super invested in the story at all. It was just like, I'm catching the next Pokemon, and I gotta do this thing to unlock the ability to do this, so it wasn't super quest-heavy, and I feel like that was just a product of the audience they were going for, was just kids that did not have too much investment in story. But now that the audience that they're going for, yeah, they still want the kids, but they also want the adults that used to play when they were kids. So now they're trying to go deeper and deeper, but they just don't. They're bad. Yeah. They're just bad.
I think you're muted on Discord.
Am I?
Oh, here, I got the stream up though.
Can you guys hear me on Discord? Oh. Oh, wait, okay, yeah, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. You said Discord, and I thought, I interpreted that as stream, and then I got confused. I'm like because I can win this fight. I just can't fuck up at all.
Yeah. Yeah, you do you. I could talk.
Whoops.
Azarobe is your favorite Palmon? I got some news, Dragonfly. There's Azarobe got some love in the last update. I will say that.
What did they get in the last update? I didn't pay attention. I have an Azarobe.
Well, I don't want to spoil it. I'm just gonna say that you'll find it.
I have
as you
Azarobe.
get through. Well, yeah, but okay, I'm just gonna say it. Screw it.
Okay.
There's a variant form of it now. There's two
Oh.
forms.
I mean, now it seems like almost everything has variant forms, which I'm kind of cool with.
Yeah, man.
I still want evolution, but that would just like Nintendo would shit their pants. I have a feeling that if they win this lawsuit, the moment they win this lawsuit, they're gonna release the evolution update. And it's just gonna be fucking with people.
I don't think they'll ever get evolution in Power World. I don't think it'll happen.
I kind of want it though. Or at least I want more unique pals that require special breeding to get them. Because, like, right now, it's like Yormantide Ignis is one of the ones that you have to... Like, there's a few pals that's like you can only get them. Or even now, you can actually just catch a Yormantide Ignis. If you go to one of the Syndicate bases in the fire area, you can catch a Yormantide Ignis there. But it used to be, like, if you wanted that one, and if you wanted any of the, like, a lot of the special, like, high-tier, you know, Ignises, Luxes, whatever... You had to go out of your way to breed them, and it was a very specific, like, a Yormantide with a Blaze Howl. That was the only way. So at the very least, add more stuff like that, where it's like it requires something cool to be done or something unique to be done to get these special powered pals. But, I mean, ultimately what they're doing is fun and good. It's just, there's a level of, it'll get to a point at some point, and I'm getting closer and closer to that point where it's like, okay, now it's just grinding. It's just grinding out. It's log on for about an hour a day to change eggs over and do some basic stuff, and then wait until I get... Because that's where I was on the last server I was hosting, was just at a point where it's like, I need to just grind out perfect statted pals to be able to progress any further kind of thing. And then the pal breeding, you know, it's going to take 16 hours for this pal to get done breeding, so it's going to take a while. So I only have to get on once a day for like a little while.
Well, here I'll chat with chat. Let you focus. You're at the home stretch.
Yeah, I will fucking shit my pants if I die. There you go. Got it.
Oh, nice.
Okay, now I'm gonna switch over the Yormantide eggs because they should all be hatched, or they should all be laid, and then I'm gonna switch over to Repo. You got Repo, Mask?
I don't.
You should get it. It's cheap. It's fun.
Good. Now I know it's cheap and it's good. I've watched other people play it and I have fun watching them. I don't like the. I don't. I don't know. I actually have to. I'm just gonna straight up. I say I have to get back to work on my book, or else it's never gonna get done. Which is fair.
It's fair. That's fair.
Hey, Dragonfly, you should. If you're interested, this is the Power World server that Runga has.
Yeah.
You're welcome to join us if you ever wanted to hop in the server.
Yeah. It's pretty open. There's no PvP and no way that you can really fuck people over, so it's a pretty open one.
Except for the time you guys dragged an Anubis into my base.
Did we?
Yeah, you.
I didn't do that.
You and Catman.
Did we? Oh yeah.
Randy, right? Randy's.
It might have been Randy. I think it's because I was trying to catch it. I wasn't high enough level to catch it, so I needed your shit to do that for me.
Yeah, I had my base nearby at the coal spot, and all of a sudden you're like, "Oh God, there's an Anubis in your base," because we were talking, and I'm like, "Okay, let me go check it out." And he had killed like half the people in the base, and I was just like, "Yeah, this feels set up, man. This is a setup."
Yeah. Sorry about it.
It's cool. It's all right. Don't worry. I'm not bitter about it at all. Don't worry.
Clearly not.
You know, one of my hobbies. Whoa! What happened to your character? You left potatoes?
What?
Well, your stomach. What? You're bloated as hell.
He's an abnormal titan.
Oh! He's from.
Yeah, he's an abnormal titan.
Team Titan.
What? Fuck you. Attack on Titan.
That one. The one with the bees and the eagles in the intro. Okay. Yeah, but I'll catch you later if you're gonna hop on Repo. I'm actually was trying to get some work while we were talking done.
Okay, man.
I checked on my eggs. I've been doing the same thing. Just hop on, check eggs, and switch them over and move on.
Yeah,
I'm just
right now
glad
I gotta set up the Yormantide eggs to hatch, and that's gonna take 12 hours or whatever it is. So then it's just like, okay, just a waiting game for that to get done.
Have you found any of the skill books?
Yes, a few.
So what I found out with those, I believe, is the PAL has to have the skill that it has to have the skill to have it increased. But you can do it more than once.
Yeah.
So like I have a pal that has like normally like a 3 handiwork, now has 5 because not only I increased it, but I also gave it the book.
What I'm going for,
I think that's pretty cool.
I forgot to keep my grappling hook. I need to keep that because I'm going to be overloading myself with eggs. What I'm going for is getting the top tier of every work suitability, and then 4-starring them, and then I'm going to give them the upgrade. So now I'll have a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see?
It's just crazy to me is I don't want to bring it up because we could talk about Pokemon all night.
Yeah.
But I remember as a kid, you know, when we invaded like the Team Rocket facility, you felt like you were like, you know, you were breaking and entering, like you were like definitely up to some illegal shit. But also at the same time, you're stopping an illegal organization, so that was pretty cool. And I feel like that, like for a family game, and of course that's also targeted toward children. Like that's not like Hello Kitty Island Adventure that Butters plays, you know?
I mean, yeah, but look at most, like, anime is... A lot of anime is, like, committing crimes against technical crimes, but for the greater good kind of thing. Because it's always like, oh, yeah, this is the way the world is, and we gotta stop it because this is the evil overlord, and he has these laws in place, but they're bad, so we're gonna stop it. So there's always that, like, kind of element of, I think, standing up against evil, even if evil's the legal thing. In, like, a lot of Japanese media, I guess.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, too, it's fine if a kid's doing it.
Yeah,
right? Like, if a minor or someone's, like, who's, like, only,
crime's
like,
okay as long as it's a child. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like, yeah, and I like to say, even laws definitely look that way. They've kind of turned a blind eye unless it's something really, really serious, right?
Yeah.
Like, if it's something that's, like, premeditated murder, yeah, at that point,
then you get tried as an adult. If it's something that would cause you to be tried as an adult. I mean, I have, like, mixed feelings about that concept of, like, let's not ruin a kid's life for making a dumb mistake, because you get kids that are like, oh, I stole something from a store, and then you get the asshole judge that's like, yeah, you're going to jail, and you're going to have a criminal record for forever. But I also had an ex-girlfriend who, when she was, like, 19, attacked someone, so, like, her roommate in college, and held a knife to her throat, and the judge said, listen, go through this year-long treatment, whatever, like once a week or whatever, and you won't have a record. Because the judge was like, listen, you got angry, you were 19, you were being stupid, and blah, 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 and I don't want to ruin your life because of, you know, something that you'll hopefully realize was dumb and immature.
Yeah, and I think part of that is that the American criminal system isn't aimed at rehabilitating people.
No, it's
really,
not. It's punitive, and I think that's the biggest thing is you need the punitive element. You need it to not be fun, obviously, but you also need rehabilitation. You need to train these people. You need to help them recover. The fact that if, like, one of the guys in chat, a friend of mine, I know him in person, has a felony on his record, and he's been out of jail for like 7 years now, but like he still has trouble getting jobs because he has a felony on his record. And it's like, bro, he's paid his debt to society. Let him move on and become a productive member of society rather than continuing to punish him for something that he did, 15 years ago. So it's not only is prison not rehabilitating, having a criminal record ruins your ability to participate in society in the most positive way.
Yeah, we could talk about that another time. It looks like Dragonfly is looking for your Discord link, but I think they're watching you through YouTube, so they may not have it.
Yeah, and they won't be able to see any links that post because of the YouTube side, just the way it's set up.
It says it's discord.gg/RNGE.
Yeah.
Is that the link?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dragonfly, discord.gg/R as in Ryan, N as in Nancy, G as in George, E as in elephant.
Yep.
That should be enough to help get you. Otherwise, you can just send a message here in Twitch chat, and he can get you hooked up.
Yeah, and just make sure to actually do the stuff because I have it like super moderated to stop trolling. So if you make sure to actually post the texts where it says to post it, and I'll approve you.
Yeah, there's like a list of rules of just don't be a jerk.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And basically, for me or one of my mods has to approve everyone to be able to talk basically at all, just because I don't want to deal with some asshole coming in being a dick.
Well, who approved me? They probably got fired.
I mean, I approved you, so...
Oh.
Try to fire me, asshole.
I mean, that's easy. I just turned the stream off.
Yeah, it's fair. Fair.
Let's see here.
Bam, 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 bam. Bam.
Also, can I get a pat on the back? Built a PC today with only one post issue?
Hell yeah.
Getting you fired can't be that hard. Yeah, right, Venom?
I've...
Hell yeah, Mammoth. Especially with no air conditioning. That's impressive.
No, but I've never done a PC build without some major issue. There's always been some fucking issue with every PC build I ever did. This PC build, for the PC I'm on right now, I went ahead and got the disk drive. The final issue was, it wasn't any major part issues, because I had one where it's like, oh, the motherboard was fucked up, and I had to, so basically I had to disassemble and reassemble it once I got a new motherboard. This one, the big issue was the disk drive didn't work, but the operating system, I'd got the operating system on disk, so I couldn't install the operating system because the disk drive didn't work, because that was the part that was broken, because there's always one part that arrives broken, and I had to wait until the next morning, because I finished build like late at night, wait until the next morning to go down to Best Buy and buy external disk drive to install the fucking operating system with. But since it was an external disk drive and it was a cheap one, because I didn't want to drop a lot of money on this thing, it took like hours to install the fucking operating system. I was furious. I literally, I'll admit, there's like this girl I was talking to at the time that she was, you know, clearly trying to find a time for us to link up and have fun times together. And she like was, and by clearly I mean she had actively said, you know, you let me know when you're free. We should hook up. We should fool around. Blah blah blah. And I was like,
and you went over and she put Mario Smash Brothers on.
No. No, it's literally like, and I was like, I don't know, because I was like fresh out of a relationship at the time. I was like, I don't know if I'm really in the mood. Like, I don't want to risk getting into something and blah blah. Like, I'm still emotionally vulnerable right now, and like I was so pissed off at the PC build not working. And at the PC build, I was like, listen, I texted her. I was like, listen, if you're wanting to do this, right now's the time, because I need something to distract me. And she came over and we hooked up.
Look, and that's crazy to me because, you know, like I said, I grew up in Miami, and so a lot of people believed in that machismo mindset, and they would see you taking time or you need a moment to sort out your emotions as like a sign of weakness.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think that's, yeah, it's such bullcrap, because it's like, yeah, I just want to keep my, you know, get my pants, and I don't want to fuck crazy because I don't feel like I can in a sane place right now. Doesn't mean I'm like a little bitch.
I mean, like, after like after a breakup, I usually enter a hoe face after a while. But I try not to do that immediately, because I recognize that I'm emotionally vulnerable and I don't want to risk forming an emotional attachment to this person solely because they were there when I was vulnerable and we had sex and blah, blah, blah. So I try to avoid entering a hoe phase until at least I got myself a little bit under control. My emotions a little in check.
I feel like Randy would get you on the rebound.
Maybe. I haven't talked to him in a while. He seems busy. I don't know. I reached out to him a few times and he's replied a little bit, but he's got to have some shit going on because I haven't actually talked to him or played games with him in a bit.
Yeah, I hope he's doing well. I saw he messaged in the Discord like, "How's everyone doing?" And I'm like, "Bro, to summarize, it would take too long."
Yeah. Why isn't this letting me pull? If I can get this done in the next 4 minutes, these last eggs dropped off in the next 4 minutes, then I won't have to worry about the server restarting, having to log back in just to...
Right at 6. Oh, crap. I literally hopped on to do my eggs.
Yeah. I've never had a hoe phase. You've been with the same woman for 10 years.
Technically, you're hoeing for them.
No, I fixed it. What the problem was the extra RAM that I bought her was faulty. So once I took the extra RAM out, it started working just fine.
Is that how you realign your girlfriend? You take the RAM out?
What?
What?
Yeah, I stopped the RAM. That way it starts working. I don't fucking know. That sounds... there's no way that any of that's good. What? I'm gonna stop that line right there because that's gonna get some weird places.
I mean, do I need to bring my fiance in for a checkup?
What?
Like an oil check?
I'm so confused right now.
I'm being silly.
How is you and your fiance? How are they doing?
Fiance's amazing.
Yeah?
She's excited because I said yes, we could foster more bunnies.
How many bunnies do you have at this point?
We have ours, which are 2. We have 2. They're smaller buns, but we're fostering 2 others at the moment. So make it a total of 6, which is a lot.
Yeah.
But there's as long as I said we could do it responsibly, and fosters means that we're helping the rescue more than they're actually ours. The intent is to help get them adopted.
Yeah, but what your fiance is probably going to be is like, well, no, they lived with us so long, I don't want to get rid of them, and then you end up having them, and then it's like, well, we should foster in more bunnies, and you know how it's going to go.
Yeah, you say that, but I was the first one to crack when we fostered our first one. Because he was just this little baby buddy and we named him Pinto, and he was the perfect little saint of a bunny rabbit. And I just felt he was so small, and he was by himself too. He was a solo bun, and so I don't know. I had a hard time parting ways with little Pinto, but he's in a very loving family now, and we've helped. Well, that's Pinto, and then we had Little Bean and Einstein. Einstein had like a little mohawk. He was a little lion. Yeah, and they got adopted, so that's 3 bunnies now that we've helped. So this is the first time we've actually had bunnies that, for I guess about 2 months now, 3 months now that we've had them. So these are the longest ones we've had, and usually the adoptions slow down during the summer. The good part is, though, the main reason why is because usually she keeps them out with an air conditioning shed for the rescues. This is the back of usually someone's house. And we go over and help, but, helping get those bunnies out of the shed and just give them more space to run around.
Yeah.
Animals aren't designed to be in cages, and that goes for bunnies.
Yeah.
People who just keep them in cages, that just torments us.
No, it's... And there's like a level with like bunnies. I know that you're supposed to keep them like contained to an extent so they don't hurt themselves or whatever, but not like in a cage.
Yeah,
like it's like don't let them free roam is what I was told, so they don't like eat something they're not supposed to or hurt themselves, but like have a big open space for them.
Our bunnies is Lucy and Bucket, and they're free roam. We have them upstairs, and so we just bunny proof the whole upstairs so they can run around and do whatever they want.
Yeah.
But
that's what I would want to be like if I had bunnies or something like that. I would just want to have like an entire floor dedicated to them, or something like that.
Yeah, we wish we could do that for all the fosters. We just don't have the space, and also that means we would have to bunny proof literally everything because the house is not that big.
I think Pinto like a bean.
Yeah, exactly. Pinto is also Spanish for paint. And also, that's why they're Pintos are referred to as painted horses. So we had a vote. I had my players actually vote on like a couple names. One of them was just like Potato. I don't know, because you never know with my players what they're going to pick, the little terrorist.
Yeah.
And they voted on Pinto, and so Pinto became his name. But very great little bun. You could tell he was a baby. Someone had dropped him off at a park. Just abandoned his ass.
Such a dick move, man. Like, take it to a fucking shelter. Yeah, like why do people do that? Why do people like just drop it off randomly somewhere when there are shelters?
Well, the other thing too, and I think a lot of it is people just don't know, is that pet bunnies, domestic bunnies, are not conducive with wild bunnies.
They don't know how
they
to.
can't eat.
Yeah, they
Well,
don't know
they're
how to
different
survive.
breed.
Yeah.
Well, they're from the UK.
Yeah.
The domestic bunnies that we have are from over in from Europe, and the wild bunnies that we have are American, like jackrabbits and like cottontails. Their gut biome and the way they are able to digest the food here is much different than the domestic ones. So if you release a domestic one, they are really at a severe disadvantage.
Also, most animals, even wild animals, even animals that are not domesticated animals, if they are raised in captivity, they are incapable of surviving in the wild because they learn how to hunt and learn how to survive from their mother more often than not. That's like why cats teach their children how to teach their kits how to hunt and like shit like that, because it's a learned behavior. Like there's some instinct, but it's mostly a learned behavior, a learned thing. So if you take a domesticated animal, that's why like they take a lot of efforts in like animal rehabilitation facilities to not overly interact with the animals so that they will know how to interact in the wild, kind of thing.
Yeah. So we work with an organization.
Wait, you have animal shelters that charge a fee to drop off an animal? We don't. I don't know of any animal shelters that I've ever been to that would charge me to drop off an animal.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever charged you for dropping one off.
That's wild.
Usually there's adoption fees for like if you want to adopt an animal.
Yeah, there's like an adoption fee, and a lot of times they will like lower those fees or at times of the year so they can clear out more of the stuff to like $20, or sometimes it's like free. Like I know one of the local shelters near me, like they'll do like free adoptions on dogs and cats that are like over X number of years old, kind of thing. And then kittens and pups are usually the ones that are the most expensive because people always want a kitten or a pup. But even then, they'll drop the adoption fees like $20 because they're just trying to get rid of them, and the $20 really just covers like an administrative fee.
Yeah, Pinto like the car too could technically be correct. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it's always an adoption fee. There's never a surrender fee.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which is kind of wild because when I used to work for animal services when I worked in Miami, people would adopt a puppy and then bring it back when it grew up, and then adopt another one. So they would surrender one to get another one and keep adopting only the puppies. Just only have them as puppies. The system is completely messed up.
I think what I would end up doing is one, have an international registry, or at least a national registry of animal adoptions and stuff, so that you can keep track of kind of like frequent customers. And then my fee would be $35 in a wait period because I'd be running a criminal background check on you, and I'd be using that $35 to run a criminal background check. And I knew like there's certain like specific shelters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like there's a German Shepherd rescue near where my parents live that they run. Like the adoption fee is expensive because they run extensive background checks on you, because apparently it's a problem of people buying German Shepherds and then selling them to like fur farms and using them for the fur. So one, they charge a fee that is more than they would make from the fur. And then they're also running like an extensive background check on you. So it's not profitable to do it because you're not making money off of it, and they run a background check.
And there's also, I have an example of something like this too, in the US, is Best Friends Animal Sanctuary. They're usually the people that have the vans out like front of PetSmart. They usually have a work with them. Like if you wanted to adopt something like from their main headquarters, right? They do not only a background check, and we do the same thing at the Hoppy's Homes Rescue that I help with, is we do a check and make sure that you have a proper area for the bunnies, that they're going to be taken care of. They're not just going to go into a cage and live the rest of their life stuck in like meat factories.
Yeah,
you know, like the conditions. So they make sure that the people that come through are vetted.
Yeah.
and so they vet people. And but Best Friends Animal Sanctuary, not only did they check me, make sure I had a residence, they even just like, oh, what's your income?
Yeah.
What's your yearly income? I was like, God damn.
I've
like,
been to ones that are like,
I want a cat.
Yeah, I've been to ones that are like, we want to do a home inspection so we can make sure you actually have the room and the space for this animal, which I appreciate. It adds a barrier to entry, but if if you're not willing to set up like a home inspection to adopt an animal, if that's too much work for you, then an animal is too much work for you. I have eaten. I ate a whole steak, or 2 steaks technically, because it's cut in half, with a spoon. So like I think like if having those small things done is a barrier entry to you to getting a pet, then you shouldn't be getting a pet. But
order some forks.
I do need to get some fucking forks, man. I don't know where mine went. But I do.
You accidentally throw them away.
I don't know where they are. Like I do throw them away after a while because they'll just start getting bent because I don't buy expensive fucking forks. But I don't know where. Like I just get over time. I just ran out and I didn't realize it. Because I had to eat a steak with a spoon the other day too, on stream. But I think there should be, and I don't. There might be. I feel like there should be some international registry for humane societies and shelters and stuff like that to sign up for, where they can background check and keep tabs of people and say like, yeah, this person has adopted animals this often, to help keep track of like, okay, who's adopting dogs, particularly like pit bulls and stuff, unusually often and shit like that, you know, or who seems to always be returning pets and shit like that, to help curb some of this like recidivism with pet adoption and keep track of like maybe some of the shadier people. I think that would probably be like a really good idea. And there might be something like that, but like I'm not sure.
It's just hard because unfortunately most rescues, even ones that are backed by like the state, like the shelters, their funding is usually very limited.
Yeah.
So it's like any money they have is usually already going to the animals.
Yeah.
I remember I heard when I worked at the animal shelter, it was the one that was the Miami-Dade one, which was in Hialeah.
Yeah.
That they had an instance occur where there was a dog that came into the shelter that had a disease or something, carrying a disease from like South America, and they had to put the whole shelter more or less down.
Oh, that's awful.
And that was before. I think I like to hope to think, but I never could trust Miami for anything.
No.
That they now a no-kill shelter, or they're built a new. I do know they're building or built a new shelter after I've left there.
Yeah. I tried to volunteer for the one in Broward. I can't remember what it was, and the lady was just like a super one. I wanted to volunteer there, but I had to be in their uniform, and then I had to pay for. I had to go through a whole interview process, and then I had to like justify why I'd be allowed to volunteer there, and then I had to wear their uniform. And I still have the uniform shirt, and I had to pay for the uniform. And then like when they said, "Well, we're a kill shelter," blah blah. Do you have a problem with like what they asked first? Like, what are your thoughts on kill shelters? It's like, well, I think like, you know, sometimes euthanize the animal is necessary if it has major health issues and blah blah blah, and it's going to die anyways. But like, I don't really agree with the concept of kill shelters, because I don't think that's what shelters should be about, unless the killing of the animal is in some way necessary, or just like the animal's dying of like stage 4 cancer and it's suffering. And then she kind of condescendingly tried to tell me how ignorant I was, because I was like 20 at the time. And I was like, okay. So I was like, and I wasn't going to volunteer there. So they gave me the shirt and told me I needed to pay for it when I came back. And I just never came back. So I still have the shirt. Like, fuck you. You are such a massive cunt.
Yeah. And that was what I worked with for a bit. I got out of that situation because it broke me spiritually.
No, Venom, I have no forks in my sink right now. And there's none around that. Well, I have like one fork in the sink right now. There's none around the house. So like it's not washing them. I wash dishes frequently enough. But yeah, no, it's unfortunate like how little care they get. How much and one of the unfortunate things I've seen with some of the local shelters that I've been to is they seem more interested in getting rid of the animals and like just having a good turnover rate than they are in actually putting the animals with a home that's going to take care of them or the right set. Like our cat, we ended up finding out that they didn't do certain tests, and our cat has FELV in her bones. So our cat cannot be around other cats. And it's one of those things where, like, they didn't do the test. Luckily, we got her soon after she got to that shelter, so she hadn't had time to interact with other cats. But they never did that test. So if she had been there long enough, and she was already going to be a hard-to-adopt cat because she needed to get a leg removed. She has 3 legs. She needed to get a leg removed, so it's already going to be a hard-to-adopt cat. If she had spent time around other cats, they all would have gotten FELV and be likely to get feline leukemia. It's like, okay, cool, you didn't do those tests. I adopted a dog at one point. Well, my ex-girlfriend adopted a dog. We adopted a dog together. This big-ass hound dog. And we get home, we adopt the dog, we have it for like 2 or 3 days. Like, it gets spayed and neutered and stuff, or it gets spayed, and we have it for a few days. And then they call us to say, by the way, some of these tests came back. The dog has really bad hip dysplasia and some of these issues with its bones and blah, blah, blah. We were confident that they were going to come back negative, so we didn't bother to tell you about it. Also, the dog has really bad ringworm, so you're going to need to bring the dog in to get it treated for ringworm. Don't worry, we'll cover those costs. I had a dog and a cat, another dog and a cat already in the house, and my roommate had a cat. So it's like, oh, you're not just paying. I told them, you're not just paying to have the dog that you adopted out to us without telling us everything about it. You're also going to have my personal dog. It's going to get treated for this, and you're going to pay for that, and you're going to pay for that. I got that call while I was on my lunch break at work. So I went into work, and I was still in the military. I was still in uniform. I went into work and said, hey, I got to go drop my dog off. My dog has apparently has ringworm. I need to go drop it off. Am I good to go? We weren't really doing anything. So I just showed up, and I was just pacing back and forth in the manager of the SPCA's fucking office, just like trying not to fucking scream at her as she came up with every excuse for why it was okay that they knew they were testing this dog for ringworm and testing to see what its bone issues were, and had all these tests that they were waiting to come back for, and didn't disclose any of that to us. And it ended up being like, yeah, there's all these issues, and it's going to require a lot of care. The ringworm was annoying enough because that's infectious, but at least that's immediately treatable. The hip issues were like, yeah, it's going to take a lot of extra care and money to take care of this dog. And it's like, no. So unfortunately, we ended up turning the dog back over because we're like, my girlfriend didn't have the money to do that. I didn't have the money to do that or the time because I was supposed to be deploying soon. So like, even if I had the money, I wouldn't have had the time. It's just like, oh God, I was so furious because she had every fucking excuse for why it was totally cool of her to not disclose these issues to us.
Yeah, they I think Shinigami says something in chat that usually it comes to the fact that they get so many pets that come through the shelter, and if they don't get enough money to take care of them, they probably see it only fitting to do the bare minimum. Yeah,
I mean that's it. They only have so much money, almost only so much space. So they have to have a turnover, but it's still like a level of these cats keep getting turned over. These dogs keep getting turned over. Lovely. I had a perfect round. I almost got everything, and then just bullshit gets me killed by a fucking jester. Awesome. Hold on. I'm going to be right back. One, I need to plug in my phone, and two, I need to check something.
Yeah, the pet system just isn't designed well enough to handle the need, specifically here in the U.S. What I can talk about. Yeah, they don't get enough funding, they don't get enough support, but at the same time, they're doing whatever they can. They're making choices at a desperate means, right? They have so much they have to do that they don't have the options to make better choices. When I worked at the shelter when I did,
Okay, I'm back.
I would see truckloads of bags from the cats that would get unfortunately euthanized because cats were the worst. I guess they was offender. There's just so many of them. They didn't have space for them. It was awful.
Yeah,
And
I mean, cats breed a lot faster. Cats breed in the wild more. Like feral cats are more likely to have puppies, whereas feral dogs aren't. Well, they might, but they're not going to have as many. They're not going to have as big a litters. Like Leggy, she was feral. She was. There was like semi-feral. Like there was an old lady's house that she was like the old lady was basically immobile, and a bunch of cats had moved in.
Yeah, I found this interesting is that cats' DNA really hasn't changed a whole lot since back in Egyptian times when they first were kind of more or less domesticated, and so they have a higher chance to be feral just because they're DNA
capable of surviving in the wild.
Yeah, they have that chance, but that doesn't mean they can't be. I guess that just shows that feral cats have the potential to be. I like how you're like in a Minecraft world all of a sudden.
It's a mod.
Oh, nice.
It's one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, that looks nice. It reminds me of Minecraft Dungeons.
Kinda. Apparently this was a stronghold, or the rooms were based off of a stronghold that the mod developers actually came into, and this is one of the mods that the developers of Repo actually really liked. Like they've streamed themselves playing this mod.
Where's this lawsuit, Mojang? Mojang, where's the lawsuit? They
I won't be
modded your
surprised.
game.
You remember years and years ago the elders Bethesda had sent a lawsuit to Mojang over the game Scrolls that they were making, but it was just completely done by the legal team, not by the developers, and the legal team were like, no, we're cool with them, we're so cool with them, like what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
And it was just because you're making a game called Scrolls and we're called Elder Scrolls, that's trademark. Like, bro, go fuck yourself.
I will say they should have came up with a more creative name regardless, but...
Yeah. I mean, I remember Captain Sparkles was... Apparently Bethesda, like their legal team at the very least, is kind of litigious. Because I remember Captain Sparkles was coming out with a game that he was paying to have developed called Fortress Fallout, and he was told he had to change the name because he can't have a game name that has Fallout in it because of Bethesda's legal team being like... a little bit like apparently it's, from what I've heard, it's their legal team is very litigious, but their dev team does not give a shit kind of thing.
Sounds like most companies that are kind of like that, like Blizzard, Wizards.
Well, Blizzard has a number of issues.
Yeah, man. And it's sad because they keep coming up with updates for Diablo 4, and I have no interest in playing it. I would rather play Diablo 2.
Diablo 2 is fantastic. I started replaying it a bit ago. I got Diablo 4. I pre-ordered it. I got the one that let me get the like super early access, like a month or two early for when it was still glitchy as fuck. I played that, and then I like played it when it first came out. I streamed it, all this different shit, and it's just like it very quickly just like this is not good. It felt more like my problem with Diablo 3 was that Diablo 3 did not feel like Diablo 2. Diablo like stylistically or like
it had like some of that Warcraft graphics, like the round. Yeah,
it had more. Yeah, it was more bubbly. It wasn't as dark and edgy. Yeah, and then
they killed the best character in the entire franchise.
Yeah, Deckard Cain. How the fuck?
Yeah, how do you kill Deckard Cain?
He is the most notable character in the entire fucking franchise, and you got rid of him.
Literally, there's no one else. All the other ones are demons. Okay, give us Deckard Cain.
Yeah, it was.
That's all we
bullshit.
wanted. Not me shit. You can leave me shit out of this.
Yeah, it's fucking. It was just a bad thing, but it just didn't. It didn't have a Diablo vibe to me, so I didn't really enjoy it. Like I got it when it came out, and I never finished it, because I didn't feel like it. Diablo 4 feels more like Diablo 2, but they tried to do some creative stuff with the gameplay that I didn't like, and no matter what they say, like Diablo is supposed to be a single player game that you can play multiplayer, is what it's always been to me. Diablo 4 feels like it's really pushing you into multiplayer, because there were some stuff, some like dungeons or whatever, that I was leveled for. I was the right level for, I was geared for, but it just seemed really, really hard to do solo.
Well, I'm going to say this, and the thing I hate about Diablo 4, and it's probably what they think is one of their biggest selling points, is level scaling. I want to progress. I want to go through an area and feel like, hey, I've been here before. It's a piece of cake. Instead of now, everything's level matched.
Yeah.
So everywhere you go, everything's supposed to be the same level, and so you're just grinding levels against things that are always your level or more, depending on what difficulty you're on, and so it doesn't feel like you're ever
making progress. Nothing ever becomes easier for you. And that's something they introduced into WoW, which was kind of cool because it allowed like playing together and because like the big thing with WoW was once they got Cataclysm out there and made it super easy to level up to like max level super fucking quickly, people weren't exploring everywhere. So they're like, because it's like, oh, I just gained nothing from this area. So like, oh, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce this level scaling thing so you have reasons to explore there. But people still didn't want to go back and explore those areas. Whereas in classic WoW, back in like vanilla WoW, you had to explore all those areas because that's the only way you're going to get to a fucking level to get to the next area kind of thing. So I feel like they did it kind of to match what they were doing with WoW of that level scaling, but it was just like that wasn't good. That was a solution to a problem they created, and it wasn't a great solution to that problem.
You have the winning recipe. Why are you throwing it away?
It's like
Stupid.
Nintendo's problem is never doing anything new, and Blizzard's problem has been doing new things. Like, nah, man, we like what you did the last like 20 years. Please, just keep doing that. Just update the graphics a little bit. That's all we want.
Yeah. Diablo Resurrected outperformed and has been doing way better than Diablo 4 will ever do.
Oh yeah.
And Diablo 4, it had such a great launch, but then people realized it wasn't what they wanted. They went back to playing Diablo 3.
Yeah. Like
that's how bad their experience was. They were like, we're going to go back and play the Diablo 3 one because there's at least better content.
And it was cool too because I read like pretty much all, like there's probably books at this point that I haven't read. I read like a lot of most of, if not all of the Diablo books. So getting to like the Sin War and talking about that more, like in Lilith, like they were going to be doing, it's like, oh my God, like that's awesome. And it's like, what is, and I haven't finished this. I haven't finished Diablo 4, so I don't know what the story is. I was like, okay, was Rathma bad now? Like what the fuck is going on? It's like, they keep doing that every time they need to introduce a new villain or something. They just kind of like destroy their own story. That I like read. I read the Warcraft books. I read the. I have the fucking Haradrim tattoo on my arm.
I thought I recognized that.
Yeah, but they keep destroying the stories and butchering characters. And oh my God, this person's bad now. Or oh my God, this person's super powerful now. Or whatever they have to do to.
Yeah, you're right. They made Rathma bad.
Yeah, and since when? Like... Since the beginning of the Sin War, he was like the primary good guy. Like he was the most good guy because everyone else kind of had their own motivations for being good, and his was just, no, we got to protect the balance. That was his whole thing. Like, but then they just decided, nah, fuck that. We're just gonna not give a shit about any of that. We're gonna destroy his entire character because it's easier for us.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, they literally are. I've never seen a company shoot themselves lorely in the foot repeatedly. Oh yeah, let's not talk about
Tal Rosh. It's a fucking. They had so much good story, and then hold on, that's Microsoft firing 6,000, 9,000 employees. Well, yeah, AI is covering them now. D3 was built by Team Blizzard Entertainment. That was vastly different from D2 Blizzard North. Well, Blizzard North was originally a completely separate company that was just using Blizzard as a publisher almost, and then got bought. Because I think it was just called Sierra or something like that. Pray God you had name. Didn't thank you, Bethesda. Yeah. The only reason for that recent problem with WoW is because of how far behind the lore is with those older zones compared to the current expansions. Which I'm happy that they did go ahead and say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to fix that. We're going to introduce WoW Classic. You can go replay that because it's just the fact that I feel like at some point they should have stopped WoW and been like, we're not doing an expansion, we're just going to make World of Warcraft 2, and we're going to advance the story 100 years or 200 years, or we're going to take you back in time or something like that, because it's like it's incremental storytelling. So they're constantly having to advance, but not by too long at a time. So they're advancing a few months or a few years of lore at a time, and they're having to reintroduce characters or introduce characters that people already know about. Also, every single fucking time I hear people complain about Garrosh Hellscream and like, where'd this guy come from out of nowhere? It's like, he didn't come out of nowhere. He was in the books, you fucking idiot. They didn't make up someone new and like all of a sudden be like, oh, look at this guy. Like he's in the lore. Like I keep hearing people that only play the games bitch about some of the stuff they're doing with the lore. And it's like, this guy just came out of nowhere. No, he didn't. They've been talking about him for 20 fucking years. He is deep in the lore. This isn't new. They just haven't used him in the games yet because there's no organic way for them to. Go fuck yourself. I'm really invested in the lore.
Yeah, I read a couple of the books when I was younger for Diablo, and I enjoyed them back in the Diablo 2 series.
Oh, yeah.
I think the writers did a great job, and but yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually excited for when Path of Exile becomes free to play, because it looks like the true successor to what D2 was aiming for in that team, and they've actually invited the developers to talk with them, and they're excited, and they poked and asked them questions like, what was your idea, or how did you put the values behind items in Diablo 2 that aren't really end game material, but are useful for like potion vials, throwing knives. And they're like, oh, we just want to throw more stuff in there. We know you guys like to collect things and use stuff, so we figured why not add some random knickknacks, and we like that. The guy's like, oh yeah, I love that. And the other dudes over there are like, I just like gambling, so I just put all the shit in there. I was like, that's the goblin. That's the treasure loot goblin that made Diablo 2 possible.
I mean, I would spec out in Diablo 2 all the time with just all the shit that's increased likelihood of finding magical items. And then I remembered, like, it was probably 100% a rumor, but when this was back in you learn how to play games from like, and all the secrets from like playgrounds, and like you're on the playground, and your brother tells you like, yeah, my best friend told me that if you do this, you can unlock this, and and then you try it for 40 fucking hours, and it doesn't work because it was never true, but you believed it, that type of shit. Because I remember hearing that like if you spec'd out, I think it was like a lightning focused sorceress, you'd increase your likelihood of finding magic items, and then I would spec out all my enchants, all my imbues, my gems for increasing the likelihood of me finding magic items. Because I would, and then I would just like play that and like just play through again and again and again and try to find as many magic items and gems and shit as I could.
Oh yeah,
the fact that Resurrected introduced the shared chest is so fucking great.
And guess what? You didn't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
That's the one thing with Path of Exile. That's where they kind of make their money, because it's free to play usually when it finally fully releases. Now you can pay it for early access. But yeah, if you want more chest space or something, and that's kind of what D4 did too. If you wanted extra space, you had to pay for it or find like a way to get the currency.
Microtransaction heavy shit. And it was like Immortal. I think someone did the math, and it's like if you wanted to actually have a good chance of unlocking some of the high-end stuff in Immortal, it'd like take over $100,000.
God, I just wish Immortal. I'm just blacking that one out of my memory.
I wish Immortal had done better, because I was so excited about it. Because I was like, oh my god, a Diablo game, a Blizzard game I could play from my phone. Warcraft Rumble I love, but that's also one that you need to kind of spend a lot of money to progress at a certain point. Either a lot of money or a fuck ton of grinding. But Immortal was cool. Immortal was really cool in concept, but it's like, it's just if you wanted to get somewhere. But I've also never been like an in-game raid guy. Like, I don't care about that. I care about enjoying the game with myself or with my buddies, not getting like super high tier shit. Because like in WoW, I never cared about like raiding or anything like that. It's like I just want to play the game and have fun, man. I don't want to turn this into a job.
Yeah, I hear you. I do like at least with Diablo, you could farm, like you could do runs and try to get better gear, and you didn't have to pay for it like Diablo 2. And that's why it was such a great game, because all the content you needed to progress was at your fingertips. You just had to put in the time.
The one thing you could only do once technically was the cow level, and even then it was like you'd have someone host their tune that was just a level 1, so you could keep doing the cow level kind of thing.
Now they fixed it. Now you can do it as much as you want.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Because they probably
would...
realize people are doing this anyways. It's just taking them extra steps. Let's just let them have a good time. There's no reason not to. Yeah, there's PvP, sort of, if you go on a PvP, but you don't have to be on a PvP map. Just let people have fun with the fucking game. Like, there's no consequences. It's not a competitive game.
Yeah, but there is PvP, but it's not like there's any, like, you get anything from it.
Well, you piss other people off, and you drop your items when you die.
Troll. Oh, if you're in hardcore or something, like, really bad.
No, didn't you just always kind of drop your items?
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't really participate much in PvP.
Yeah, you always you had to go back to your body and get your corpse back, but like other people could steal your shit if you died. But you had to be on a PvP like server, basically, like a PvP lobby, to have PvP as a thing, which means you made that decision, so you don't really have anyone else to complain but yourself.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, but you could also play PvP without losing your body.
And then hardcore mode was you lost your character. I will never. Yeah, I'll never fucking play hardcore anything. It's unnecessarily stressful.
Well, especially with a game like Diablo, when you have things like those white wraiths and Bale.
Oh, fuck those things! That's just endless lightning, or the dune bugs or whatever when you're in Luca Lane. That just spam fucking. And I play Necromancer a lot, and I play a Summoning Necromancer, which means I have 1,000 skeletons just fucking setting that shit off all the time, but doing almost no damage, so they're not killing the fucking thing. So there's just a swarm of fucking electricity everywhere. It's insane.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I will not play hardcore. Also, just like
I don't gain anything from that. I'm not super concerned about the size of my dick, so it's like I don't need to prove I'm so good I can get to max level in hardcore.
Yeah, well, like even just one wrong Iron Maiden.
Yeah,
you're dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone should have got him. F those lightning rates. Yeah, right. And the lightning beetles.
They were such a pain. Empire Earth 2. I don't remember Empire Earth at all.
Yeah, lightning rates, man. Especially because especially when Resurrected came out, I played a sword because it just teleports so busted.
Yeah, I play Druid and Necromancer mostly because I like having summons in that game. Because whenever I get fucking surrounded by shit, I want to have people helping me.
Yeah.
And that was another disappointing thing about the Druid in Diablo 4 was like the temp summons. And the like all the summoning felt just kind of lame compared to how it was in Diablo 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. They condensed it a lot because they had like that one giant.
Yeah.
And it was bugged. I remember one time it was bugged where like it did a ridiculous, insane amount of damage, but then they patched it so there was like they felt like it was just like a meat shield.
Yeah.
So it doesn't do much if it doesn't pull aggro.
I mean, and the leveling system in Diablo 2, one, you get those Ring of Jordans, you get all that extra shit. So then. Like, there's no technical cap, especially if you installed, like, what was it, Angel Fire or whatever that allowed you to cheat in stuff. But, like, you could kind of spec more. Like, there's real heavy specking for exactly how you were going to do it. So I just spec for, like, Skeleton Mastery, basically, and Summon Mastery, and, like, that was my playstyle. But you can spec in a lot of different ways.
And pull up with the squad.
Yeah.
You could get some curses. So that your skeletons hit harder, or their damage is different.
Yeah, and then like, oh, I got a skeleton that had poison on it, but I don't want the poison. I want the cold because I want it to do slowing effect and shit like that. Oh, I'm gonna spec for corpse explosion with a bone cage, so I get the bone prison around them, and then just explode. That they can't escape. Explode corpses, and it's corpses upon corpses fucking exploding because that's how I spec. Or curse. I know that curse necromancers were like the meta if you were PvPing. Because you could basically be like, haha, I know you're super strong, but not right now. Not against me or not.
Curses are very strong. And also just even auras. That's why the Paladin's S tier.
Yeah.
Hands down, Paladin's broken.
Curse Necromancer required a lot of micro, and I did not want to do micro in Diablo. Which is why I was a summoner build most of the time, because I did macro. A summoner build is very heavy macro.
Yeah. And you better have a decent computer, because
Yep.
if there's more than one of you in one lobby, they're going to be seeing some frames drop quick.
The Shakaden build was godly. Oh yeah. I liked the assassin. I was never good with the assassin, but I just like the traps. I liked walking. Oh, see, there's a group of enemies over there. I'm going to set up a bunch of traps. I'm going to lead them here, and they're going to die. I wasn't like really super good with the assassin, but that was fun for me.
I like the assassin too. Even just the martial arts was fun. Yeah, the paladin is still godly. It is still S tier,
especially if you are in a team.
Yeah, they've even buffed Fist of Heavens, so now it's not just like a meme skill. It's actually legit, really good. And then you run Conviction, and Conviction lowers the resistance of every monster around you. Just having that is amazing because people pay buco bucks to get a weapon to put on their merc just to get Conviction.
Yeah.
Am I saying the right one? Is the Conviction the one that lowers the element resistance?
I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the names. I wasn't a heavy like I said. My mains were Druid and Necromancer, and then I played a little bit of Assassin and Barbarian.
Oh man, when I was really into it as a kid, my favorite was Javazon. It was just busted. The max damage output, even though you had a lower minimum damage than other things, like just the fact that you could range so high means that your chance to hit huge damage was massive. And then you have a mercenary that has that aura on it, so everything is weaker to lightning and takes off lightning immunity. You could kill anything.
Yeah,
more or less. Yeah.
Here's the test to see if you're really. Here's the name 10 songs thing. For Diablo. There are 5 chapters in Diablo 2 if you consider the expansion. Which chapter had the hardest final boss fight? And what was the name of the character?
Oh, it's Duriel.
100%. Chapter fucking 2. And that's the trick, because if you say, oh yeah, the 5th fight Baal, the 5th fight was the hardest. No, Baal's easy as shit. Baal's not a problem at all. Duriel is a fucking bitch. Duriel is the worst thing in the world. He's so rage-inducing. That little fucking slug piece of shit. Like, goddamn.
Oh yeah, hands down. Especially
as a summoning necromancer, he sucks.
God, yeah, that would be awful. Hell no. Yeah, no, you have to kite him, and then at hell difficulty, they give him the freeze aura.
Yeah.
So he slows your ass. You can't kite him anymore.
He's Diablo 2's equivalent of the Butcher. But at least there was a 50-50 chance that you got the Skeleton King instead of the Butcher playing Diablo 1.
Yeah, I feel like everyone else is easy to telegraph. You can, even Diablo, the certain move can one-shot you. You just try to avoid it.
Yeah, on Dariel, just to avoid the poison sprays and stay away from her.
Yeah, I mean, Mephisto's
a kind of a bitch, but because of the lightning. But like even that's like, okay, just don't get hit.
There's ways where you can just hit him from afar.
Yeah, just kind of.
You can literally kill Mephisto without taking any damage.
Which is Nihelok one of the
you cannot do that with Duriel.
One of the Nephilim?
Put you in a pit, a hole, and you're stuck slug infesting it. Nithalak? Oh, you're talking about the poison snake, Shinigami. Those poison snakes, because I used to run poison Javazon too. That poison is nasty if you don't have proper resistance.
I'm trying to remember.
In the game, aren't you? I could tell.
No, I'm so good. I'm so good. I'm trying to remember that one. I can't off the top of my head. It's been a while. I need to replay it. You know what we should do? We should all just replay Diablo 2.
He became a traitor.
We should. Who?
I see. We all remember these people.
Who are you talking about?
Remember any of most of the newer stuff, except for the fact they took out.
Who became a traitor?
How the hell you killed Deckard Cain?
Who'd you say became a traitor? Who? Wait, did I mute myself? I did. Who did you say became a traitor?
Nithalak.
I'm trying.
Act 5. Shinigami. It's the guy who's a necromancer.
Hold on. Now? Let me look him up.
He's got white hair, usually hunched over, scrawny looking dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, we need to like do a playthrough of Diablo 2 together, like just start some characters together.
No, yeah, we can.
I'm down for that. I think that'd be fun.
Just want to do a normal?
Start with normal, and we can always go up as we.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also one of my favorite creatures, and also hate to run into them. There's in Act 2 is those little fetish guys because they just do so much damage. They also like explode. Like
not,
I think
not
they like
Act 2, Act 3. Act 3 has the fetishes.
Is it Act 2? Yeah, it's the one with
You're
the
in
fist. Yeah, it's Act
Kurost.
3.
You're in Kurost.
Yeah. The little bone fetish guys. And you know what's my favorite? One of my favorite items. I think it's just such a meme thing. Is the delirium room word where you can turn into one of those little shits.
Yeah. I always liked Trey Ghoul's set just because I thought it was cool turning into a ghoul. I thought it was kind of cool.
Oh yeah, there's also the one where you can turn literally into a vampire lord and like start spamming fireballs.
Yeah, that's Trey Ghoul's set.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Just run around as a freaking vampire lord.
Which I love that so much of like Diablo 2, it like has inconsistent things with like the lore, and then like my brother would be super pissed about that because like that's not the lore thing. That's not true to the lore. I was like, Chris Metzen said it's canon. Go fuck yourself. Chris Metzen, but in the game it's spelled this way. Fuck you, Chris Metzen said it's canon. Go fuck yourself. But yeah, no, that game was peak. That game was so much fun. And I appreciate what they were trying to do with like Diablo 4 of, okay, we're going to make Diablo 2, but we're going to make it, big open world like WoW, because that's what people want nowadays. And I feel like they could have done it and it been fine, but they didn't do it right. I feel like making Diablo a big open world game and doing it properly is hard, and they just didn't do it right.
Yeah, 100%. I think they had some good ideas, but they lost the sauce. Yeah, it's. I mean, let's be honest. There's no way people were going to be 100% satisfied with it, but they dropped some balls there, and I wish they hadn't, because I fucking love that series. Yeah. Oh, do you need to change your title for your stream since you're playing Repo? I probably should. Yeah. Oh, you might want to wait till you cash out. Yeah, I'll do that after I cash out. Okay, I got 25 basically on there, 26 almost. How much is... I need 13k more. There's a big thing over there. But I don't want to be hauling around the cart with it because that moon might come get me. No, Diablo 2 was definitely peak. It was amazing. I love it. I definitely am down. Like, Shinny, if you want to, and Mask, if you want to, let's fucking like start a playthrough together at some point. Well, we need a fourth then. Oh, we don't need a fourth. It'd be a good idea to have a fourth. It would be funnier for conversation. Yeah, definitely. I'll play either Necro or Druid. Seems like you want to play Paladin. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'd rather play. I've always been interested. There's this build, but it's so late game. That's the problem. Is like some of the builds are so late game that you need certain gear to do it. Like I've heard there's this enchant sorceress build where you can turn yourself into a werebear. What? And use fire claws, and you have enchant on yourself with the maximum fire build. Apparently, it was old school build. I haven't made one, and I've always wanted to try to make one. Huh? Barbarian's still good, man. They're still good. Barbarian's a decent powerhouse for sure. Yeah, they get a lot of access to things just to mitigate damage and deal out damage. I remember my dad got so mad at me. Oh, go on. Oh, what were you gonna say about your dad? My dad got like so annoyed with me when he introduced me to like Diablo 2, because I wanted to play a necromancer, but I also liked the idea of him carrying around a big ass axe. So I didn't use wands or anything. I used a big ass fucking axe. So I had to get my strength up so I could use the axe. And he got so annoyed. He's like, "That's not how you play necromancer. Like you need to." This like, yeah, but the axe is cool. I like the axe. Got so fucking annoyed with me. The great thing though is you could do that. Yeah. That's gonna get me to that. Barbarians are still good. Whirlwind barbarians are great. They've increased the damage of double throw or throwing axe, which I made a build about one time because there's this weapon you can get in Hell that's pretty good. It has a lot of added elemental damage. There was a throwing axe, but back in the day it wasn't very good. Now it's actually pretty legit. Yeah. I think of the classes, Paladin's definitely number 1. I think Amazon's number 2. and then probably tied with the Amazon sorceress. And
Yeah,
I
but
think
Source and Hell and
Druid's
Nightmare just
great.
eat shit because of all the resistances the enemy gets.
Yeah, but you got teleport, and you can stay back. You can run away. You're doing what to pals?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
We were the pals were breeding, but you missed the breed sesh, and now we're into repo.
God damn it! Go away!
Right now the Majora Mass Moon is after him.
It's on my ass. It wants to breed me.
I'm about to say, you better be careful. That moon coming for you.
Yeah. Of course.
Dude, can you make your cheeks quieter? You're clapping down the hallway.
God damn. Okay, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. But yeah, no, fucking. I know Necro is not the build and Druid is not really the meta build. It's one to have fun with. But like if I'm playing as a team, I can see myself going curse Necro just because like being able to drop the curses and have other people like just fucking destroy bosses, especially like just debuff the shit out of the enemy. Great play, but I like the. I'll tank as a Necro is what I'll do. I'll have so many fucking summons that I can tank as a Necro. Runga dummy thing, yeah.
Yeah, man, he's getting he's aggroing everything in the area.
God damn, fuck off.
Yeah, if I were to play again, I've Bozon's got an upgrade, and now they actually buffed the spear. So not throwing javelins, but the actual physical spear build for Amazon.
Nice.
Who else? Okay, so I was saying like a tier list. I really love Druid. I think Druid is just such a fun class. I do agree with you that it feels like sometimes the summons are very underwhelming. There are builds for them, but I feel like you need so many things to make it work that you're just better off doing a summon Necro. Just do summon Necro.
I mean, I wouldn't say that their summons are underwhelming. The Druid's built more as an all-arounder, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's kind of like the Druid in everything. Like, the Druid in WoW is an all-arounder, too.
I just feel like you get so much value out of a Whirlwind Druid versus Summon Druid.
Yeah, or even a Transformation Druid. But at the point where you're playing a Transformation Druid, just play a Barbarian.
Whoa. I love Rabies. They buffed it.
Did they?
It's really good now. Yes, and they even have a room word for Rabies and Venom for the Assassin that's new. And that was the first character I played when I came back to Resurrected. And of course, then they didn't have the room word. But I was the only one, and everyone else thought my build was trash because I wasn't keeping up with everybody else. But I love Rabies Druid. It's so much fun. You just bite one person, you just see the poison spread.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, bar build was Immortal Kings.
I'll answer that question real quick, Dragonfly. I need to go. My thing got dropped off. I'll be right back, but I'm going to rage about that.
Oh, no, he's going to rage? Oh, no, not again. What did you think about the... Oh, no. I don't know. I never really played WoW much. Why play WoW when I could play Diablo? What else character am I forgetting? Assassin's interesting. Assassin's a very interesting build. I feel like it definitely deserves more love. I love the martial arts. I like what they do, but I feel like you need to do things to get them to go off throne. Oh, he asked, what did you think about the WoW movie? Shinigami. So he's going to talk about probably what his thoughts on the WoW movie is when he comes back. I mean, I'm sure I didn't watch it. I probably have no reason to watch it. It probably isn't very good, though.
What?
What did you think about the WoW movie?
Hold on.
Oh, God, you brought like a dissertation back.
No. I got something from Makeship. Hold on. I'm very excited about this, Staley. You're going to like this. Something smells like weed.
Delivery driver.
call it magic or arcane? I always get the words interchanged.
Okay. Here you go. Wait.
What is it?
I got a Bronzebeard Tavern plushie.
Oh, that's pretty nice, man.
Barrel comes off. I'm really happy about it.
What?
I'm not generally super into plushies, but I love this game, and it was cute.
That's a cool one. I like how it holds the barrel and it lets it go.
Yeah. Des has been getting a lot of the ones from Vita Carnus.
I'm not familiar. What is Vita Carnus?
Oh, it's like a creative project. You'll just have to watch it. Just Google Vita or YouTube Vita Carnus.
Okay.
Hold on. It's a whole series. It's really cool if you like that sort of thing.
Yeah, there you go. Arcane.
So, here's what I think about the WoW movie, okay? The WoW movie was the most disappointing thing that ever happened in my entire life, even my divorce. Wait, what's whose YouTube channel name? Part of what server? No, just join the center stage and you can pop in. Or join the waiting room, you could pop in.
Yeah, join our server, dude.
He's in the server. I know he's in the server.
Oh.
Vita Carnus is in, and yeah, that's a very simple version of it. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go for it, dude.
We're gonna, just so we can keep the conversation going, pop into when we'll use Discord chat instead of in-game chat, just so we can keep talking to each other. Because I've been enjoying this conversation. The WoW movie was incredibly disappointing. It was awful. It sucked. It was bad. It tried to it destroyed the story of what actually happened if you read the books, and it tried to condense what happened over a very long period of time in the game into the books, into like a single movie's time frame, into a very short into like a 6-month time period. Also, canonically, Durotar was not killed in a Gul'dan was a little pussy bitch that hid in the shadows. He didn't have a one-on-one mano-y-mano fight with Durotar. Or Durotan. He had him assassinated. So that pissed me off. My dad loved WoW. I got my dad into WoW. And he loved it, and but he didn't care about the lore half as much. Not nearly as much as I did. I read all the books, I read everything, blah, blah. I'm super into it. We went to see the movie together. My dad, as back for Christmas, we went to see the movie together. My dad, we walk out of the theater, and as we walk out of the theater, my dad's like, so what do you think of it? And I was like, I hold my finger up, no. I wait until we get out of the theater, and then into the car. And he's like, so what do you think of it? And I was like, that fucking movie, blah, blah, just that's not what fucking happened. And it's all this, like, oh God, I was way too into it. I was way too invested in it. It was bad.
Wow. Well, hey man, at least you care about the lore.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on his page. I'm on the wiki page right now. And apparently his Durotan's death has been retconned and changed a lot. Because there's an entire section of his wiki for death discrepancies. The novel Lord of the Crayons by Christie Golden depicted unnamed spies of Gul'dan as the assassins. On the Burning Crusade flashlight, it is told that Thrall's parents were assassinated by humans, which contradicts all sources. The events depicted in Lord of Clans were generally accepted as what actually happened. Thrall, Twilight of the Aspects, supported this when Thrall travels through time and space and sees his parents murdered. World of Warcraft Chronicle Volume 2, again, updated and retconned the details of the death. It was originally said that Durotan and Draka met Orgrim Doomhammer in the Southlands, while Thrall, Twilight of the Aspects described it as Hillsbrad Foothills. So small change there. It's just where it happened. Lord of the Clans described that one guard accompanied the Frostwolves named Glukar, who later summoned the assassins, but the Chronicle used plural for guards. Dorotan. So basically they had a story that everyone liked and agreed with. That was Christy Golden's Lord of the Clans. I've read that book so many fucking times. And then they just started changing it a little bit more to just add more shit and add more shit. It's like, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck every single bit of yourselves, you little piece of shit. How dare you destroy the story? You don't know what you're doing. That was the movie.
Did she ever make a statement about the movie at all?
Christy Golden? I have no clue.
Yeah, that would be
ultimately, she's not in charge of the lore. Like, she was just a writer that was authorized by Chris Metzen to write it, and then Chris Metzen left Blizzard after a while. He came back, apparently, within the last few years, but that's when the story started going downhill, was when Chris left. No, she is, like, the best, because she also wrote the Arthas book, which is amazing. I love that. I also read that one a lot.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm probably gonna bounce and get some dinner.
Okay.
But I think you're getting joined by Saley here in a moment. Yeah. Oh, what did I say? Hey, you can't say that word on stream.
I said marijuana.
Mary Jane?
Yeah, I said marijuana.
Devil's lettuce?
Yeah. I think you can safely say something smells like that. I just don't think you can smoke it or talk about smoking it.
Oh, they're in the waiting room? Okay, I better leave before they get here.
Okay.
I don't want the cooties and shit. They're going to give me a disease.
Okay.
All right. Good luck, guys. Good luck playing Repo.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah.
Headphone.
What are you going for your spec, Staley?
Sorry, what's up?
What do you spec? You specking speed?
Yeah, might as well. It's
Okay.
too safe to run away from things.
Yeah, if you want to be a little bitch.
You're taking all the strength.
Yeah, because I'm strong.
Yeah,
Look
your Twitch does so.
What?
Every time you stream, man, it says Runga is strong as, and then a bleeped out word.
Fuck,
you
yeah.
Know that?
Oh, yeah, I forgot I had it set, because it used to be let's kill some fucking ghosts. I switched to that, because it was a joke during, like, early streams of mine that I would just say, I'm strong as fuck.
Strong as fuck.
Yeah.
Sweet, my shit just loaded there. I should just be able to join on you.
Yeah, I just need to get back to the waiting room.
So if you're going to ask me what I think of the movie,
You go right ahead.
theoretically, who the cast they used for the movie was great. What they tried to do for the timeline of the movie, or the timeline they were trying to plan for the movie, was great. But trying to condense so much story in a shorter time span of what the actual story happened.
Yeah, there's like 100 years of shit
games,
happening over the course of 6 months.
That didn't theoretically work.
Okay. See you, Mammoth. Appreciate you.
Take care, Mammoth.
Did you do it as 1 or 2 videos? But yeah, no, they took like stuff that happened over decades at the very least and convinced it into like 6 months, like brought it down into like 6 months. One, they have Dorotan dying during the First War.
Yeah,
he dies in between the First and Second War.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, he doesn't even, because no, he dies after the Second War, doesn't he?
I think it's after the second.
Yeah, because Thrall's Rebellion wasn't the Second War. Thrall's Rebellion was just him leaving.
The precursor.
Yeah, it was. Thrall's Rebellion was the precursor to Warcraft 3.
Mm-hmm.
So Dorotan dies after the Second War. No, because Gul'dan dies. Gul'dan sends the assassin, so he would have died. Gul'dan dies.
And don't forget the original Blackhand died too.
Yeah, Blackhand died, Orgrim took over. And then Orgrim starts the Second War.
And then Orgrim died.
Gul'dan dies during the Second War, I think, because that's when he goes to the Tumor Sargeras and gets killed.
Mm-hmm.
But that means that Durotan died between the first and second war.
Yep, the second and third game.
He doesn't get killed directly by Gul'dan, because everyone was still like, Black Hammer's in charge. Black Hammer wouldn't have allowed that. Black Hammer would have fucking tried to kill Gul'dan, could have killed Black Hammer just because of the magic.
You're talking about Black Hand?
Yeah, Black Hand. I've mixed Doomhammer and Black Hand, yeah. But Ren Blackhand would have tried to kill Gul'dan if he had the audacity to try to push himself as someone that could take down Durotan, because Blackhand considered Durotan somewhat of a rival. Or at least, if someone was going to kill Durotan, it would either be one of his assassins, who'd have him assassinated 100%, or he would kill him by hand. But he's not going to let Gul'dan kill him in front of a bunch of people. That's just not going to happen. So that was an entire falsehood. Also, they made it out so that Gul'dan had the spikes coming out of his shoulders and shit. No, that was an outfit he fucking wore. Gul'dan looked like a scrawny little bitch. Gul'dan was unimposing the way he looked.
The only reason why he was imposing was because the power he wielded, because he was infused with Fel.
Okay, yeah, then that's fine. That is... Well, hold on. I did as one, but I did chapter it so I can split it quickly. Actually, it would be 10 minutes if it was a video by itself. If it was, the Twitter and stuff was one video. No, that's fine if it's one video. It's perfectly fine if it's just one. I just wanted to know what you did. So, no, that was all bullshit. And they make it, like... They don't touch on Medivh's descent into madness nearly as much as they should.
Yeah, because that was, 20 years of him being manipulated?
It was roughly 20 years of him being manipulated, because he went into a coma for 10 years. And then he wasn't corrupted at all. He was 14. He wasn't corrupted at all. But he had Sargeras in him. He just wasn't being affected by him, because Sargeras didn't have the ability to take over. They fought the trolls, and then him using the amount of magic that he needed to do to fight off the trolls caused him to fall into the coma, because Sargeras started taking over. He was in a coma for 10 years, and then he was like basically being manipulated by Sargeras the entire time.
Yep.
And then 10 years after that, he gets killed by who is it?
Khadgar.
It's Khadgar. Lothar. I was trying to remember, because I was getting Lothar, Uther, and Turleon confused. He gets killed by Lothar and Khadgar and a handful of footmen and shit like that. And then he gets revived by Aegwynn. And since he gets revived without Sargeras in him, he's back to being a fully good guy, and then does all that different shit. But there was like a long period of time of stuff happening. Also, this is technically canon to WoW to begin with, but the Garona-Medivh relationship was fucking stupid.
In the movie, yeah.
Well, it always. Even not in the movie, it's fucking stupid. And they retconned. Medan is not canon anymore. They realized Medan was stupid, and they made Medan not canon anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if anyone was going to get together, it was going to be Khadgar and Garona. Like, if you read the books, if you read The Last Guardian, they have a relationship. They have a kind of cutesy relationship. So then just being like, oh no, they were fucking this whole time. Like, that's bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about?
The other big thing that they really screwed up with in the movie was portraying her to have the human-like features as a fucking half-orc.
Well, because originally she wasn't. Originally she was a half...
She was a Draenei.
Yeah, originally she was supposed to be, I think, half human, half orc. But then they decided after the fact they retconned it to being Draenei.
She's actually from Outland, so she's supposed to be half Draenei, half orc.
Yeah, that's what she is canonically, but I think what it was originally was her being... They wanted her to be human and orc. But that also doesn't make any sense timeline-wise. I mean, you can make it make sense, but if you make it make sense, it's really weird, because they were using fel magic to rapidly age the youth, so they'd be warriors. So there were, like, I think it was any orc over the age of 6 had their life drained so that they would age up until they're, like, in their 20s. So the only way Garona is half human is if she was basically 2 years old, canonically.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it was strictly for the movie, really, if you think about it.
Well, in The Last Guardian, it's implied that she's half human, but they also Khadgar doesn't know what Draenei are, and everything is through him as the narrator. Khadgar is the narrator of The Last Guardian, has no idea what a Draenei is. So if you mix an orc and a Draenei, the result would look to him like an orc and a human.
Yep.
So the Garona was, I like Garona as a character, great character, but the relationship with Medivh is stupid. That's just dumb as fuck. I did not like Travis Fimmel as Lothar.
He didn't do a bad job portraying the character, but he's bound based off of everyone that was a Warcraft fan knowing what Lothar was capable of, and the way he portrayed it didn't mesh.
Here's the thing. If they were going to go for an actor from
Australia.
Go for an actor from the show Vikings to play Lothar, it should have been the guy who played Rollo, Clive Standing. Because Lothar's a big fucking dude. Travis Fimmel is not. This guy would make... Hold on, let me share screen real quick.
I'm very familiar with who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm showing it to stream now, yeah.
Real quick, I don't mean to look.
Mute yourself in Repo. That echo was horrible.
Yeah, how?
Go to settings, go to audio, and then turn on push to talk. My god, that was bad. Why isn't it turning it on? Why isn't it doing it?
I just suffer. No, I fixed it. I just wanted to be a bitch before I did.
I know. There you go. This dude, why is it fucking like this? Hold on. This dude right here should be fucking Lothar. Like that right there, him when he is, that is Lothar to me. That is a much better Lothar to me. When he's working for the French, that would be a great Lothar. So I don't like Travis Fimmel's Lothar. I could have seen Travis Fimmel as Anduin Wrynn. Or not, Varian, as Varian. No, Anduin. Yeah,
Young Anduin.
Yeah, I could have seen him as, like, Anduin, during Medivh's time. That would have made sense to me. Or, oh god, he played a guy in the 100. Zach McGowan. Zach McGowan would have been great. Hold on, let's see if I can get this to actually work this time. Why is it not working?
What's your opinion on Ben Foster being Medivh?
No, God, no, God, no. One, Medivh is supposed to have a raven-like face. He's constantly described as having a long, narrow face.
A narrow jaw, yep.
Hell, Zach McGowan would have been a better fucking... if they wanted Jack Medivh, they could have Zach McGowan be fucking Jack Medivh. Hold on, I'm trying to turn off this filter. There you go. There you go. Right there, Zach McGowan. That would be a fantastic fucking Lothar. But even then, he has more of the face of Medivh, so he could have been a good Medivh. It's just, Medivh's not jacked. But he's got the facial structure for it. He's got the hair for it. Ben Foster as Medivh was fucking stupid. Their casting was bad. Their casting was really bad. I don't know who they would cast as Uther. We talked about doing this at some point. I remember we talked about this when we were playing Plunderstorm. We were going to just pop on stream one day and talk about who we'd cast as our ideal characters if there was a WoW movie. We need to do that at some point. Like maybe you down to do that potentially
Uther
tomorrow?
Was kind of hard.
Ron Perlman, maybe. Ooh, you know who? No, not Ron Perlman. I know exactly who it would be. Oh God, what's Stephen Lang. Stephen Lang, I think, would make a decent Uther if he grew like a beard out. If Stephen Lang grew like a beard, he's got the age, he's got the voice, he's got that kind of gravel to his voice that I expect from Uther.
I have a perfect one potentially, and that's just going off an in-game model.
Okay.
And you might disagree with this one,
Okay.
but John Rhys Davies.
John Rhys Davies should play like Muradin.
True.
Especially because he's already got experience playing a dwarf.
Not the beard!
I feel like John Rhys Davies is a bit too full in the face to play Uther.
But Uther was built that way in the game with the recent expansions.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to cast John Rhys Davies, one, just for the joke, cast him as Muradin Bronzebeard. just always have, and then have him be like, what's the Falnir? He could be Falnir, he could be Muradin, he could be Magni. Just every single dwarf played by him. Oh, who played fucking oh god, what's his name? He played Thorin.
Thorin Oakenshield?
Yeah, oh god. Because he would be a good, I think, Lothar, or I don't think he'd be a good Uther, but he might be a good Lothar. Or potentially a good Medivh, because right here, hold on, let me pop this up. Right there, that's, if his hair were less like dirty, that's Medivh. That's straight Medivh right there. I mean, am I wrong?
No.
That he would have been a perfect Medivh. And right there, that's Medivh. Also, he can clearly play the guy slowly going mad, because Medivh like is always kind of portrayed as semi-aware of what's happening. Like, he's doing evil things, but he doesn't have evil intentionality, but he knows that he's doing these evil things.
Well, he played it perfectly as Thorin Oakenshield going mad, trying to reclaim the old kingdom.
Exactly. So he can play that character.
Trying to reobtain the jewel that technically wasn't theirs to begin with.
Yeah. And that level of, like, when he is going off about the ownership. Have you read The Last Guardian?
No.
Read The Last Guardian, and there's a scene where he goes off on Khadgar for, like, talking out of place and shit like that. And there's basically, like, scenes exactly like that he played as Thorin Oakenshield, and it's he could do that perfectly. I think what's the fucking actor's name? Hold on. I think
the one that plays Thorin is Richard Armitage, if I remember.
Yeah, Richard Armitage. Yeah. Because he plays Trevor in Castlevania.
Yep.
Richard Armitage would have been a great Medivh. They could have done the movie so much better. I mean, it doesn't matter who they cast for the orcs, honestly, because it's all that really matters is the voice, and honestly, any deep voice works for the orcs.
Hey, Clancy Brown was great for his spot for where he played in the movie. That was the biggest hit that they made in that movie.
Clancy Brown is great in whatever he does. Anytime you need that kind of deep voice, scary, whatever, Clancy Brown is perfect.
Coming off of his former role as the Kurgan.
Coming off his former role as Mr. Krabs.
I'm just saying more of going back to Highlander.
Yeah. He's also Mr. Krabs. He's Sergeant, then Private Zim in Starship Troopers. He was Surtur in Thor Ragnarok.
Mm-hmm.
Him as Black Hand is good. I could have also seen him as fucking as Durotan. Because Durotan, you kind of want a softer voice for. I'll give you that. You want a slightly softer voice for Durotan. But like Ron Perlman as Durotan, I think would have been great. Ron Perlman doing his Fallout kind of thing, like War Never Changes. That I think that would have been a perfect voice for Durotan.
Only problem is now Ron Perlman, I think, is trying to get out of the movie business because, let's face it, he's up there in age.
Yeah, but voice acting is different. Like if he does the voice and he has a different person doing the mocap.
With him, he's going to have to undoubtedly be the person being in the mocap. You can't have him be like Darth Vader.
Yeah. I mean, God, there's so much perfect casting they could have done, and I don't think there's many people that would turn away. Maybe now, but at that time, I don't think there's many people that would have turned away being in the Warcraft movie. Also, Zoe Saldana as Garona.
Yeah, that casting part could have been done better.
Yeah. Zoe Saldana could have been a perfect Garona.
She already does a perfect job as Gamora.
Yeah, I mean, she already got the green on her. That would have been a reason I would have avoided it. I'll admit that. Like, if I was a casting director, that would have been a reason I would have avoided it. Was
stigma.
because it's just like it would look too much like Gamora. But I think she would have done a perfect Zoe Saldana. The Garona they have looks too human.
Yep.
Looks way too human. All she is a human with green skin and fangs. Garona was described as looking attractive for an orc.
For an orc.
Yeah. But then, like, basically humans saw her looking as too much like an orc, and orcs saw her looking as too much like a human. This just looks like green human with bad teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just disappointing. Who else? Who are the other main characters in that fucking movie? Because the movie literally just is Last Guardian. It's just the book. It's just the book Last Guardian, but done poorly. And then trying to condense a lot of stuff from like the main plot of the movie is just the book The Last Guardian. But then there's a bunch of shit that gets condensed into that because they also have some stuff that should have happened in Lord of the Clans, like when Durotan dies, and then like then they have stuff from Tides of War, and it's just bad. It's just really bad. Who would I cast as Arthas?
You probably know better than Patrick Seitz, the voice actor himself. Because if you look at Arthas's model, it's almost the exact match to him.
Patrick Seitz has put on a lot of weight.
I'm talking the old Patrick Seitz, not the current.
Yeah, Patrick Seitz young is basically Arthas. I would say Liam Hemsworth if Liam Hemsworth was a decent actor. But he's not.
Yeah, he'll never compare to Chris.
He will never. Have you read the Arthas book?
No, I still got to get into the books.
The Arthas book is so phenomenal because it does something that the games don't do, and it gives you the inner monologue that is happening in Arthas's head, which makes him so much more sympathetic for the downward spiral he goes on.
They didn't tell that story properly in the game.
I mean, they had limitations. They had limitations. But the book clears a lot of that up, so it clarifies Jaina and Arthas' relationship, and then all the inner monologue and like the confliction. Because in the games, he seems steadfast that every decision he makes is the right decision. He's
the right decision. Yeah.
But in the books, he is clearly conflicted. He regrets doing a lot of the stuff that he did, but he has that inner monologue that's saying, I got to do this. I got to do this for Lordaeron. I believe that this is what's best.
He's doing it for salvation instead of
he's doing it
believing it being the right thing.
He's doing it because he believes it's the thing he has to do, even though he hates the fact that he has to do it. Arthas in the games is never remorseful. He never gives a shit. He's just like, nope, I'm just going to kill it. The city must be purged. Let's fucking go. And then never feels bad about it. Arthas in the book has all of that, and then even throughout the book, do you mind if there's like a slight spoiler? It doesn't ruin the book because it just leads up. You played Wrath. Arthas I
played Wrath in its fucking heyday, and then did Shadowlands where they said nope, we're not bringing Arthas back at all.
Yeah, Arthas. So throughout the book, you have this in between chapters. Like the start of every chapter is Arthas sitting in a great hall, basically at Northrend, and there's Ner'zhul there, and then there's a young child that is young Arthas there. And every chapter it starts with that, and it's Ner'zhul trying to convince Arthas, and the young child is like sickly, and Ner'zhul's powerful. And
you're talking about Matthias Lettner, the little boy that we quested with there in Ice Crown Citadel.
Yeah, kind of. But it's Ner'zhul trying to convince Arthas to fully embrace the darkness, and the young
Dark
Arthas,
side, yep.
young Arthas trying to convince him, don't do this, don't, you can still save yourself, you can still be a good person. And
like Darth Vader.
yeah, basically. And at the very end of it, at the very end of the book, Arthas, and this is basically what happens moments before the opening cinematic of Wrath. This is supposed to be what happens right before the opening cinematic of Wrath. Arthas stands up. This is all in a dreamscape, such as a spiritual plane for him. Arthas stands up, goes over, kills the kid version of himself, and then Ner'zhul's like, "Oh, we're gonna be so powerful together!" Yeah, ha, ha, ha. And then Arthas kills him too, and basically becomes his own thing. He is no longer plagued with the guilt and the remorse that he had up until that point because of his humanity, but he's also no longer being influenced by Ner'zhul. He is now just the Lich King, independent of either of those.
And technically, he's never been influenced by Ner'zhul to begin with.
He was
Ner'zhul was just part of the armor because he was still directly influenced by the jailer.
Yeah, okay, we're not. Let's fuck you and fuck the jailer. Fuck all this retcon shit that they did because they needed to introduce new big bads. Fuck you. That's bullshit. No.
I know.
Goddamn. Oh my god, Kel'Thuzad
wasn't
loyal to... No, Kel'Thuzad was sucking the Lich King's dick. Kel'Thuzad was the most loyal. Kel'Thuzad was more loyal than Arthas was.
Yeah, I know. Blizz was just given that card. They were trying to do a...
Fuck all of that.
Fantasy 14.
Fuck all of that. Fuck everything about that. Fuck you. God damn, that makes me so mad.
Had to bring it up.
WoW stopped at Wrath, okay? The canon of WoW lore stopped at Wrath, because then it just went... And I'll even give you Cataclysm, because Deathwing was worked in there from, like, the beginning. Deathwing is fine.
Yeah, Warcraft 2.
Yeah. And Pandarans were there since 3.
And of course, everyone's going to cry, oh, Kung Fu Panda inspired that. Bullshit,
no,
that was 2002.
It was when Sam made a picture for his fucking daughter and brought it to
His
work,
avatar.
and it was him. Yeah, it was his panda with a little baby panda, because he made it for his daughter. He brought it to work, and they put it in Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, as an homage to Sam, who was their lead artist. Kung Fu Panda didn't have shit to do with it. Fuck you. Ah!
Yeah, that was a full 7 years in advance.
Yeah, no, it's just because you didn't read the books or play the RTS games doesn't mean shit. Go fuck yourself. Anyways. But no, the book is amazing. The book is fucking phenomenal. And it gives so much lore to it, and also gives so much lore into the relationship between Jaina and Arthas, because in the game it's like, oh, did they fuck? Are they just kind of flirtatious? No, like they almost got married. Like they were straight up. The only reason they didn't get married was because Arthas realized that he wasn't mature enough to lead.
For it.
He realized that if he married her, he would basically be in a position where he was taking over the
two kingdoms.
Yeah, well, and Tyrannus would end up pulling back, because Tyrannus was currently pulling back because of their relationship and handing off more to Arthas, and Arthas wasn't ready for that responsibility, so he ended the relationship, which was a very mature move. In the games, you get vague flirtation. But it's almost like they're coworkers that flirt together. It's his office wife. That's it.
Don't get your honeys where you make your money.
Yeah, and Muradin is played off as, oh, he's an old friend. No, Muradin fucking taught Arthas how to fight. Uther taught him how to fight like a paladin. Muradin taught him how to fight like a winner. Like, that is... They weren't just like casual coworkers, casual people that knew each other because they were both like nobles. They were like besties. Muradin was one of his best friends. Muradin and Varian were his best friends, by far.
They did good with the storyline when they gave the flashbacks of Arthas and Muradin in the Frost Cave there in Dragonblight.
Yeah, I'm not someone that's mad that Muradin's alive. I know a lot of people are mad that Muradin's alive because he was supposed to die there, but oh no, he was just in a coma. Yeah, man, he's a fucking dwarf. Those guys can handle a fucking lot, and they can handle the cold. Like I'm not mad that he survived. I wish they would have played into that more instead of just being like, suddenly Muradin's alive. A wizard did it. But
appearing as the Frostborn dwarves leader.
Yeah,
in Storm Peaks.
They could have done it a lot better. 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 It was they could have done it a lot better. They could have done it a lot better. It was they could have done it a lot better. They could have done it a lot better. It was they could have done it a lot better. for sure.
Hell, they could have fucking done Magni better than being the Speaker of Azeroth for 2 full expansions before he finally loses his diamond form.
And then Malfurion, they didn't do justice.
Tyrande, they haven't done justice for.
Illidan, they didn't do justice, I don't think, because Illidan was a far more complex character than the games ever give him credit for. If you read the War of the Ancients series, Illidan is just he's a very complex character. And
he's like Arthas, but he's the void side of it instead of the domination side of it.
Yeah, he's Fel Arthas essentially, and he's all like, again, it's almost like a 1-to-1 story. Arthas went to take Frostmourne to save his kingdom. Illidan went to take becoming effectively a satyr, but a proto-satyr kind of, because he wasn't fully transformed until he ate the Skull of Gul'dan, to save the Night Elves during the War of the Ancients.
The War of the Ancients, yeah.
He went forward, he gained power, he believed that he tricked them into giving him the same power that they gave Xavius and some of the other satyrs and shit like that. Had his eyes burned out, had the tattoos put on him, gained a lot of power, and ultimately did turn against the Highborn and was continuing to help them. But he also tried to recreate the Well of Eternity because he grew up his entire life as a prolific, very powerful sorcerer, and without the Well of Eternity, he couldn't do that sort of magic.
His powers.
Yeah, so he thought he needed, and he didn't want to be second string to his brother, who's the most powerful druid in the world, because he doesn't know how to do that. So he recreated the Well of Eternity under the notion that, I'm trying to help the world. And then he got put in jail for 10,000 years in a cave by himself. Yep. And that's Malfurion. At the very least, go visit your fucking brother. Like, his crash out's kind of fucking justified, man. Especially since you just bring him back, like, hey, I know you've been in a cave for 10,000 years, but
everything's all good.
Demons are back. You want to help out? And then he doesn't even want to bring his brother back. Tyrande wants to bring his brother back, which makes 100% sense that Tyrande would be the one to do that. But also, Malfurion, that is the most bitter thing that Malfurion ever does. And in the books, it's played off as something that, like, Malfurion accepting leadership and accepting the fact that he can't give Illidan a pass just because he's his brother. In the games, it's just played off as Malfurion being a little shit. Being kind of a dick.
And also, they did play this out. Of course, Tyrande and Illidan were always destined to be together, but given his path, the way it was written, they seemed better for him to be with her to be with Malfurion.
I mean, it was kind of played out in the books at the very least as... In the books, it's played out very much that the woman has the choice 100% of the time, and that Tyrande was having to choose between Malfurion and Illidan. But Illidan had amber eyes, which in the Night Elf society was seen as a sign of, like, destiny. Like, you were going to be a powerful person, which is why when he gets his eyes burnt out by fel magic, when he gets all that power, it's kind of like an emotional moment. Yeah, it's an emotional moment that, like, this thing that was a sign of him being, destined for greatness is gone and replaced with something that is manifestly evil. Do they ever address Broxagar in the games?
Broxagar has never been addressed, and I know the story on that character, at least what he's important for.
He's kind of, in a very small way, but also in a very important way, one of the most important beings in Azeroth. Because he was the
only reason why Azeroth didn't get fully consumed when he did.
He was the first person to ever hurt Sargeras. Yeah, created a small flesh wound, but enough that they could focus their magic on it to distract Sargeras enough that they could close the portal. He's the only reason Azeroth still exists, and they never address him in the games. And at very least, they have to have Broxagar's axe as a weapon. I gotta think that Broxagar's axe is a weapon because it's an incredibly powerful wooden axe.
So this isn't to.
It's called the Axe of Cenarius, to refer to as Brox's axe. Not
to spoil anything, but if you think about it, did you play Legion or at least read the events from Legion?
No, Mists of Pandaria was like the latest that I really kind of... Cataclysm is the one that I know well enough. Mists of Pandaria I kind of have, and after that it's just like, it lost the plot for me so much.
So do you care?
No, I don't give a shit.
Okay, so Illidan did make his return in Legion, of course.
Illidan's going to come back forever. Illidan is always going to come back forever.
And of course, Sargeras in the final raid of that expansion made his appearance finally in the game. made his appearance, stabbing the sword in Silithus.
No.
As everyone knows, what sword? Canonically, right now, it feels like Illidan's ultimately going to return because he shipped off with the Titans. So, Khazgaroth, Agramar, all of those Titans, Aman'Thul, Eonar, to go keep Sargeras in check. Now that we have the story coming from the next expansion, Midnight, and then they got the Last Titan. As you know, the Last Titan is the final of the World Soul saga, where the Titans are famously known for shaping worlds to become a world titan.
Yeah, that's kind of the fucked up thing about the lore of World of Warcraft is the end state of Azeroth is to explode into a Titan. Except for it's been corrupted now. It's been corrupted by old gods, so now not really.
I can't divulge because that story has not been fully delved upon yet.
Yeah.
Azeroth might not be a Titan.
Well, it was corrupted by the old gods, so it could become an old god. Because that's what the old gods were going around doing, was corrupting the world souls.
You're going to have to get back into retail and also watch a ton of videos from Bellular, who's famous on the YouTube community for doing lore videos on this.
Yeah.
There's a lot that's going to be coming into play.
Fair.
As I said, Azeroth may not be a Titan after all.
Okay, I mean, I'll definitely read and watch there because that is interesting.
I'm not trying to ruin it, but it's already been announced. Dimensius, the All-Devouring, the one that destroyed Koresh, returns in patch 11.2.
I do love one of my favorite little lore tidbits with World of Warcraft 2 is the Curse of Flesh and how much that fucking backfired. like we have all these I know what we're going to do. We're going to give them the Curse of Flesh so that they're immortal and they're scared and they won't fight against us. And then it's just like, nah, the living ones are like, well, if we're going to die anyways, we might as well die pushing your shit in. Fuck you. Like it's the Curse of Flesh just 100% backfiring on them was fantastic.
This is coming full circle now. So you're going to have to go into the War Within, the current expansion, to get the story behind the Curse of Flesh.
Did they change the story of the Curse of Flesh?
Oh, it's a deep dive.
This is one of the reasons why I get annoyed with the new expansions is because they keep changing canon. And it's like, God, fucking Christ.
I'm going to ruin it since you don't care at the moment.
Yeah.
So, the Earthen, as you know, the Earthen are dwarves
the early dwarves,
that later became regular dwarves, dark iron, etc.
Yeah.
Of course, the humans came from the
the Earthen still existed during the War of the Ancients, despite the fact that the Curse of Flesh had been around for a while.
So the Curse of Flesh is currently written in the War Within expansion as influence from Azeroth fighting against the main directive from the Titans trying to keep it order instead of giving free will.
Okay, so they retconned it entirely.
Because there's Earthen that were under control of the Titans called Thragar.
Yeah.
Thragar is what the current free will Earthen are.
Yeah.
That is playing into the story of Curse of Flesh, how the Vrykul, the Cavaldir, became humans, the Earthen became regular dwarves, the Mechanomes became regular gnomes.
Yeah, so they are hard retconning what it used to be, because it was originally I'm trying to remember which one it was. Yogg-Saron created the Curse of Flesh to make the Titans, the giants that they created, mortal. And the creatures they created mortal in the hopes that they would die off and be afraid to fight because they didn't want to die. But what all it did was kind of galvanize them because now they were like, well, we're going to die anyways. Let's fight, kind of thing. And I love that story.
So that's the other thing, too. The old gods are playing into the story that they're the reason why Azeroth has come the way it's gone for the story so far.
Mhm.
But that could be so far from the truth. I'm not going to divulge what's going on there.
That's God. They keep just retconning shit. That's why. Like after Cataclysm, because Cataclysm felt like a retcon, but in a way that wasn't a retcon. It was just working into the story. It's like, hey, there's this reason why shit is changing. There's something in this story that we are introducing that is changing shit and changing the way the world works. But then, like these future retcons and the future expansions are just like, none of that we said before was true.
It's going to require some deep dives for you to go through to find the real primary directive of why the game has gone the way it's gone.
Because Chris Metzen left.
Right, Chris Metzen's back.
Well, he is back now, but he left for too long.
Technically, he left because I think he felt like he had no other choice, given that the game was going the direction that he didn't see it the way it should have gone. Because if you think about it, he's been there since the very beginning of Blizzard Entertainment.
Oh yeah, he was like early.
He was one of the originals.
I met Keith R. DeCandido, who wrote Cycle of Hatred. I met him at a con, and I was talking to him, and this was a small con, so me and him just got into a long conversation with each other. Like, he remembered me the next day. And he even, this was 2 or 3 years ago, and he did not know that Chris Metzen was back at Blizzard when I talked to him. Because we just got to talk.
Chris Metzen came back at the tail end of Shadowlands going into Dragonflight, and it was well warranted because I feel like, so the main reason why he left, as we know, the storyline from Battle for Azeroth after the tail end of Legion and going into Shadowlands got shipped the way it did because Alex Frostsayabi, Mr. Fuck You All, because he came from EverQuest days, the Fires of Heaven Guild that was a world first EverQuest guild. And when Sony stepped in and said, no, we can't have you doing any more world firsts, and he ultimately became part of the creative team of Warcraft, Blizzard Entertainment.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking Chris left because some upstart from a lower tenure was trying to override what the longer tenured writers were writing.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, fuck that.
He basically had people coming in and telling him he couldn't do his job. So he said, fuck it, fine, I won't.
So in turn, he probably left until the problem got resolved.
Yeah.
Hence why he's back.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that left way too much time where shit got fucked up.
If you think about it, it's only 4 years.
Yeah, but that's like 2 expansions.
You think about it, though, the current expansion for Warcraft, The War Within, they're already working on Midnight right now. When Midnight launches, they're already working on The Last Titan, that expansion. They're always working one expansion ahead of what comes up.
Yeah.
So technically, he left when he was already in the writing process to leave, going from Battle for Azeroth.
I still feel like him being gone is one of the reasons why they just started retconning shit. Because
and that's
it was
the reason why he's back.
Yeah, I feel like if Chris Metzen were there, here's what I truly wonder. I feel like we could make an entire podcast out of just talking about WoW and lore. Like, I would be down if you want to like start recording a podcast that's just us talking about shit in the Blizzard universe.
Oh, God.
I'm down for that. We could get me, you, and Mask. I think that would be a fun thing to do. Especially if we do it like while we're playing. We start a WoW character together for when we talk about WoW stuff. We start a Diablo character for when we talk about Diablo stuff, and we could just hop on StarCraft co-op for when we're talking about StarCraft shit. I don't know if you care too much about StarCraft.
I've never played StarCraft. Actually,
I love StarCraft.
Surprisingly,
I love StarCraft, but I know the lore less well than I do Diablo and WoW. But I feel like it almost feels like the new writers didn't have enough continuity to know the lore. So they just started coming up with ideas, and when it countered lore, they just said, oh, well, that was never true to begin with.
You got to also take into mindset, look where Blizzard has been since Activision acquired it, and which, of course, is ultimately part of Microsoft, too, is it's always been more about, well, we got to come up with something, We got to ship it this way, and we always got to monetize everything we can monetize. It's just the way Activision's always been.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it's worked to the detriment of Warcraft because a lot of things that should have stayed where the way it went, of course, got retconned, or they'd alter it to some degree, but still left it canonical.
Yeah.
So a lot of it got convoluted based off of, well, this may now trigger this event here because there's a loophole and there's a wide open opportunity for it to present itself.
Yeah, it's.
Deathwing's
also a lot of people.
Return.
Deathwing's Return was justified because that was that Day of the Dragon, like the book from fucking 20 years ago at this point, maybe hinted at that was going to happen. The fact that they didn't kill off Deathwing at that point was just proof that okay, he's going to come back and he's going to be pissed.
See, that was the other thing too. People, they felt like Deathwing should have never made
shit,
a
that was
return.
more than 20 years ago. That was 24 years ago. Day
I
of the
was gonna
Dragon
say,
came
that's
out.
24.
Yeah, that was 2001. Jesus.
It's 2001.
Yeah.
So a lot of people didn't like Deathwing's Return because if you think about it, the way they wrote that storyline in Cataclysm put Deathwing as, oh, this is the reason why Azeroth is going to hell. And it's just based off of, look who he's been mind controlled by, Inzoth.
Yeah.
Inzoth didn't fucking show up for 14 years.
Yeah, but he was in the books.
He was in the books, but canonically, he didn't show up in game in 10 years.
Well, the
He was
old gods
there from-
always act kind of as background actors. The old gods are
But-
very much into let's manipulate what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
By controlling powerful people.
Okay, storyline wise, okay, Deathwing, 2001, storyline for the book and Warcraft 2. Okay, that's from 2001 to 2010 when Deathwing made his emergence in Warcraft.
In Cataclysm, yeah.
That's 9 years.
Because he was never hinted at in Warcraft 3, he was never talked about in TFT, he was never talked about in Vanilla or Burning Crusade.
In a way,
and you think that you would think that he would take advantage of the Dark Portal opening, since he canonically had already done that.
He had already canonically done that. He's part of the reason why the Netherwing Drakes even fucking exist.
They are just his children. They're just his children, but fucked up.
The only problem that they left is where they put Deathwing's lair is never in the game anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So the writing was on the wall between Burning Crusade and
Onyxia. Onyxia was in.
Yep.
So that was really the only tie to Deathwing was Onyxia.
Onyxia and Nefarian.
Yeah, Onyxia and Neltharion are direct ties to Deathwing, and we know
So
that
the writing's
Deathwing
on
is
the
not
wall.
dead. We know Deathwing's not dead because Day of the Dragon.
But the main downfall of the Cataclysm expansion is when they implemented LFR, they had all the Race to World First issues with people doing the loot splits off of that, trying to maximize gear, which then, of course, ultimately got the fucking hammer saying, oh, you're not supposed to use the game like that.
Yeah.
So there's that, and a full year of nothing but just farming Dragon Soul. And it's such a poorly done raid because it didn't do Deathwing right. He should have gone mad, which he did because he's under the influence of an old god, Inzoth. But Inzoth was never a maddening old god to begin with. That's Yogg-Saron.
Yeah.
So
because Yogg-Saron was the one that converted the Naga, wasn't he?
Inzoth is the one that created the Highborn into the Naga.
Okay.
Yogg-Saron is the reason why they say canonically the Curse of Flesh.
Yeah.
It may not be the Curse of Flesh, really, at least not by his influence.
Yeah.
But he's the one causing maddening whispers through all of Northrend.
Yeah.
He's causing big names to go mad that should never really have gone mad had they not stepped on Northrend.
I forget, it's because Malgos's madness comes from him being betrayed by Neltharion, but aka Deathwing. Is he ever tied to Yogg-Saron?
If you think about it, okay, so Yogg-Saron can have influence on anything he touches.
Yeah.
And of course, as you know, anywhere in Northrend, you're primed to be influenced by Yogg-Saron.
Not to mention, part of
same
Malgos's
continent.
soul was in the demon soul, which was also corrupted by the old
Perfect.
gods. So he has
Exactly.
contact with that, especially after Day of the Dragon, when the demon soul gets destroyed, and the piece of all the aspects energy is returned to them. That's a direct connection between Yogg-Saron and all the aspects. But Malgos was already mad by that point. Malgos was fucking insane by that. But he wasn't evil. He became
He was
evil.
not evil. He became evil because of the way they wrote his character. They said it was because of being turned by his brethren, because of the fact that, because of the events of Neltharion turning on him and the other dragonflights.
Because that happens War of the Ancients.
And the blatant use of arcane magics and magics in general.
But arcane magics aren't maddening. Fel magic is corrupting, but it's not maddening.
Correct. But
I feel like the real reason is they just wanted a new aspect of magic and they wanted Calicos to be it. So they needed to make him mad to give you a reason to kill him.
But
in
also having that old
universe-wise,
tie.
in universe-wise, like, I wonder, is there anything that says he was corrupted by Yogg-Saron? And if not, can you imply that the fact that he was already mad, which means his mental wall was weakened, and then he had his soul come back, part of his soul come back from the demon soul that was infected by the old gods, and since he was already had a kind of a low mental wall and was already mad, maybe it made him more perceptible or susceptible to it than the other aspects.
That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
So between the lore ties with Deathwing in 2001, Malagos in 2007, 2008, because the way they were writing the book, leading into Wrath's storyline, players, of course, knocking him down, new aspect has to come in to take its spot. The storyline that they wrote with Sunwell Plateau, which that's a whole ball of wax.
Yeah.
And canonically, everything that had been tied into Warcraft between the original base game, so vanilla, not classic.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Deathwing's story, the Old God's story, it was all destined to play out the way it went. But of course, dealing with the way they wrote the story, it was more of, okay, where can they go from next? And of course, that's when it led into Pandaria, where people were going, where the fuck are they coming from? Not knowing if they weren't already into the original RTS games where they originated from.
And to be fair, I'll give you that that the Pandaren is a one-off thing in the RTS game. It's just the Drunken Brawl. Or it's the Pandaren
Brewmaster.
Brewmaster, yeah. That's it. And it was really just an Easter egg for Sam. They don't appear anywhere in the books until after Mists of Pandaria. So I'll give you that. It's like, okay, someone who is only a fan of World of Warcraft would have no idea that the Pandaren existed. But also, do your fucking research, man. Just like Google it. Just Google it. Don't.
If you think about it,
yeah,
the game really should have died with Cataclysm.
I would say Cataclysm would have been a perfect opportunity to have World of Warcraft 2, because the big villain of there's two big villains of WoW of the Warcraft universe that can conceivably be fought, and that is Arthas and Illidan. Arthas beat Illidan.
Yep.
Illidan went off, and Illidan was Burning Crusade. So, Arthas is the big bad of the Warcraft universe. I mean, from basically the beginning of it.
The very beginning of it.
Ner'zhul is with I mean, obviously Arthas isn't there in the very beginning of it, but Ner'zhul is. And Ner'zhul is the Lich King until Arthas becomes the Lich King. He's the OG Lich King. He's the one that the Dreadlords took, ripped his soul out because he tried to escape during Turleon's Inquisition, and it got fused into it. So the big bad of the World of Warcraft universe is always going to be Arthas, and after Arthas is defeated, that should be peace between the Horde and the Alliance for a while, and then Cataclysm could be the perfect launch for World of Warcraft 2. Cataclysm as a storyline that happened. Like, yeah, we defeated the big bads. The orcs are overdoing their thing. The Forsaken kind of fucked up. They did some fucked up shit, but we're good with them now. There's peace and love. We're just gonna maintain this fragile ceasefire. Cataclysm happens. Deathwing starts his manipulations again. World of Warcraft 2, and have that 50 to 100 years in the future or something like that. So that way, all the characters we know and love are dead, and we don't have to worry about constantly retconning shit to make new people important.
So that was what a lot of people were complaining about, was after Deathwing, the main big bad, because they hinted at it. They had always told us for a while that, hey, there's multiple old gods. There's more than just Yogg-Saron and Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Turned out there was Enzoth, and of course, Yircharge, the one that would become the 7 Shaw there in Pandaria.
Yeah.
So what a lot of people were upset about was they said, oh yeah, Big Bad's Enzoth. He's the reason why Deathwing went mad. And then they took forever to even implement him into the game's story. It went a full 8 years before he even showed up in the game.
And they keep introducing stuff. And honestly, what they kind of could have done, too, and if they wanted to keep it going, but I don't feel like it would have been good, is go Wrath, and then go like Battle for Azeroth, where it's now okay. Now that Wrath is done, now that Arthas is done, there are evil elements on the Orc side and on the Horde side, on the Alliance side, that want the war to renew. Like you got Thrall and you got Jaina and you got Varian that all want peace, but then there's Garrosh and there's Sylvanas and there's Jaina Proudmoore's dad is dead, but you got people like
Dalen.
Yeah, Dalen, thank you. You got people, I was about to call him Daedalus from fucking Greek mythology. You got obviously the people on the Alliance side that are going to want war, and you got the people on the Horde side that are going to want war. And okay, now you can switch to they're going back to war, but then that would just feel like Warcraft 1. That would just kind of feel like falling back into Warcraft 1. If you wanted to keep that going, that's how they could have done it in a way that made sense without having to do all this big stuff. But they keep getting to points where, in order to beat these bad guys, the players that are fighting the bad guys have to be Malfurion level threats. They have to be Xavius level threats. They have to be Illidan level threats. And that's such an incredible power creep from where you are in vanilla. And it's getting to a point where like every character has to be a Mary Sue. And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
At least like so in Diablo, canonically in Diablo, every necromancer is the same person. There's a story in the actual lore of Diablo. All the main characters that you can play in Diablo are in lore characters, and yeah, you name them whatever the fuck you want, but canonically they are in lore the same person kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case in Warcraft
at
all.
Like Diablo 1's 3 heroes. If you want to count the expansion, there's 5 heroes. But
yeah, well, the expansion is not canon, but it is accepted now that they just like when they re-released it, they're like, here you go, here's Hellfire for you. Here it is. Like you're fine. Fuck it. And then,
yeah, the warrior being, of course, the sun.
Oh God, what's his name? Starts with an A. They really love A names for main characters.
Albrecht.
Albert, yeah. No, it's not Albrecht. Albrecht is the priest, isn't he? Or no, Albrecht's his dad. He's the prince.
Yeah.
Hold on, the warrior, Diablo 1. Oh, God damn, just get in game. Okay, it's not telling me. Guy who becomes Diablo 1.
We know the
Aiden.
Yeah, Aiden. Yeah, we know the rogue becomes the blood raven there in the first act.
And then the sorcerer becomes the summoner, yeah.
Yeah, not Tal Rasha, though.
No, the summoner in Luke Ghislaine, the one you have to fight there.
Yeah,
Tal Rasha is long before any of them. But you have that in Diablo, so it's in Diablo that makes sense. But in Warcraft, now you have these characters. Like every player, the end game of every player is to become a Malfurion level threat. Because the only way you can have a person or a team of people taking on some of these big bads is if they are Malfurion level powerful. And Malfurion is like god tier power. Like he is incredibly powerful. And that just why do we have to keep having this power creep where we're fighting bigger and bigger gods? I mean, are they going to fight the Titans next? Are they fighting Tyr? Are they fighting Eonar? Like what the fuck? Like at a certain point, it just stops. You can go a different route and keep it interesting without making it greater and greater level of like power creep. And they didn't do that. And they could have kept it low, because, okay, you're fighting Onyxia. Onyxia's powerful, but Onyxia's just a powerful black dragon. She's not even an aspect.
She's a whelpling compared to Deathwing.
Deathwing is an aspect. He has power granted from the Titans. Like, he is basically a demigod. Or he's above a demigod, because Cenarius is a demigod, and Deathwing is more powerful than Cenarius. But he is a step below Titan. Essentially, Onyxia would, like, conceivably, I would say power scaling wise, Cenarius and Onyxia would be on the same level.
I was gonna say same level.
Yeah, Cenarius and Onyxia would be on the same level, and Cenarius was killed by Grom Hellscream. Cenarius was killed by Grom Hellscream, powered up by Manaroth, but nonetheless, that is a fair level of, like, fight between the two of them. So you can still have increasingly powerful bosses, in-game bosses, without it being that incredible level of power creep of now you are basically fighting gods. Because that's kind of what it is. And to be fair, gods in the universe are much weaker than what you would think, because Malorn, Cenarius' dad, is a wild god. And who's the big boar? The one starts with an A, Agrigamar, or whatever the fuck he is. He dies during War of the Ancients. So it's... Yeah. Bro, when you get me and Shinny together, we can talk about WoW for a while. Like, dude, I'm deep into the lore more so from the books. He's deep into the lore from the games. So it's... We got things to say. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm down... If you want to get me, you, Mask, and do a kind of a podcast, I'm down for it.
It's kind of the reason why I say you need to come back to Warcraft and play retail and not do classic or remix.
I know. What I would love is if classic was up, like, was much further along, because then I would just do classic step by step, so I wouldn't feel like I'm missing anything.
Because they're writing a lot of story right now, and you're missing out on a lot of it. It's kind of like tying up loose ends.
Yeah.
That they've wrote for the past 17 years, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could have gone a completely different route, because there are also, because yes, Illidan wasn't a Malfurion tier threat. Arthas wasn't a Malfurion tier threat. I feel like they should have, once they got to a Malfurion tier threat, that's when they should have been like, we're far enough along. We need to stop and dial back and shit like that. Because Onyxia is Cenarius tier. Illidan is... Oh god, who would you... Because Illidan is still a bitch to kill Jaden in Burning Crusade. But then
that was only because he was playing double agent.
Yeah, but Kill Jaden could have beat the fuck out of Illidan at that stage.
Technically, no, he wasn't, because if you think about the game's story, Kill Jaden was still within the Twisting Nether. Illidan's in Outlands.
Yeah.
He has no correlation other than being able to send contact. So
also, like, why was Kill Jaden in like, Archimonde was the one that knew Illidan. Kill Jaden didn't know shit about. Kill Jaden was focused on Velen. Why the fuck was like that was a weird jump to make. I could have seen Manaroth wanting to work with Illidan, because Manaroth was on Azeroth during the War of the Ancients. Like that's portrayed as why he first got the he saw Broxigar, and then when they later discovered the orcs, he was like, hey, I know that. It was like, let's go fucking corrupt those guys. But I mean, I know how it happened. I'm just like, that's storytelling wise, it was weird to me. The next season has a good aura to it, and the War Within story is pretty good. I need to catch up.
Yep.
I need to catch up a lot. I mean, I might start catching up.
You've been saying that for a fucking 2 years now. Almost.
I have other shit to do. God. But no, I feel like I'm trying to think of like canonical things that existed at the time that could have been good bosses to follow in Nixia that would have not been going crazy. But I feel like the in-game boss always should have been Arthas. I would have even given you
not
Xavius.
Arthas, but maybe Deathwing or Inzoth.
Deathwing or if Inzoth dies, World of Warcraft should be over. Because then you're just getting into you're getting into space. You're getting into, okay, now we're fighting more and more of the Legion kind of thing. And Azeroth does not fight back against a fully manifested Sargeras. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Azeroth does not fight back against a fully manifested Sargeras. Egwene was able to beat Sargeras' avatar, but also because Sargeras kind of wanted to be beaten. Like, that was his whole trick to get Medivh corrupted effectively.
You gotta remember too, the Avatar was never 100% of the Sargeras.
No,
power.
it was a minuscule amount of his power,
fraction.
and he went into that fight knowing it was going to fall because his goal was always to put his seed into Egwene, and it was a long scale plan to get the orcs onto Azeroth because he had control of the orcs through Kil'jaeden and Manaroth. And then once the orcs got on there, then he can summon himself to Azeroth and destroy it. But like, if it gets to the point where like, oh, we're gonna fight a fully manifested Sargeras, no, the fuck you're not. We're gonna fight a fully manifested old god, no, the fuck you're not, because Sargeras would have a problem with a fully manifested old god. Like, if they weren't trapped, if they weren't like inherently weakened by the state that they're in, Sargeras would have a problem with it, because that's what is the Titan's big goal is kind of to fight the fucking old gods. So unless it's something that can kill a Titan, it's not going to be something that can kill an old god. So, like, having that be... I like the fact that Sargeras and that is like, oh, that's always in the background. That's something that's going on. That's something that is helping manifest shit to happen. But, like, getting to the point where, like, oh, he's stabbing his sword into the world. It's like... you jumped the shark, my guys.
With the old god conversation, yeah, what we saw of Ny'alotha in the final content of Battle for Azeroth,
yeah,
that was definitely, it should have gave some players a perspective of how big the old gods are.
I mean, the old gods are planet-sized. They're huge. I mean, a seed for a Titan is a planet. All the Titans were planets for a while there, and it's very much like every time they have to pull some shit where it's like, oh, well, you didn't actually beat that guy, you beat an avatar of that guy, or you beat a manifestation of him, or you beat this and that, but you didn't. It's just like, fuck you. Oh, you didn't beat him. He was using 10% of his power and you beat that. Go fuck yourself. Stop. I don't know. I feel like Arthas, and I'll give you Deathwing as endgame, because a party of adventurers can conceivably beat Arthas by themselves. Because Arthas is basically an up-jump paladin. He's an incredibly up-jump paladin, but he's up-jumped the same way Illidan was up-jumped. He just got extra power through the Lich King, through the Dreadlords, through the Vel. So a party of adventurers can conceivably be Arthas. A party of adventurers can't conceivably beat Deathwing, but a party of adventurers with the help of the Aspects and Malfurion can conceivably beat Deathwing. A party of adventurers with all the power in Azeroth can't beat Sargeras. Every single time Sargeras has showed up, the best that they could do was stop him from getting through the portal. That is literally every single time something happens. It's like Sargeras is trying to get through the portal, but he's so powerful that it's going to take time. And then, okay, we got to kill the guys that are summoning the portal. That's what we got to do. So I feel like Deathwing, yeah, probably good end game, and that also works. Okay, the end of World of Warcraft being Cataclysm with Deathwing coming out, and you got to beat Deathwing, and then we jump over to World of Warcraft 2, and the world is irrevocably changed because of the Cataclysm. So now the geopolitics are different. The world is different. You can introduce an entirely new world, and it makes sense because the Cataclysm happened. And have it set 50 years in the future, 100 years in the future, after a lot of stuff has changed from it. All the people we care about are dead, except for, like, the Night Elves and the Highborn, or the High Elves, the Blood Elves that are...
Don't forget the Trolls.
Yeah, also, so I was thinking about this the other day, and literally when I thought about it, because I just went on a wiki hole again on Wowpedia, because I do that a lot, it really just is all Trolls in the end. Like... Mm-hmm. The entirety of Azeroth's history is based around the Trolls. Like, down to the Akir. The Akir, that whole war was because of the Trolls.
Yep.
Everything started because of the Trolls. The Night Elves? Oh, they're just dark Trolls that got smarter. The fucking... The Trolls are literally the cause of everything. And wow. And I don't know when that decision was made. Because I feel like that decision was made, like... well into World of Warcraft being a thing, and people started asking more questions, and they're like, oh, well, it was the Trolls. Because I don't think they mention it in War of the Ancients, and War of the Ancients is a Warcraft book, not a World of Warcraft book. I don't think they mention in War of the Ancients, they mention that the Trolls exist, but I don't think they hint at all that the Night Elves are descended from the Trolls. I feel like... I'm going to Google that real quick. When did they first mention that Night Elves are descended from Trolls?
If you think about it, though, also, if you want to go that political with the Trolls, it's also the player's fault for every event unfolding in Warcraft the way it's gone.
I don't like that. I don't, because the players are all unnamed people, and they're not doing it in the way that Diablo does it. They're all, like...
It's still the player's fault.
Yeah, and but it's fuck...
It's the player's fault for the reason why Cthulhu came back. It's the player's fault for the reason why Illidan came back. It's a never-ending player's fault.
Hold on.
We unknowingly freed Inzoth in
we
the
just
Eternal
keep
Palace
fucking
raid.
shit up, yeah.
We didn't know Queen Ashara planned to have us use the Heart of Azeroth's power to free Inzoth from his chamber in that raid.
Okay, World of Warcraft, the magazine, issue 5 was when it was first confirmed. World of Warcraft, the magazine, issue 5. Or was it issue 4? Hold on. Give me a fucking date. Okay, issue 4 was 2011. I can't find the date for issue 5. So it was after Cataclysm that they finally confirmed that Night Elves are descended from Trolls.
So that pushes into the Mists of Pandaria expansion.
Yeah, because Pandaria was, what, 12?
Mm-hmm. And at that point, they were already writing the story for Pandaria.
Yeah.
But it had not been announced yet.
Yeah.
April 5th, 2011 was issue 4's release.
Yeah, and then it was issue 5 that they confirmed that but I can't find shit about issue 5. Yeah, no, it's
That's because it was discontinued before the 5th issue could be released.
Well, then why is the website saying that was confirmed in 5? Maybe they intended to confirm it in 5 but never released it, kind of thing. Maybe that's what they're going for.
Yeah, discontinued in September 2011 after only 5 issues.
Okay. Yeah, but so post Cataclysm into Pandaria, they confirmed that, and I that's just such a why did they do that? Also, troll culture is nothing similar to Night Elf culture. I can't see a troll becoming a druid. Very shamanistic because they got the Loa and stuff, but like none of their cultures ever tie into Druidism. It always ties into, because Druidism, so the difference between like the shamanism, the way the shamanistic magics work and the Druidic magic works, is the Druidic magics work by asking the individual life form that you are interacting with for its power. When Malfurion needs to heal something, when he revives either Lexstrasza or Crassus, I think it's Crassus, he does it by asking all the nearby plant life to sacrifice its own life. He has to ask each one individually. When Thrall is asking for lightning to strike, he's asking the element of fire. He's asking the element of earth, so like an aspect of the element, not the individual rock, the individual thing. So those two magical powers work differently. Troll shamanism would be more in line with Orcish shamanism, because the trolls aren't asking the elements, they're asking the Loa, which are the demigods that are in charge of those elements that are very similar to the elements but not quite the same. But they never give any tie that would tie them into Druidism. But then I guess it's also implied, because even then the Night Elves weren't initially Druidic. They were sorcerers. They were sorcerers because they accessed the power of the Well of Eternity. It was Cenarius that brought Druidism into them. So,
you got to also remember, too, with Cenarius's influence and the Well of Eternity going the way it went, leading to, of course, the Shattering.
Yeah.
Well, Sundering in this case. So they didn't have... Being derivative of trolls, they lost the ability to commune because of the fact now they're being influenced by something else.
Yeah.
And being from a new land, they learn to live off the new land. Hence where their influence for that came from.
Yeah. So also just going back to the Well of Eternity time period was...
with the brief stint going back in time to get the demon soul?
Yeah, it's...
If you think about it, we really couldn't get it anywhere else.
Well, no,
it'd already been destroyed lore-wise.
Yeah, but after Day of the Dragon, it had been destroyed. But it's still... God, fucking why? Also, like, why does Nosdormu go bad? Why? He is the most chill of all the aspects. I can see any of the other aspects going bad. I can see Ysera being corrupted by the Emerald Nightmare. I can see Alexstrasza going for the whole... all sentient life is corruption and destroys the world, so I'm going to kill everything kind of thing. Or Ysera going that route. Malgos got driven insane by being betrayed by Neltharion. Neltharion went insane because of Yogg-Saron. Nosdormu is the most well put together of all the aspects. Why does he go bad?
And this is where you need to play retail.
I know.
You're missing the story of where they actually described that in Dragonflight.
Well, I know what they describe it as is it's a future version of himself that's trying to change the timeline so he doesn't die.
Oh, there's more to it than just that.
But it's goddamn, it's just they keep it's almost like why repeatedly kept stopping watching The Walking Dead, because the stakes just keep getting fucking higher and the enemy just keeps getting more insurmountable, and yet somehow they get surmounted. It's also why like Supernatural kind of like, when it got to the point in Supernatural and it was like, yeah, we gotta fight God, like, no, you lose, buddy. I'm sorry. If God, if there's any way that you don't lose, it's bullshit. Like that's kind of where like WoW is going. It's like, god damn, man. That's where the story for WoW is going. I mean, the game's fine, and the game's fun, and that's ultimately what matters, as long as the game keeps being fun. But it's just like, stop destroying the story that I love so much. Stop ruining it.
Yeah, you got, what, 9 years of lore to catch up on? Maybe 10?
Probably about 9, yeah, 9 or 10, something like that. 10, I'd say 10. 10 or 11, because Mists of Pandaria was kind of when I stopped caring.
So actually more like 12-ish then?
Yeah, well, end of Mists of Pandaria, like the one after Mists of Pandaria came out in 2014, right?
Yeah, Warlords of Draenor.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right at the 9-10 year mark then that you're...
Everyone that bitches about Garrosh Hellscream is fucking stupid. And every time I hear someone... Like, I watch Giant Grant Games, and I like him a lot. But, like, when he was doing his stuff about playing Reforged, and he's like, since when is Grom's name Gromash? Always. Grom is the nickname.
Grom is a shortened.
It's the shortened version of Gromash. It has always been. That's not a retcon, dude. That is not a retcon. That has always been his name. And it's actually pointed out by Broxagar in War of the Ancients that referring to an orc by their full name, their full first name, is only something that is done amongst close friends. The only person allowed to call Broxagar is Tyrande. Using their full first name is a sign of respect and a close friend thing. But it's always been Garrosh. You're like, where'd Garrosh come from? From the fucking books, my guy. He's been around for a while.
I'm gonna say it now. Garrosh did nothing wrong.
I mean, it's arguable. Like I can see where Garrosh came from. Where he was
given a hand that was dealt to him because he was given the power he didn't want.
He didn't fucking want it. He said, "Oh, we got these advisors for you." He's like, "I don't want it." It's like, "No, you're gonna be fine. You got these advisors. I'm just a warrior, dude." No, you'll be fine, bro. I just want to kill things. No, you'll be fine. And then you put the murder-hungry child that's trying to, honor his dad that until like 5 years ago he fucking hated, in charge of the Horde. This guy that grew up on Draenor during peak Horde, and telling him, make peace. No, he's not going to do that.
All he's ever known is bloodshed. He's never going to know peace.
And I want to say Garrosh was born in the generation that was prematurely aged.
Mm-hmm.
So
he was never corrupted by Manoroth's blood, but he still had the knowledge of what happened. He's bloodthirsty.
Yeah, so we want a pure orc. No, you want an orc that's been through some shit. You want an orc that's lived on Azeroth for a while, the same way you did, Thrall. You want to remember how you decided you wanted peace, Thrall? It wasn't from growing up on Draenor, surrounded by people that's entire culture is based around war. Also the son of... Because Grom Hellscream, prior to being corrupted by Manoroth, was battle-hungry and war-hungry. It'd be like if they got... What was Ren's son's name? Mame?
Ooh, Varian Ren?
No, Rind, Blackhand.
Oh, it's been so long.
Oh, his son's names were shit like Mame and shit like that, and he had a daughter, but he didn't give a fuck about her. Yeah. No. I'm thinking.
Rind.
Yeah, Mame was his brother. That's right. Rind was the son. I'm getting my Black Hands confused. Mame was Black Hand's son. And yeah, but it'd be like if you made Render Mame the war chief of the Horde, because, well, you grew up on Draenor and your skin's still brown and you're not corrupted by Manroth. Bro, their father was war hungry. They were raised war hungry. Their genetics are war hungry. Maybe not the best guy. How about this, Thrall? How about you have a child with Jaina Proudmoore? Because, come on, it's gonna happen. And then you raise that child to bring peace. Huh? Oh, I gotta go pick up